welcome. Happy Valentine's Day, happy love month, happy Aquarius season, and then Pisces season if you're watching that's a bit after Valentine's Day. We are here to bring you a new love reading. Of course, you know we love to do love readings on this channel. We both have a Libra Venus, so of course we do. And we're super excited about this one. So this one is called What is Your K-Drama Love Story? So if you don't know what K-dramas are, they are basically short for Korean dramas, and they are Korean shows, kind of play like, I would say almost they're kind of like a long movie in a way, because they have 16-hour episodes. And they can also be kind of similar to soap operas. They're usually only about one season. Sometimes you get two, and on the very rare occasion you get three. They don't beat the dead horse like we do in America with seasons. They have a story and they tell it from beginning to end. Personally, we both find that they have really beautiful storytelling. So if you've never seen a K-drama, we highly recommend it, especially the rom-com genre is really good, very feel good, makes you feel like lighthearted and lovey, and you know everyone wants that as their romance. And it, you know, art imitates life, so you know that there are facets in these dramas that can be real for our love story. So today we're seeing what of that is real for you. What facets are you going to incorporate into your own love story? So we have lots of fun stuff for you today. We have a grid, which we'll be throwing charms. We haven't done charms in a long time. And then we're also going to throw some stickers on it. Of course, Bekah will be doing channeled messages throughout. Live shuffling the cards as always. And so get nice and cozy, because this is going to be a nice big boy reading for you guys. And we're super pumped. So yeah. So if you guys are ready, I will introduce each of the piles and we shall get started. So let me move this out of the way here for a second. Okay. So if you picked pile 1, you picked this one, which is I'm feeling a connection here. Will you be my Valentine? Super cute.
Ooh, kitties.
And if you chose pile 2, you have a cute little bunny here that says no bunny loves you like I do. And he's got a little present for you and a little heart. I love his little suspenders. They're so cute. Okay, and for group 3, we have roses are red, violets are blue. It's not Halloween, but please be my boo. I love this one, it's so cute. And then last but not least, we have we were mermaid for each other for pile 4. Happy Valentine's Day. So with that, go ahead and take a moment, take a breath, pick your Valentine. Of course, you can always pick more than one pile. You can totally cross watch, like if you're like, I feel like this is my pile and I feel like this is my person's pile, or whatever, or these two are just whatever feels good for you, pick those and we will see you there. We are excited to give you all the messages.
Yes, see you in your reading.
Hi guys, if you picked pile 1, then this is your pile. Before we get started, I just want to go over a few things. First and foremost, this reading is timeless. So even though it is a Valentine's Day themed reading, if you stumble across it 6 months from now or whatever, it doesn't matter. You can watch this whenever. You can watch it on Christmas. You can watch it on New Year's. You can watch it because you can't sleep at night. You can watch it for any reason whatsoever. It is for you if you found your way to it. Second is that, of course, please take everything that we say with your own discretion. Use your own intuition. We want to do these readings for fun and to give you guys confirmation, but not to give you information or make predictions, because you know your intuition is always going to know better than we are. So of course, I'm not saying that we don't say things that won't become accurate, but it's usually that you kind of already know this on some level, like it'll feel good to your spirit. So if we say something and it doesn't feel good to your spirit, you know, make sure you know that message might not be for you, even if the rest of the message is. And you can always pick more than one pile. There's lots of piles to choose from. We encourage you to pick more than one if you feel drawn to it, because there's probably another message in there for you. So let's get started. You have, I'm feline a connection here. Will you be my Valentine, with the two cute little kitties. So we're gonna put that right there. Okay, so we have a few sections for you guys. Right now we're gonna do a vibe check, which we're gonna do as we always do. One side is you, one side is your person. So Bekah will be reading this side over here. I will be taking the right on this pile, and we're going to just do one card right now to do kind of like a where you're at, where you both are at right now, and then have some oracles around it. And then we will, so this will just kind of tell us if this is, you know, your pile. You can use this to see if this feels right for you, and if not, you can pick a different pile. But if so, then stick around because we have lots of great stuff for you. Okay, so one card for the person on the left, please. Oh, and then of course, if it feels good, you can totally switch things around. Like, you know, if you feel like you're that person more and your person's here, then that's totally fine as well. But just letting you know how we'll be reading it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and one for the person on the right, please. They're very picky about what's going on for the person on the right. I just have one card. Okay. Ooh, Temperance. Okay, there you go. So let me put this back over here.
A lot of like patient energy already for both sides.
I was gonna say the same thing. I agree. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna get you. Whoop, that was quick. Okay, balance for that side. That's too many. Just one, please. This one. Cute. Okay. Self-love. That one's just over there. Oh, cute. And then they told me to take the bottom of the deck for the middle there, and that is support. Very cute. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna do some of these channel messages because before we even started the reading, I had a song pop in for pile one. Like as soon as I like got my notebook, because I write all of the channel messages down before I give them, and the song that came through right away was Somewhere Over the Rainbow, which I thought was really cute and soft. But that came through for this pile, so maybe Wizard of Oz is important, or you just really like that song. Birds, For the Birds, which is actually, it was before Pixar's Finding Nemo. I know because I've watched that movie like a billion times, but Finding Nemo also came through in the way of like you're finding your Nemo, which is super cute. Airplane, Shooting Stars, When You Wish Upon a Star, a moon-shaped crystal necklace, titanium ring, Newton's cradle, which if you don't know what Newton's cradle is, it's that little like thing that sits on people's desk and it has like the titanium balls like all in a row, and you like lift one on one end and it like the energy goes through it and pushes the other one out and they like swing back and forth. So if you don't know what that is, that's called Newton's cradle. Magnolia flowers, crickets chirping at night, Rodgers and Hammerstein musicals, specifically the musical Patience, keyboards and pianos, the song Knocking on Heaven's Door, and the song Dun Dun Dance by Oh My Girl all came through. Oh, cute.
I laugh because they told me that that means the star sign. So this person is a Virgo.
I mean, maybe for a couple of you, but
Yeah, for some of you. But they were very clear that like it mostly means Virgo. So I was like, okay. But for some of you, it could also mean the actual term, like, you know, that they've never been with anyone before, or for some could even be born again is kind of what I'm hearing.
I heard that too, so that could be a thing.
Okay, one more. I have another trait for. Nope, that's too many. Just wanted one. Okay. All right. Well, that's, I guess they want this one for over here. I was asking for over there, but sure.
If you hear anything loud, it's just my neighborhood. Don't worry about it. If you're new to this channel, I'm giving you a warning. If you're not new to this channel, you already know.
Very nice. And then last one is ambitious. I'm gonna put that there. And then I'm gonna get one more for this person. And then we'll get into it. So this is your first like little vibe check for your person and you. And so if this feels good, then we would love it for you to keep going. And if it doesn't, then that's also okay. Okay. I love that these colors really complement each other, first of all, in these cards. Okay. All right, Bekah, if you want to go ahead and start with the person here on the left. For them, we have the Knight of Pentacles, balance, which is the yin and yang. We have boundaries, animal lover, blue eyes, tattoos, and loving.
Aw, I really like this energy, first of all. So if this is you, I love your energy. But otherwise, if it's your partner, they have really beautiful energy. And basically, this is someone who's very patient, someone who's very grounded. They kind of have like a very calm, serene kind of an energy. Like they seem like somebody, because they have the balance card, like there's someone who's very, very balanced within. And so they might be really, really good at working with their energy type. So it might be somebody that has a strong duality, but they're very good at working with it. They have strong boundaries, which means that they probably are somebody that's done a lot of work as far as like internally or externally or both, or spiritually. Of course, again, as it resonates, it could be that you are this person. And if that's the case, then this is kind of like a nod from your guides that's like, hey, you have really good boundaries, like you're really balanced, you're very grounded, like you've done a lot of work. And I think that because of all of that, you're very, very like stable, like you have a very strong foundation. And I think that obviously if you're watching this reading, like you're interested in your person. And I think that they're saying like, because you have such a strong foundation, like you have a great stable beginning to your relationship. And so if you've been trying to find your person for a long time, then this is just saying like this whole time you've been building up this super strong foundation so that you and this person can come together and have that solid base. And I think that you're somebody that's going to have really strong boundaries, meaning that if this other person, you know, if they come in and like you need to like uphold your end of it, I feel like because you're so loving, you might in the past have put aside your own needs for other people. And I think like now where you're at right now, like you'll be able to like show your love and show all that compassion while still sticking up for yourself, which I think is really soft. Obviously you might have tattoos and you might have blue eyes, like those are traits, but I think for the most part, like you have a very loving, kind heart, especially because like you love animals, like you're, you know, you even got the loving card. So I feel like for you, it's just very much you might even be someone who's very focused on your stability, like your job, like your money, like how you feel in the material world. And I think that, you know, that might be a reason why spirit is basically saying like, well, you're ready, like you're ready. It's just that, you know, divine timing that's coming. And the reason I say divine timing is because your partner has the temperance card, which is the divine timing card. And so I think it's really funny because it's kind of like you're over here doing your own thing in your bag, very balanced, very good with your boundaries. Like you kind of learned a lot of lessons and are really ready for this, but you're not really like, you know, searching for it or like, oh my gosh, I have to have a relationship. But it's like, this person's going to come like crashing through is kind of what the vibe I'm getting. Like, I think one day it's just going to fall in your lap and you're going to be like, oh, well, there it is. And I think that it's because you built that foundation.
Yes, I agree with that. And the one thing I want to say is too, is that it might even be that like they come crashing into your life, and because it almost feels like because you have the Knight of Pentacles, which is the most stable knight, you know, for you guys, that you guys might even be the one to like make that first move for some of you. But it's just going to be on your time, and it's going to be, which could also be why your person has the divine timing, because it's like, you guys might like each other, but it's like in spirit's putting the ball in your court that like when you feel ready, you'll know when the time is right for yourself, that you'll just be like, oh, I think now's that, like I met this person and I feel like this is the person that I could see myself going on a date with, so I'm gonna ask them out. Like it'll just kind of hit you. Like I personally don't think you guys have met yet in the 3D. Maybe online for some of you, but I feel like if you are online right now, you might just be friends, because it feels very much like there's going to be like that switch for the, because the Nine of Pentacles is usually someone that's like Bekah was saying has all their stuff together kind of, and it looks like you do. And I think that like once you meet this person, like after you get to know them a little bit, because again, slow and steady, it's going to switch on for you and be like, I like them as more than a friend. Maybe I should ask them out. And then like you will, and then I think things will kind of come together. So it's kind of like, so then for your person over here, or for you, if this feels like your energy, I think that they've worked really hard on like their healing and their self-love, and they've really learned to like love themselves. And right now they're in this energy too of kind of like waiting for divine timing, for spirit to say, okay, it's time for you guys to meet and become friends, because this energy feels very like I said, I see this heart here in this card, like this hand here holding this heart, but the heart is mended. It's not actually broken apart. Like, yes, it was broken before. Here, let me pull this up a little bit. It was broken before. Yes, you can see the crack, but you can see that they're holding it back together. And the flowers are blooming. They're not wilting. And there are tears because they've let go of all this hurt and this trauma that they've had from past relationships, which is why, you know, we both kind of picked up that maybe for some of them, they're a born again virgin, or they've just decided to, you know, not do anything intimate until they wait. For some of them, again, it could be a Virgo. And for some of them, they could have had lots of hard relationships and never been with anyone intimately. It's just going to depend. But your person is someone who feels very deeply. They may have green eyes, but they're also ambitious. So they're like they're ready. And I think that part of it here for me is that like they've worked really hard on their self-love and their healing. They're like, okay, come on, spirit, where are they? And spirit's like, hold on, it's on them to make the first move. You just have to wait. And they're kind of like, okay, like they're waiting. And they're totally, but they're very excited to meet you. Like that's what I feel from this side, is like they're super excited. Their temperance is also kind of about balance. So I think that's really cool because you have the yin and yang. And then you have the support here, which has the yin and yang colors for both of you. So I feel like you guys support and balance each other out quite nicely. But I do feel a little bit of impatience coming from here, but it's from a good place. It's not like a like, you know, they're being like really like stomping their foot in the ground, digging their heels and being like, give me what I want. It's not bratty at all. It's very much just like, oh, I can't wait to meet my person. Okay, I'm going to work on this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to take care of myself. I'm going to keep working on my healing, but oh my gosh, I can't wait to meet them. Like that's kind of their vibe. And so that's why they're kind of in this like temperance space, because it's really not up to them. It's up to spirit and divine timing. And, you know, they just have to wait. But I think what spirit wants you to know is that like you've put in the work, and they want you to know that you've attracted someone who has just as much put in the work. So because like Bekah was saying, you kind of have this thing of like maybe you took care of everyone. And they want you to know that this is not someone that, like, in the past that you had to, like, take care of your partner maybe a lot. This is not someone that, like, yes, you guys will take care of each other in the sense of, like, you should always look out for your partner and your partner looks out for you. But in other words, I don't feel any, like, codependency or anything, you know, like, constricting, like one person is putting in more work than the other. Like, it feels very balanced. Like, you both have done the work to meet at the same level, and you guys just have a very beautiful vibe together.
Mm-hmm. One thing I wanted to mention that I was noticing a little bit ago. So if you look, the Knight of Pentacles is holding a pentacle. And if you look at Temperance, the pentacles look like the balls that are on Temperance. And like Spirit's kind of showing me like the ball that's dropping onto the platform that you like, it's like if you see like that one ball on the one side, and it's kind of like Laina said, like the ball's in your court. And I think it's already been moving, but I think that it's like about to hit the platform, if that makes sense. Like
Yes.
it's almost there. Like I think that you both have been moving towards each other for a long time. And I think that you're a lot closer than you probably think you are.
Yes. And now I'm hearing that song Almost There by Princess and the Frog, which is a great movie and you should check it out. And I'm almost there. That's exactly what Spirit's singing right now.
Yes.
There.
Which I feel like a lot of people in this group, like the vibe is very much like, you know, I'm just chill. Like it's kind of like I feel like your partner is kind of like, oh yeah, you know, like if you're cross watching this, if you're this person's partner, then like I feel like you're probably in the like, oh yeah, sure it is. But I feel like, oh my gosh, hold on. Sorry, there's a really loud motorcycle that's been doing like circles in my neighborhood just all day. I don't know what's going on, but usually that's a sign that yeah, that's a sign that things are fast moving, which I did channel about that in a second. But I mean, I'm losing my train of thought. But basically, like if you're the person that's watching this, like you're cross watching, like I feel like you're kind of like, oh yeah, right, sure, it's almost there. But I feel like you, like the person that this pile is about, are very patient, and you're kind of like, yeah, I just know that it's gonna get to me when it's meant to. And I feel like that's a super great energy to be in, first of all. And I think that you're going to be very helpful to your partner in that sense, because I think there's going to be a lot of times in life where your partner wants to move, and you're going to be like that grounding force for them that's like, oh, it'll happen when it's meant to, and it's okay, like it's going to happen. Like I kind of get that vibe from this group.
Yes, I agree 100%.
I swear these guys are coming. I can already hear the motorcycle, and I know they're not even here yet. Anyways, so for your channel messages, while Lena shuffles these out, you have Floral Patterns, Clean Eyes by SYML, which SYML is one of my favorite musicians to listen to right now. They're very chill. Like they have a very chill vibe. Someone pulling little heart petals out of like a basket, and like throwing them everywhere.
That's
like,
so cute.
It's super cute. It's kind of, it gives me like Cupid vibes. Like somebody's just very excited and like throwing like all of the love everywhere. And I feel like in the relationship, that's kind of how it's going to be. Like you guys will just constantly be showing that love and appreciation for each other, and like be very enthusiastic about each other. You have The Great Gatsby came through, which is a great book, but also if you don't want to read the book, I recommend you watch the movie. Champagne, which then Champagne Problems by Taylor Swift came into my head, which I know might not have anything to do with your person, but it might be confirmation for you. France, Fast Moving. So because I said there were motorcycles going through my neighborhood like repeatedly, which I've never heard these ones before, they're super loud. And I told Laina, it sounds like they have like a weed whacker as a motor. It's really obnoxious. But I think that's, if I were to interpret that as a sign, right? Like I would interpret that as you have this very loud, fast situation, and I think you're not going to be able to miss it, and it's moving very quickly. Like, I don't think the relationship itself will move too quickly. Like, I don't think you'll be stressed out by that at all. I think it's just that it's on its way to you very quickly, and you're not going to miss it when it gets to you. Like, there's no way. And the fact that they keep going in circles around my neighborhood, like, tells me that even if for some reason, like, you don't pick up on it right away, like, it's not going anywhere. Like, it's just going to keep coming around until you see it. And then the Chariot. So if you get the Chariot tarot card, I channeled that ahead of time, but the Chariot is all about like that fast moving energy, and you already have stuff about divine timing. So I feel like even though like you know, you may have been moving slow this whole time, and like your partner might be a little bit like having to learn that patience, I feel like there's a lot about things moving very quickly now, because I think now divine timing is getting to the point where it's about time for you guys to actually meet if you haven't already, and then if you have, for things to kind of click into place.
Yes, I agree with that 100%. Okay. Yeah.
Super soft, the new beginnings.
Yeah, that's super soft.
I feel like both of you have probably had some less than stellar past relationships, because you've had some stuff you've had to learn from. And I think that's why that new beginnings card is so important, because I think for both of you, this is going to be something you've never experienced before.
Like swan. You had this one that didn't flip over, so I think that's here for the middle. The fox.
Grab something really quick.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay.
Okay, sorry. I had to, it was so funny. I muted because I knew, I just intuitively knew. And guess what came through my neighborhood again?
The motorcycle.
Anyways, yeah, same motorcycle. But anyways, I went to go get the fly because I have that animal deck, and I wanted to read about the fly because I don't know enough about it, and I think it's very interesting. So I'm going to read it to you while Laina shuffles. The fly is grit, multiplication, and survivor. The fly is one of the most misunderstood cosmic creatures. Viewed as common pests, flies can be seen as spreading gossip, annoyance, and hate, often appearing to reap the rewards of other people's labor. But the fly is incredibly important to the cycle of life, acting as nature's janitor, cleaning up waste by consuming rotting matter and preventing it from becoming landfill or litter on the street. Flies also spread pollen and help fertilize the next generation of plants, acting as the bus drivers for new seedlings. While certainly not glamorous, the fly honors its role in the cycle of life, as it possesses the grit and tenacity to be the unsung hero. Flies do what they need to do and get the job done. Flies multiply wherever they're needed, so while they can spread messages of malice, they can also spread messages of abundance. When a fly appears, know that you have what it takes to survive through anything.
I love that. I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I also got out the other book for Apocalypsis. So, because I was like, I don't think either of us know enough about that card. And we don't want you to be scared, because these cards definitely, they're all usually very positive. So I don't want you to be like, oh my gosh, my energy is an apocalypse. No.
I don't think this group would mind that, actually.
No, probably not. So the apocalypsis is removing the veil of perception, which makes a lot of sense. Apocalypsis indicates a particularly painful time, one that unfolds when two disparate dynamics occur simultaneously. So again, a duality, pulling the psyche in seemingly opposing directions. The first is a lifting of the veil. This means truths that have been kept in the dark are revealed, seen, and unearthed. No matter how relieving it is to witness them come into the light, an element of despair and grief follows. The second dynamic is the regeneration that comes from the wreckage of the revealed truth. The old narrative breaks and a new story forms. Apocalypsis energy is similar to a forest fire's devastation. For the sake of regeneration, the veil lifts and we see who and what has been hiding. From the nakedness of truth, a child is born. Have faith in the process. Hold on to your center. That is the only way. When light, it is the unknown becomes known and guides the way. When dark, it is nihilism, fatalism, hopelessness. Okay. And then it says, all kinds of things will be revealed during a time of apocalypsis, from big global lies to little white ones that lace the bedroom sheets. Brace yourself for the horse of truth to storm into your field. This card has a strong relationship to Althea. If both cards appear in one reading, you've got some real uncovering to do. Take heed. Okay, well, you guys are safe. You're just this one. But I think that makes a lot of sense with what Becky will go through for you guys here. But I just have one more card to shuffle out for each side.
Also, my cat says hello.
Okay. Actually, you get two. Hello, kitty. And sign-wise, just to go through, Capricorn, Aquarius. Oh, you can't see Hobie. Hold on. Here we go. Put him there. Now you can see him.
Yes, and for this group, I'm picking up Scorpio too from both of those cards that we just read. There's a lot of scorpionic energy, like transformation. And then I also agree with the Aquarius because there was a lot in the fly about like causes, like kind of like helping with pollution and with that kind of stuff. And Aquarius is known for being very big into social causes. And then of course Capricorn goes great with the Knight of Pentacles because Pentacles are earth and Capricorn is super patient, super hardworking, and it makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Let me get one more for your person. Okay. So for your person, we actually have Capricorn, which again is that earth energy, and then Scorpio with the
hilarious,
which is doting. Okay, so I will read these cards so that Becky can, hear them one more time. So you have fertility, honest, boy next door, fly, apocalypsis, and then here in the middle we have fox, new beginning, Portugal, Hong Kong, Greece, and Sweden. So for these ones, these could be part of their ethnicity. These could be maybe a place you'll meet. This could just be, they were just like little place cards that I just felt like, for some reason, maybe there'll be a place you honeymoon to. I don't know, but Spirit just wanted these cards of locations for you guys to have in the middle. So it could be either one of your, Then for your person over here, we have the flame, the swan, courage, doting, and the dreamer. So I'll let Becky get started here.
Yes. So on your side, definitely big, like abundance, transformation, like it's very like, again, like you've gone through a lot of things that have led you to being the stable, grounded force that you are. And I think that even though you are very stable and very grounded, you still continually go through a lot of shifts and a lot of transformations and a lot of change. And I think that that's kind of a beautiful thing because I think your partner goes right along with that because you did get some stuff about like Scorpio and Capricorn for them too. And I feel like even if those aren't each other's signs, like I feel like that's very much the energy is that you guys have a lot of similarities and a lot of differences. And your main thing that you're about is creating abundance and creating something new out of something that, maybe wasn't working or, getting rid of the things that you no longer need so that you can transform. Like there's a ton of transformational energy on your side, like just in your side alone. And I think that you're somebody who is very fertile with things like ideas and with things like creativity and communication. And like, I think that there's a lot that you have to share, but I feel like you're probably someone who's you only share it with the people that you feel deserve to be shared with, if that makes sense. Like we did get that stuff about boundaries. And I think that you've learned very well who needs what you have to share, when to share it, how to share it, where to share it. Like I feel like you're very good at that distinction of I have this stuff that I've learned and I want to share it with the world, but I also want to keep some of that for myself. Like there's kind of like this again, like this duality of that for you. And I feel like you might even be like an ambivert. So you might resonate with both an extrovert and an introvert at times. And so like you might really love people, right? But you might be somebody who's very, very passive in that love. So you might be someone who, when you go out to like a group outing, like you're very, very happy to be there because you're in all these people's energy and like you just are really enjoying the vibe. But like you also aren't the person that's going to be like in the middle of the crowd, like, you know, going crazy, doing a cake stand. Like, like you're not that kind of type. You're very like chill, laid back, like very, again, like that boy next door, honest, grounded. And I feel like you're someone who's very helpful and very caring, and someone who is like, I'm getting the song New Year's Day by Taylor Swift, like that whole like I'll be cleaning up bottles with you on New Year's Day. Like you're kind of like that person, like the one that's very like helpful and quiet and everybody loves you and you're like everybody's best friend and like you're super down to earth, and like that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. And I think you're going to bring a lot of that energy into the relationship because I think that your person probably is a lot less grounded than you. So I feel like it's going to be very good because I think that that's a balance that each of you needs, is they're going to be able to help you get that like dreamy, fun, like craziness that you need, but like you're going to be the one that helps bring them back down to earth too at the same time, which I think is really beautiful. And I think with the fertility card, I always have to mention this because I feel like, you know, since it's on your side, it's mostly about like ideas and creativity, but I mean you also might be fertile in that way. So if you're, you know, not wanting babies right away, like you might be someone who is very fertile, so you might want to be kind of careful with that. That's just like an additional warning for you. But for most of you, it's about like your creativity and the fact that you have like an endless supply of ideas and knowledge and stuff that you can share and you can bring to this relationship.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that wholeheartedly, especially the little extra message. Because in the apocalypse card, it talked about the creation of babies too. So, you know, just in case, just in case. But for the middle here, what I want to touch on the fox, because I know a lot of people see a fox and they see them as sly, and like fox, yes, they're tricksters. But for me, what I get is that there's going to be a lot of laughs in this relationship. And I almost get like a lot of sleuthing, but I don't think it's sleuthing like with each other, like about each other. I think it's like you guys are going to sleuth about other people. Like you're going to be like, like I see it as like, for example, right? Maybe you guys are friends and one, you know, like you're friends first or whatever. And, or even when you're together, and let's just say that one of you has like a younger sibling or just like a really close friend who is like, you know, who you both adore, and they start dating someone new, and you two are the ones that are like, and you just start like investigating about that person. Like, are they good enough for my friend? Like you're both like very like, I have to know all the details. And this can also be about things you're passionate about. So I feel like it's very intelligent, but like there's a, you know, people often hear the word cunning and they just think of the negative connotation, but being cunning is a good thing. And you guys are going to be smart. Like, I think when you guys are together, that will be like your ideas, this person will know how to take them and make them happen. And you guys will be like, you know, sly and inventive and, you know, have new ways. You're going to bring new beginnings to each other. And then 44 could be a significant number for you guys. And so I wanted to touch on that really quick because we're going to get more into the relationship as its own as we go on. But like, I just wanted to touch on that really quick.
With the fox too, the fox is also very creative and funny. Like foxes, because they have that like cunning cleverness, like you might have a lot of like humor and fun in the relationship. And I feel like because foxes are also kind of private, like that just takes a nod to like, I think that you guys will find kind of like, you'll have a lot of inside jokes. Like you'll be very much like, there's a lot of like humor and playfulness, but it's kind of like you guys keep it between the two of you. So it kind of allows you guys to have like your own private little like funny, lighthearted like energy that you have together.
I agree 100% with that. Okay, so now moving on to your partner, here we have the flame, which to me, this reminds me of that Taylor Swift song. We got a lot of Taylor Swift references today. which, you know, is I'm usually she's on my Spotify, she's usually my number one, so like I'm not surprised. But it's that song where she says like, I'm a fire and I'll keep your brittle heart warm. Like when she talks about like when the something ocean wave blues come, like, but basically like this, your person to me is that fire. Like they're like, because we talked about how you have a much more chill, grounded energy, your person is like the spark, right? Like they have the flame, they will keep you warm on, you know, cold nights. And that could even be like, maybe they run warm, right? Like their body could even run warm. So like if you're someone that's always cold, it might be nice because you can like cuddle up to your person and you both like make each other warmer. But I think right now your person, because we know that they've been working on their self-love and their self-worth, and they've been, you know, doing really well with that. Like they're building their courage and they're, you know, I think they're starting to like come out of their own shell, because we have the swan, which makes me think of like the ugly duckling, you know, that like, and not that they were ever ugly, because I think they're very beautiful. But I mean, like, it's how you feel, right? Like you can feel like the ugly duckling inside, even though you're not, and you're gorgeous. You can feel that way. And I feel like they finally shed that title from themselves of feeling like they needed to play small and they needed to keep themselves in a corner. And they're like, oh, I can spread my wings. I can be the beautiful swan that I was always meant to be. I can be passionate. I can be loud. I can be fun, because the person who's meant for me and the people, you know, my friends, they're going to love me no matter what. And that feels very much like what it is. Like they have the dreamer card, so they have a very dreamy energy about them. They're also very doting and caring, and so it feels like they have such a like loving, beautiful presence that's going to add, again, like a lot of warmth to your life. Because I almost feel like on this side, like maybe you can have the tendency to kind of maybe close off a little bit, and this person, even though I do think that they have their own like guard up sometimes because of what they've been through, I think that once you guys are in like there, but it's just a nice balance. Like they're going to help you feel more like to open up that side of you that, you know, like Bekah was talking about, that might be a little more hidden. Like you're going to show them this like deep, loving side of you that like not everybody gets to see. And you're going to create this beautiful new beginning together. I actually did want to read the swan card for your person, just because I think in this book, it describes really well what your person is like, and it's really beautiful. So I'm going to read it before we move on. So for the swan, it says dignity, beauty, and elegance. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and the swan gently guides you with loving intuition and divine feminine energy to recognize your own beauty and grace. This type of beauty is inherent and does not depend on what you do and what your age is. It is simply the splendor of who you are on the soul level. That is so pretty. Like that's who your person is on a soul level. Like how lucky are you? When you connect with this part of yourself, you radiate elegance and allure that is beyond skin deep and beyond measure. Your beauty is timeless when you recognize yourself as this wonderful being of light. You can heal the wounds of the ugly duckling who didn't feel they belonged. The swan gives you permission to be soft with yourself, to shed the layers that no longer belong to your truth. When you face jealousy, competition, or judgment, instead of feeding insecurities and shame, spread compassion and love. Love yourself unconditionally and show others in your flock how it's done. That's so powerful. Your person is definitely very powerful and has such a beautiful, radiant energy.
It's true. I love that energy a lot. I have some channeled messages that I'm going to give really quick. Mm-hmm. Hold on one second. I was trying to find, there's a song that talks about like the word better came through, and I don't know which song it is. So I'm just kind of like, I don't know if a song pops into your head when I say the word better, then that's the right song. But Spark by Taeyeon, Lego House by Ed Sheeran, which he does say better in the song Lego House, just letting you know. Confetti, Purple, Forever Young, like the song Forever Young, which I think is from the 80s. On the Night of the Silvery Moon, which is way old. Haunted Mansion. If you've never seen the movie Haunted Mansion, like Disney's Haunted Mansion, it's actually really soft because it kind of proves like your love will move mountains, and like you could do anything for your family. Like it's really soft. Like if you've never seen it, I highly recommend it. Yes, it is a Halloween movie. I don't care. Also, that's a reference to pile 3, because I don't know if you saw their topper, but it has a ghost on it and it said it's not Halloween. but will you be my boo? So maybe pile 3 is important. You have Gardens, Butterflies, the song Dimple by BTS, which is super soft. It's a song about like they can't handle how cute this person is because of their dimples. Like it's super soft. You have the color green, and then specifically green crystals, spices, and cooking. And like I was seeing like maybe cooking classes or like trying out new like cooking experiments, because cooking is a science. Like baking is not. Baking is like math, but cooking itself is like a science. And so you might be experimenting with food, or you guys might go to like cooking classes together or something like that. I'm getting a lot about like using like spices and herbs and like trying new foods and stuff, which is kind of cute.
It's very cute. Okay. Just so you know, these oracles and the little circles and the little black ones will be different in every pile. So want to throw that out there as I'm putting these away, just because we want to, we want to give you guys variety. So yeah, so we encourage you to cross watch if you want to see your energy according to your partner. Okay, so we're gonna get into the next section, which is gonna be astrology, which this one is going to be kind of about the relationship as a whole. This can be kind of like more like maybe with some timing, some elements of the relationship, like based on the astrology cards. And then we will do your tarot after, before we move on to our favorite parts, which will be kind of more about like your love story together.
I should have said it. Taurus came out. So I was actually feeling with all the food and stuff, like you had like Virgo come out earlier, but Taurus could be like either where one of your Venuses is, it could be where your descendant is, which if you don't know what that is, your ascendant is one of your big 3. And then the opposite sign of the ascendant is the descendant. And it actually is what starts your 7th house, which she has pulled 7th house, but the 7th house is the house of partnership, the house of like your marriage and contracts and like business partnerships and relationship. Like that's what the 7th house is. So if you were to have a Taurus descendant, then that would mean that your 7th house is ruled by Taurus, which would give you specifically, or your partner, if they're the ones that have that, a very like Taurian vibe when it comes to balancing out the things that you love. And so if that's your Venus sign, like then very much like you might express your love through things like food, or through things like comfort or money, or like material things like value. Value is very big to you, regardless of whether it's your Venus or your 7th house. But I just thought that was really fascinating because I was like, I should have said it earlier.
Oh, no, actually, sorry. Gave you guys an extra one there. So it's like, I forgot I have more cards. It's like, slow your roll, Laina. Dude said all the cards.
Look at that, Taurus.
Prosperity lies ahead, right under the 10th house, too.
Yes, so if you have a Taurus in your 10th house, that could also be a thing. 10th house is the house of like finances, work, money. It's like the hardworking reputation house, and it's generally ruled by Capricorn, which you've had a lot about Capricorn already.
Yes, I actually think these will be different in every pile, but not those. I'm gonna put those back in the deck. But I think I will have these be different in every pile as well. All right, last astrology deck here. We have the Sun.
Pretty.
Which says self-expression, ego, creativity, and identity. Last quarter, transition, letting go, forgiveness, and adaptation. Waning crescent, surrender, restore, reflection, intuition, and stillness. Thank you. And then sextile, integration, cooperation, tools, skills, ingenuity, harmony, and empathy. I don't know why that was so hard for me to say, but. And then your bottom of the deck here is Pisces. So that could be another sign or confirmation for you guys. Okay. So let's dive into this. First of all, you guys have grand trine blessings. So this relationship is extremely blessed. Taurus, I have the 10th house in the world, and then you have the 7th house of partnerships. So just with those cards alone, I could tell you that this relationship is going to be really amazing. Something that to look out for here, just a little bit, but this is, every relationship has their things. We have cool your emotions and breathe through the tension. So I think because both of you guys have such different energies, but that's not a bad thing at all. And maybe you might both have, because we also had those, that Scorpio kind of come up, and Taurus, those are fixed signs. You guys could also both be a little stubborn, maybe both have a little bit of a temper. And I think Spirit's just saying, hey, be aware in the relationship. You guys might butt heads, you might bicker, but, there's not anything hostile here at all in the relationship. It's just, everybody sometimes needs to take a minute, take a moment, take a breath. And I think that you guys, might be if you're getting really overwhelmed, just take a minute, take a breath, then have the conversation, because I don't think there's anything you guys can't work through together, because you guys have the 10th house, which can be, about finances, and finances in the sense of your career, because it can be about your reputation, your career, and right under that you have prosperity lies ahead. So it wouldn't even surprise me if you guys somehow maybe meet through work, or if you guys end up starting work together, and that will be blessed. And then you guys have partnerships. You guys are not only going to be great business partners, but you'll be great, parents. You'll be great partners in love and in relationships. You will have a stable foundation in life. I feel like you guys will be the sun to one another. You guys will know how to especially, sorry, really quick, going back to this, with the last quarter where it's talking about letting go, forgiveness, I don't think you guys will have these big blowout fights that are unhealthy and stuff. I think it'll be okay, I realize I got a little heated, we took a minute, I apologize, and you're going to be able to be okay, and you're also going to be able to work with that, and knowing okay, I need a minute before we have this conversation. And you guys might every relationship has a bit of that adjustment period, and I feel like you guys are going to have your moments like anybody else, but you're going to be able to work through them. And what Spirit wants you to know is that this is a good, solid, stable connection. You guys have prosperity lights ahead, and right now all they're asking you to do is just basically surrender to the divine, because you guys have a lot of stuff coming, but it's just going to take a little bit of patience. Yeah. And then right here again, surrender. I knew they had me pick this up for a reason. Restore, reflection, intuition, stillness. So at the moment we have that bit of that waiting period, but then we have self-expression with the sun. So there is going to be a time when you guys are going to come together and express, but I also see you guys being each other's place to surrender and be comfortable in. Cooperation, tool, skills, harmony, empathy. So this is just a very harmonious, very balanced relationship. And again, like anyone else, you might butt heads from time to time, but overall this relationships look really well balanced. It looks very blessed. It looks very plentiful in not only financial resources, but in love and in friendship and in kindness and in empathy and in really understanding one another. Heck, the grand trine of blessings is here. You really can't get very, very beautiful relationship.
Yeah, and there's some things that I'm noticing too, as well with these cards. So with these cards with the 10th house, when it comes up in a synastry reading, that is a long-term relationship placement. So if you have planets in each other's 10th house, then that can signify even though it's Saturn energy, which means that you kind of might have to work for it a little bit. It's you guys will build a strong foundation and it's a long-lasting relationship. So this person isn't somebody that's going to come in and be they're going to be a karmic partner. This is somebody that's destined to be with you for a very, very long time. And then as far as like the cool your emotions cards, like those moon cards down there, you have Aries and Scorpio, and they're both full moon. And the thing for me is like both of those are Mars ruled traditionally. Now, Scorpio is also ruled by Pluto, but originally it was ruled by Mars. And so the reason why you might butt heads sometimes or why things might get so heated is because you have that passionate, fiery energy inside of both of you. So even though you are very grounded, it might be that you have a very like fiery moon. Like you might have a moon sign that's in a fire sign, or it might be in Scorpio. And it might just be that like sometimes when you do get into your emotions, they can be very, very big and they can be very like bold and bright and like fiery. And I think that your person also has that too. So I wouldn't be surprised if you both had fire moons. But with that, like, yeah, that can cause some discord. But I think that also causes a lot of passion inside of the relationship, which is very, very beautiful because it just means that even though this relationship is super grounded and prosperous and blessed, like, you still have that spark there. And I think that spark will never go away because I think both of you have that spark inside of yourselves. And wherever those sparks are in your chart, I think they probably play off each other really, really well. And that's why there's going to be a lot of passion, which I kind of harken back to like that whole fertilities thing. Like,
I was just going to say the same thing. Fertility, a wink.
Yeah, like I think that again, like, you know, sometimes those fights might lead to more passionate endings. Like, and it may just be that like that's just, you know, that's just part of your relationship. And I think that that's a very beautiful thing because I think you'll be able to really open up and express not only like how you're feeling, like as far as like when one of you's upset, I think that you'll both be able to really express your passions to each other and get excited by each other's energy because I think you'll have a similar way of communicating that passion. And I think that that's very, very beautiful. And then as far as like your 10th house goes, I think that the whole point is that this long-term relationship that you're in is very grounded, and that's why it's able to bring you so much stability. So you're going to be able to use that emotional passion, like burning fire, to produce new things into this world, whether that be through like business, finances, your reputation changing, bringing like enough stability to each other and enough fire to each other that like you can build, you know, whatever it may be that you're trying to do. Like, I think it's right that you'll probably work together. You might not have the same job and you might not both do the same thing, but I think that you'll bring a lot to the table for each other's lives in that respect because Taurus is very highly regarded in this reading. And I feel like that's just going to say that your values are going to line up and they're going to shift and change with each other. And I think that's really beautiful because that's what grows that foundation is the shifting and the changing at the same points and really like walking side by side and having the same vision and having the same wants and desires and stuff. Like, I feel like that's, you're going to be on the same page, even though you're very different people.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that 100%. All right, guys. So we're gonna have these here. But I'm dying for a secret. The devil's in the details. What you're gonna feel. Oh, that song. It's called Peace by Taylor Swift. I was trying to remember. Okay, guys. So now let's move on to your tarot, which is going to tell us a little bit about your love story, how you guys are going to come together, and details like that. I mean, at least what Spirit will tell us. And, ooh, okay. Strength. Of the Tower, and then followed by the King of Cups. The Seven of Swords. I'm already kind of getting a little bit of a story here. Oh, how cute! The Queen of Cups. That's so soft. And then they said to take the bottom of the deck, and that is the Star. So beautiful story, first of all. What I want to say about this love story right away off the bat is that the first thing that I got is that I think that like strength here. So I think when you guys meet each other and we have the Tower, like it's going to be kind of like you're both going to be in your power, kind of like I see these two mountains in the back. And to me, like this is spirit being up there, like tee, and you guys are these two mountains, and you're just gonna suddenly kind of like collide, you know? It just made me think of that song "Collide" by Howie Day now, but you guys are just kind of collide and be like, what? And it's gonna kind of rock your guys' world, because this doesn't feel like something terrible or tragic happens in your life and then you meet them. Like this feels like they come into your world, like Bekah was talking about, and they just kind of bumble in and you're like, whoa, like I wasn't expecting to meet this person, and it's gonna be like I feel so drawn to them. And then we have the King of Cups here, so like again, I feel like the person that was over here, you know, this is you, like you have your cup and you're ready to like go and like fill her chalice, or you know, and again, gender is neutral here because this is just energies, but you know, you're ready to go fill this person's chalice. But I see this here and I almost feel like this is, again, this could be on either side, but I was feeling like a little bit of not deception from either of you, but almost like that you both think that this is too good to be true. Like there's no way this person's gonna like me back. There's no way I could like them. Like it could be like a little bit of that push and pull of like the flirting, but then pulling back because, oh no, like what if I say my feelings and I get hurt? Like, you know, but it's not anything like crazy. It's just that like that little bit of like that self-doubt. You know, that's what I get from the Seven of Swords. I don't feel like, you know, like, oh, I stabbed you in the back or like anything like that. If there is deception, it could be in the sense of like that one of you is a little bit shy to approach as yourself at first. And maybe like if you guys do, like for some of you, maybe meet online first, you might go under an alias at first, or they might go under an alias at first. And then you find out like the truth and you're like, oh my gosh, like this is the person that I always wanted to be with. And so, you know, with the Star here, like this to me, even though this isn't a wish fulfillment card, well, first of all, this is Aquarius, so that could be an important symbol for some of you guys. But this gives me like, this is hope. Like this person is everything you've hoped for. This is both everything that you both have hoped for. There's so much love and care in this connection, like, and it is very divinely guided. Like to me, the stars align so that you guys could meet. It's very, very soft.
Mm-hmm. And I definitely agree with all of that. Like I feel like it's been a long journey for your partner. Like I feel like that's kind of like there's so much like waiting and patience, but I think that both of you have been learning over, you know, however long, the past few years or more, that like how to really sit in your power and to really honor your emotions and to honor how you feel and your boundaries. And like I think that this just shows, like with the two very mature emotional parts of the couple, because you have the King and the Queen of Cups, like it just shows that you both are very balanced and you're both very ready for this relationship. And like there's no worry about like one person overtaking the other, or like having to, you know, give up their boundaries, or like one person being quote unquote more healed than the other. Like I think that you both have had very long journeys to get to this point and are both in a place now where you can walk that line together and like walk side by side because you both have that maturity.
Mm-hmm. So they asked me while Bekah was talking to take the bottom three cards just as kind of like a conclusion. So I was like, okay, you don't want me to shuffle? And they said, nope, bottom three. So I just took the last three and I laughed because I saw the Fool when I flipped over the deck, but I didn't know it was under it. So I just took the next two, and you have the Six of Wands and the Lovers, which is great. Because for me, this is, again, we had that new beginnings card. This is that new beginnings that you guys are going to have together, and it's going to be a victory. Like, you guys, we talked about you guys might have a business, like it might even become a well-known business that brings you guys recognition. Or for me, this also feels like you guys are going to recognize what's special in each of you, and you're going to feel seen and heard and loved by your partner, which is just so beautiful. And then you have the Lovers, which again is that balance, is that, you know, like you can see the two little flamingos have their little feet up, like their one little foot up, and they're matching, they balance each other, they meet in the middle. And then look, you even have the little mountains back there again, and now a little palm tree has sprouted. So it's like they started building their foundation together, which is so cute.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And I'm getting some channeled messages for you guys still. So we'll come back to that. So you got Egypt Aristocats, which specifically the rah 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 boom da part of Aristocats came through. So I don't really know why. Batteries, helping someone jump their car. The song Belief by Gavin DeGraw, which then of course went to the song Chariot by Gavin DeGraw, which are both great songs. Art, museum dates, coffee, the song Cold Coffee by Ed Sheeran. Exploring, Tiger's Eye, libraries, the History Channel, late night sweets, specifically donuts, bow ties, the numbers 31 and 4, which they both are 4 if you reduce 31. The song You Are So Beautiful by Joe Cocker, which is from the 1970s, and it's off of an album called I Can Stand a Little Rain, which I thought was really soft. And then there's a song from the movie Les Mis, and it's called A Little Fall of Rain, and that song is coming through. So rain weather might be significant for you in some way, shape, or form, but I think that it just kind of nods to the relationship that like you can stand a little rain, like you're going to be able to withstand anything. And like, you know, I think you both again are very understanding of each other's emotions, and I think that you'll be able to like weather the storms together, which is really soft.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's really cute. All those songs and all the rain. I love the rain, so like I'm a sucker.
There's a song called I Love the Rain the Most by Ron Pope, I think is who that one's. I don't know who it's by. If you look up I Love the Rain the Most, it'll come up. It's probably right by Ron Pope, but I'm not 100% sure.
Valid. So this is our little grid that we made here, and this is just going to tell us like when the charms and stuff will give us more details. So we have kind of like what your meet cute will be like, meeting each other, what falling in love will be like, the tea/the drama, because in every K-drama there's always, you know, the angst, and then you have like the happy ending, like how things will end up. So
for those of you who haven't seen a K-drama, they're not as dramatic as telenovelas. they're dramatic, but they're not like that. So like the tea drama is kind of mild compared to that, just in case you were wondering.
Yeah. No, you're not gonna go into this and like your best friend like had your baby but then switched you with another baby and then like stabbed your uncle in the neck, you know, and you're friends with her like a season later. So it's not like that. I would say K-dramas are a little more grounded in that, like, even in the fantasy ones, you could kind of almost see how that could happen. You could be like, oh, okay, like. On the grid. Seems like out. And then we also have the stickers, which I will do on top of that as well. And then we'll see Rennie's fall.
Okay. So these are the last channeled messages that I got, because we're going to just not do them after we start going through the charms and stuff. But you have smell is very important to this relationship. So like, hey, your partner or your hair or both of your hair smells good. Take time for self-care. So like both of you tend to be very good with like, you know, taking showers and like putting on lotions and doing face masks, like taking warm baths with like essential oils. Like you guys are really good about taking care of your body and like your like self-care needs. Roses, like the smell of roses, warm smells. So things like lang lang and patchouli and like sandalwood, like those kind of scents are really good for you guys. Candles and then incense is really good for you guys as well. So I imagine when you guys have a home, it'll probably smell really good all the time.
That's cute.
Yeah, those are your messages.
Okay, look at this happy ending already. We'll get to that, but dang.
Aww. If you haven't heard Cold Coffee, it's still stuck in my head even after channeling all those other songs, so you should listen to it.
Okay, we got a lot to cover here. But yeah, Cold Coffee's a great song. Okay, so we're gonna start here. With this being kind of on the outskirts here, some of you might meet at a friend's wedding. That's kind of what I'm getting from this. Or if it's not a wedding, it could be some type of event. I also feel like baby shower from this, because baby showers can kind of be co-ed now, or again, if you're in a same-sex relationship, could be like that, or it could be a kid's birthday party. It just feels like some potential like event you guys could meet at, maybe even a friend's birthday party or an engagement party or just something like that. Then you have here, this is the meet cute. It feels like you'll be very smitten right away, like with this like cuteness, because there's just like this tenderness of like giving flowers and like a little kiss on the forehead. It could even be a blind date, like your friends could be setting you up on a blind date, like something like that. There's a little kitty that was out here on the outskirts. So I almost feel like that could be something like maybe you guys get a cat together, or you meet somehow because of a cat. Like if you both volunteered in an animal shelter, another little animal here. I almost feel like this is your guides again, looking over it, see, with a little wink, like, tee, we're putting this together. Like, you might even have a cat familiar, or one of you does, that's like helping you and is gonna like give you a nod that this is the right person. With the octopus here on the outside of the meet cute, again, I almost feel like you'll be kind of juggling a lot of things in life, kind of busy, and you won't be expecting this to kind of bump, which is why you might be smitten right away, because it might catch you off guard, which is a very sweet little meet cute, if you ask me. It's super cute. So then when we have over here with falling in love, we have these guys that looks like they're kind of professional. So again, could be a work setting. It could even be like we said, that you meet at like an event or something like that, and then you guys start up that business together. So you start working together, and then this is like where you start to fall in love, because you could be smitten, but it might not pan out, you know what I mean, right away. Like, but it could for some of you. But regardless, this could be you guys starting your business together or working together. Then we have like this very sweet, so like springtime could be important with the cherry blossoms here. You guys might fall in love in the spring or meet in the spring. It's very tender, very soft. You guys will have a lot of good days together. It says best date ever, and it's Rapunzel. Then you also had this little charm that says go for it. Yeah, so like when you guys meet and you guys really like, again, because it's out here, it feels like a message from your guides kind of more so, to like they're going to tell you to go for it, and so you totally should in asking that person out. The key fell in between like the T and in love, and so this could even be like maybe you guys will have a debate, because key makes me think of like moving in together, but also like key to your heart, because you have this little lock out here. So it's almost like there could be one of you that's resistant to opening up, and that could create some tension or drama a little bit in the relationship, you know, which I think you guys will get through, but it could create some. This could also be about like maybe you want them to move in, they don't want to move in yet. It could be that like it's long distance, so like it would be take a big move to come together. There's lots of things that this could mean, but overall, like I feel like because it was like in the falling in love, and here like it could be like, and part of the T, it could be that like to make the relationship work, you know, it could be stressful that one of you has to move far away, or you know, one of you gets a job opportunity which requires you then to move, so the other one has to decide if they want to come with. But I think overall, like you'll support each other, because we have this like very tender here through that decision, and guide each other through it. And you know, you have to be able to both of you speak up for what you want, because we have the throat chakra here, little charm on the outside that's saying like, hey, make sure you speak up for yourself, make sure you say what you need to say, because that's really important. And then on the outside here we have Moonchild. So the moon could be important for you guys in this relationship. This could also be about Junie's song, Moonchild. And then like I said, we have the lock. And then because you have the key, I feel like you guys will be able to open up this lock together. I almost feel like, again, because it's on the outside and I'm kind of taking that as messages from your guides more than anything, they're saying like, you're finally ready to like unlock this chapter here together. Like you're going to have the key to unlock this new chapter together and this happy ending. And then with the buffalo, that could be an animal that's important for you. So you could look up the buffalo, and that could be helpful for you. I believe the buffalo means prosperity.
Yeah,
if I remember
abundance.
correctly. Abundance. So you guys could again have that, like your guide just saying like, hey, this is your abundance. Like this is your buffalo, right? This is your, you guys are going to find each other. And it says the ocean connects us. So for some of you, it could be long distance because the ocean connects you guys. Like you guys might live in completely different countries, and that, you know, the way you're connected is by ocean to ocean, which is really cute. I like that. Maybe that's a little hint for you guys. And then you have the little carriage. So this is like your, you know, for me, this is your guide saying like, hey, this is you getting into your carriage. This is your person. This is the long commitment that you're going to be with for a long time. Like, you know, you're going to ride off into that little sunset together. And then getting into the last section here, we have, this is Beauty and the Beast. It's kind of a little bit hard to see, but it's the little coin. So again, lots of Disney references. So you guys could both really enjoy Disney. Over here we have Chini. So this could maybe even be a hint at like what your person could look like. They might have a casual style like this, or this could be your style. You guys could be comfortable with each other. This could even be like potentially like for some of you, like you guys might have a little son that could be in your happy ending. That's kind of what I get from that. Obviously it looks like you guys will get married with a little panda proposing. Then we have here, it's a little kitty. I can't see. I think it's just a kitty. Yeah, it's really cute. So you guys could even get a little kitty together, like if you don't want kids. And we had that kitty there, so maybe another kitty will come into your life. Instagram. So to me, this is like a lot of photo op. This is about memories, a lot of photo op moments, but it could be about like, if you guys have an online business, it could be, you know, doing well, like via Instagram. And you got the little money pouch. So that's nice to know if you're someone who gets worried about finances. Spirit wants you to know that you guys will be covered financially. You won't worry too much. You guys will be well off. So I love those messages. I think that's very cute.
Yes, I think so too.
All right. And of course, you guys, every pile will be getting different charms and stickers. So I will be taking these. I really loved this little grid part. It was very cute. It was, all right. And now our other favorite part, we're going to get into these. So we have channeled messages, and then we have these oracles that we made, which have different dramas on them. So we will shuffle them, and you guys will get 5 per pile, and they'll be different per pile, of course. And then you will get 2 channeled messages ones. So I think I'll start with channeled messages, and then we'll end with your K-drama love story for some more confirmation here. Just give me 1 second to put these charms and stickers in here. Okay. All right. So channel messages. So these are messages that I channeled, and we will see if they match anything that we've already gotten. If it gives me new confirmation. Okay, there's one. If you could give me one more.
The fairy inside of me is seeing those sparkly ones, and I'm like, ooh, pretty.
Yeah, you're like, ooh, sparkles. Yeah, I ran out of red paper, so I had to get 2 sparkly papers. So I was like, okay, well, there are 2 special sparkly ones. Okay.
You guys might be easily distracted by things like glitter and like shiny things like I am.
Valid. Okay. Okay. Oh, actually, I wanted to open it this way. Oh, I like this one. So you guys got, so each, I channeled a crystal for each one because they told me to. So you guys got Angelite. And so it says Pocahontas, pillow forts. I thought that said pillow farts. And I was like, that's gross. Why did you channel that? Maybe pillow farts for some of you. bunnies, self-care dates, heart chakra opening. You have waited a long time, but you still won't see this coming. They have a smile that will make you weak. Whales, dolphins, Eiffel Tower, slow dancing, finger paints, childlike wonder, and love.
Yep, there's some confirmation in there.
Yep. And then you have, oh, I'm so glad that this group got this one. Okay. So it says Sapphire and Ruby. This one got 2 crystals. Only group that got 2 crystals, so feel special. Get jewelry with those stones, sing a ring. So for some of you, like if you're going to be the one proposing, maybe that's kind of the ring you'll go for. Who knows? Tear in My Heart by 21 Pilots, Fire Signs and Earth Signs, Coffee Cake, Twin Souls, May and November. And then I also got the little, you can see I drew it here. It's kind of hard to see. I'll try my best, but the little Deathly Hollow symbol that just came into my head, so I drew it. Shooting Star, Green Eyes, Kites, Mixtape, 80s movies, penguins, online communication first, and then They Admire You.
That's so soft.
Right? I was like, oh, there's tons of confirmation in that. So cute.
Yes, tons. Like even like the jewelry stuff that I channeled earlier goes right with that.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna stick a little sticky tape there so they don't fly away. There we go. It's February, but it's very hot here today in California, so I'm sorry I have the fan on, so that's why you'll see that stuff kind of blowing over a little bit.
It's not hot here in the middle of the country.
Oh, it is over here.
I think it's like 50 degrees though, so it's pretty nice out.
Okay, so you got that one.
Cute. I love that movie. I called it a movie. I love that show.
The Heirs thing.
I saw Tomorrow with You Flip Out, and I wanted to mention that the songs from that are really beautiful. So if you're somebody who really likes soundtracks, I highly recommend listening to the soundtrack for that show because it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a great soundtrack. A great show in general. Okay, Startup.
Cute.
Okay, 2 more. Oh, no, too many. Too many.
That's the whole pile.
No, you can't have all of them. Only 5, please. Now I have Tear in My Heart stuck in my head.
That's a great song.
Oh.
So Tear in My Heart, I've been obsessed with 21 Pilots for a very, very long time. And the song Tear in My Heart is actually about his wife. And it's basically talking about how he loves her, and like he's like, she basically can get to the parts of him that like other people never have been able to. And like, it kind of drives him crazy. And like how she always keeps him on like the right track. It's a super soft song. When you like watch the music video though, the music video is like not that soft. but the song itself is super soft. And actually it's funny because we're doing a K-drama reading, and that song at the beginning of it, they say annyeonghaseyo, which is hello in Korean. So that's just a fun little tidbit for you guys. So that might be important for some reason. But that song is beautiful. And like, I don't know if you, obviously I don't know anybody like on our channel, like if any of you watching know much about 21 Pilots, but Tyler, who's the lead singer and the one that writes most of their song lyrics, he is married and they're actually having their 2nd child, and like their love story is super soft. So I highly recommend you kind of look up and see what you can find about it, because it's very beautiful.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that as well. So you did have your 5, because those last 2 did fall out, and so I had put Tomorrow with You back just because they told me to, but it is at the bottom of the deck, so I am going to read the quote for you just as an extra little bonus, but I will not be reading the back. So if you pick another pile and it comes out for you, then it was meant for you, and for those of you, just the quote is what you needed to hear. Okay, so it says, I've never calculated profit or loss. All I wanted is to be the person that is closest to you. I didn't need anything else. All I wanted was you.
There's a song called All I Wanted Was You by Paramore that's popped into my head. So that might be important.
That's soft. Okay. So your dramas, which we highly recommend you watch all these dramas, but We have Hometown Cha-Cha-Cha, The Heirs, Startup, Hotel de Luna, and True Beauty. So I'm going to just grab them all and we'll start one at a time. So here we have Hometown Cha-Cha-Cha, and I'll read the quote and then I will read the back for you guys. And we have 2 pairs of shoes by the door, 2 toothbrushes in the bathroom, and 2 aprons in the kitchen, which is funny because Bekah talked about cooking. Everything will be in pairs in a house where we keep those. Will you enjoy today, tomorrow, and all of your time with me? That's very. And so then the back of like your love story. So again, this could be how things start out for you guys. You guys might find some confirmation in here. Frenemies at first and annoy each other. Opposites attract. One really laid back and the other very uptight. One from the city moves to a small town. Hey, I couldn't make that up. That came in the charms. Helps each other heal and bond from their past. One in the medical field and one does odd jobs. Slow burn relationships, sweet and respectable to one another. Both give love through acts of service. OST, which could be a song for you guys, is Romantic Sunday by Car the Garden.
That song is an earworm, and you will find yourself like having it pop into your head randomly, and it starts out with like it's just like la 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 la. So like you'll just have to go hear it because I don't want it to be stuck in my head, so I'm not going to sing it. But it's an earworm.
I got it stuck in my head. Okay, start up. Why do you like me? Do I need a reason? I just like you. I don't need a reason to like you because it's you. You're the reason.
Cute.
This is very cute. And it says, your love story may not be who they say they are at first. Meet by fate / chance. Could be teammates or co-workers. May consider each other their dream. Rainbows equals wishes granted. Power couple. May sail off without a map together, and that's in quotes up here on there because that's the thing that they talk about in the drama. So if you watch it, you'll know. Consider each other to be equals. One partner may have big hands that the other one likes. Supports each other 100%. OST is Future by Red Velvet.
Now I want red velvet cake.
Oh, it sounds so good. But yes, I actually really loved because we had that thing about not being who they say they are at first, potentially. And then we had, what was it? There was something else in here that was confirmation for you guys. So I love that because I like that these are matching up. Then we have here the heirs. When we held our hands amidst the crowd of people, we were using our bones, muscles, and blood vessels to not lose grip. What else is there in love except for the fact that I couldn't let go of that hand? And then it says, your love story, one rich, one poor, may meet in California. One may be in a relationship or have an arranged engagement at first, in quotes. Forbidden love and secret dating. One may take care of their family. Dream catchers. Can get through anything together and supports each other. Lots of gentle touches. Will face the world together. Won't give up on each other. One party may be oblivious that the other likes them at first. And OST is Love is the Moment by Changmin. This song is an earworm. This is an older drama from 2013, and you'll find, Bekah and I were talking about this, that older dramas have these like big, huge like ballads or like earworm songs that get stuck in your head, and they're like the whole theme of the whole drama. I think OSTs have come a long way, and personally I find them a lot better now, but these are still good. And this song, this just like as much as you hear it, you'll almost kind of giggle after a little while because it'll be like this scene and then they'll be playing like this song that's like love is the moment in the background.
Also with the heirs, the quote, whoever wears the crown bears the crown, is actually from, well, I mean, it's not from that originally, but that's said a lot in that movie. I keep calling them movies. In that show, they're like super long movies if they were movies, but in that show they say that quote a lot, and that might be significant because I know that we said that you are someone who's very, very hardworking and like very stable, grounded, like, and there's a lot about like reputation and like finances and hard work, and like that's that energy, so I wanted to mention it.
Mm-hmm. And then we have here Hotel de Luna, and so it says, Someday, if we reunite in some life far down the road, I hope to always be with you. We will dream together, holding each other in our gazes, embrace each other, laugh together as we live happily ever after. Then it says, your love story is a Nuna romance. So Nuna romance would be that potentially, if this is a male-female relationship, or just one of you is going to be older than the other one, more than likely it could be the feminine in the relationship. Again, take that as energies more than genders, but just so you know. Co-workers, mischievous to each other at first. We talked about that little Mars, that bickering that could come. May dream of each other, past life connection, shopping dates. One or both may get cutely jealous. Helps each other open to love, playful couple, one more closed off when they first meet, but then softens. Are each other's cup of tea, and again, that's in quotes because that is a thing in the drama. But yeah, so also you guys might enjoy tea together. OST is All About You by Taeyeon, and then there's also Can You See My Heart by Highs. This one had two that I wrote down. And then last but not least, you have True Beauty, which says, no matter how you look, you're always you. And then, which is cute because we had the person who was the ugly duckling. So you might have someone who might have like really worked hard to like really feel their self-worth. And you guys might tell them like, you know, no matter what, it doesn't matter what you look like to me or anything you've been through or your past, because you're always you, which is really soft. Your love story, it says, beauty is more than skin deep. Similar tastes and hobbies may be each other's first loves, can be silly and goofy with each other, very innocent and honest love, encourage each other's passions, build each other up and support each other through hard times, make each other stronger, classmates, maybe long distance or in separation, come back together even better. OST is Starlight by Channy from SF9. So cute. Well, that is everything that we have for you guys. This was a big boy reading. We hope you enjoyed it and that you loved it. We just love doing these. I'm such a big fan of doing these. I'll put your little cat here as we wrap up. Thank you so much for coming. We want to thank your guides and our guides for providing us with these amazing messages. And please check out these dramas or at least some of the songs. We highly recommend. They're great. And yeah, if you want to follow us on social media, all that will be below. We have Instagram, we have TikTok, we have all the social medias you could think of. We're mostly active on Instagram out of all of them, if I'm being honest. Kind of still getting into the swing, back into the swing of TikTok, haven't quite done it yet. We are going to be starting a podcast soon, so be looking out for that. We'll be making announcements when we do that. And yeah, please subscribe, like, and share this with a friend, or that really helps us out a lot. And yeah, we will see you guys next time. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a happy Valentine's Day.
Bye, guys.
Hi, guys. If you picked this pile, then excuse me, Bekah just had to clear her throat and I had to clear mine. So first and foremost, throat chakra. Drink some water, have some tea, take care of your throats, guys. Second, I was going to say, if you picked this pile, this is pile 2. You picked this cute little No Bunny Loves You like I do. Super cute little bunny. I'm going to move that guy over here. But before we get started, I just wanted to say that, first of all, this is a timeless reading. So anytime you watch this, even though we are filming it for Valentine's Day, it is meant for you. If you find it, definitely watch it, pay attention to it, love it, all the things. It's totally cool. If you, like I said, find it any day, doesn't matter. It's timeless. So no matter when, even if it's 5 years from now, if it stumbles, he was meant for you. So know that, and also know that, we do our messages to give you guys lots of confirmation to make sure that you guys, feel heard and seen. But if you stumble across messages that don't sit right with you, please always trust your intuition over what we say. because that is always the most important thing and it's going to be the most accurate for you. And if it feels like the message isn't relating at all, then it's okay. Maybe try another pile. And if not, then, try another reading of ours. But yeah, we just want to make sure that everybody knows that we never mean any harm. Our readings are never meant to upset you or make you feel, we want our readings to make people feel good, to give them confirmation. Like, yes, sometimes there's going to be those messages, that there are things that you need to hear, but we never want it to feel like you're being attacked or like it hurts or that, like you shouldn't leave our reading like bawling your eyes out is basically what I'm saying. So like, unless it's for a good reason, because like you're so happy, then that's fine. But just basically take care of yourselves, use your discretion. And yeah, with that, we're gonna dive into hear about you and your person. This is like, again, your K-drama love story. So kind of about like which K-dramas kind of pertain to your love story, which we'll get to that at the end. Again, we have lots of fun stuff for you. So get comfy and cozy. We are going to be diving in kind of with like our first kind of like vibe check. So as we're reading it, it will be like your energy is over here and your person is over there. I'm going to be reading this side. Bekah will be reading this side for this pile. And I'm trying to think. I think that's it. Yeah, so I think those are all the messages we have for you. If this vibe check doesn't feel like you, then we encourage you to pick another pile. We also encourage you to cross watch if you'd like. And yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and get started. Okay.
So I have quite a bit, again, with the clearing of the throat chakra, guys. I have quite a bit of channeled messages that have come through already. So I'm going to get into them while she shuffles. So we have Carrots, Bunnies, Chapstick, 24 Karat Magic by Bruno Mars, Tea Lights, Writing Letters, Wax Seals, which I don't know about you guys, but there's been a lot of stuff on like TikTok lately about like people making like wax seals, and it's like fascinating to watch. But anyways, wax seals. White T-shirt, the song Toothbrush by DNCE, Disco Balls, Wonderwall by Oasis, England, Red Phone Box, Doctor Who, wrapping paper, surfing, snorkeling, wetsuits, seals like the animals, penguins, apples, cancer placements, dreaming, the song Like I Do by David Guetta, Martin Garrix, and Brooks, aftershave, a natural skincare line. I specifically saw like these bottles that looked kind of like a yellowish color, like an amber kind of tone. Apple cider vinegar. Those are what came through so far. Some of you might be like formulating your own skincare line or something, which is really cool. If you are, let us know. We'll check it out.
Yeah, totally will. I found the wax seal thing you said funny because I didn't put it in this particular batch of charms that I picked out, like that I put in here, but I know I have one, so I wanted to grab it. But... Please hold. Sorry, guys. It seems important.
For some reason, like the idea of doing like a chocolate seal, like putting like I obviously you wouldn't put it on paper, but like making like a wax seal out of chocolate instead of wax, for some reason that popped into my head. So maybe some of you are chocolatiers, which would be really cool. We will buy your chocolate.
Tell us, because I will eat that chocolate.
We will buy your chocolates.
I swore that maybe I did put it in the charm bucket. I tried to look, but I didn't see it. I know I have it because I was thinking, I was like, oh, look, a wax seal. That's so cute. Yesterday when I saw it in there. I was like, I forgot I had a wax seal. Yes, here it is. Okay. I'm not crazy. It was in the charm bucket. So
Yes.
it comes out for you guys. That'll be interesting. Anyway, sorry. Kind of a delay there for you guys. But it seemed very important for me to show you the wax seal that Bekah channeled. Which she did not know I had that wax seal, by the way.
I did not.
Okay. Sorry. I'm just gonna keep on shuffling here.
I feel like somebody that's watching this is very meticulous with cleaning, and you're the person that the apple cider vinegar thing is for. If you haven't tried it yet, there's a lot of really like good cleaning things you can do with apple cider vinegar. So that's a tip for somebody. I don't know who, but
it's funny because I was thinking about apple cider vinegar today before the reading because I was looking at something and I was like, you know what would be really good for this right now? I was like, apple cider cures everything. I was like, I just need some apple cider vinegar and I bet you that stain will come out. So it's very funny that you're saying that. I was probably channeling this pile of energy because I'm not like the most meticulous about cleaning. So
I'm a Virgo, but like I too am not the most meticulous about cleaning. I just know a lot about it.
Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna read the animal cards while she shuffles too. So the side on the left we've been reading as you, like the viewer, and then the side on the right we've been reading as the person, like your person. But obviously if these sound like they're reversed, then just reverse them. And then of course if they don't sound like you at all, then just, you know, maybe it's not your pile, or maybe you want to pick one of the other ones. I don't know. But I'm gonna read the panda first, which is your side. Again, with the clearing of the throat, I'm so sorry. Okay, panda is tranquility, yin and yang, and zen. And it says, in a state of zen, the panda likes nothing more than to chew on bamboo, nourishing itself with proper nutrients and easing into the comfort of the moment. The panda shows that you don't need to live in excess and the bare minimum will suffice. Removing complexity could lead to greater joy. In other words, keep it simple. The black and white fur of the panda indicates contrast, the duality of yin and yang, the integration of both feminine and masculine energies. No matter what gender you are, these energies exist in all of us, and by tapping into them, we learn to balance these parts of ourselves to become whole. The hard edges of black against white also underscore the importance of placing boundaries, especially with yourself. Have you been acting from a place of integrity? Resolve the inner conflict and instill peace by aligning your actions with your values, which is hilarious because a lot of this, Laina and I just had a conversation before we started this pile where a lot of this came into play. So we've been channeling your energy for a hot minute. And then the other side, so your partner side, that's the chameleon, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me go find the chameleon. That's the camel. That's not it. There we go. Okay, so the chameleon is versatility, incognito, and camouflage, which is hilarious to me. We can talk about that in a second as far as like the duality in the relationship. But the chameleon can camouflage itself, choosing to stand out loud and proud or fade into the background. Highly sensitive to the environment, with its help, you may be able to pick up the energy of whatever room you're in. Follow your instincts. You can discern when to show off your talents and when to hide them. Sometimes it's best to go incognito until you're ready to reveal your work in progress. You're constantly moving and there is never a still moment for you. The chameleon can guide you through wild shifts as you confidently step into the spotlight one moment and feel insecure and withdrawn the next. The chameleon asks that you embrace these parts of yourself and accept each moment for what it is, a fleeting passage of time. The chameleon is awakening your intuition, the part of you that moves with knowing. Soak up information through your senses and lay your analytical mind to rest.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me dive in over here for this person, and then, like I said, we'll have Bekah do the other side. And then in the center, these are just cards that popped out, that Spirit told me to put in the center. So for you guys, we have your energy right now. You're kind of in like this 9 of coins energy, which is great because it means that like right now, because the 9 of coins tends to be like when you're living in that like luxury. It's like I said, it's so funny because we were just talking about this. We were talking about like, you know, I think that you guys have really put in the hard work and now you're in a place where you feel really financially stable. So it's not just like, oh, I have these like it's not like luxury in the sense of like, I don't feel like you guys are like overspending and overindulging. It feels very healthy in the sense of like, now you have the money and the funds for those little extras, like those little things that make you feel good. And if you don't yet, I feel like it's very much coming for you, and you're like going to feel a lot more stable. You also have endurance here, because I think you guys have endured a lot, and you've, you know, built that strong foundation, and that's why you can see like this is all being lifted up, and there's love put into it. And you know, a lot of like these eyes make me think of like spirit guides that are watching and helping to lift you up and making sure that things go well. And then, you know, like we've already, Bekah really touched on the, you know, panda here, like reading it from the book. I think you guys do have that like strong kind of like balance coming in for you guys, and you're learning to kind of balance this part of you. And the only thing here that I see of like concern for you guys is like the regret, maybe on opportunities you didn't take, or things that, you know, like came up that like you regret, or maybe you're like thinking like, oh, if I would have started this earlier, then I'd be so much better off. Like, and you know, spirit saying like, don't worry about that, because you have like, look at how beautiful like these flowers are blooming, look at how much you have growing for you, and like you have this beautiful stuff. So like there's no time to live in regret. Like you don't deserve that for yourself, and it's okay to like let this go and to breathe and to know that you're doing your best. And like, look at how much you're blossoming and blooming, and like there's so much here, like with like these beautiful like flowers. The panda has his little bamboo, like it feels very calming, very just like, you know, very peaceful, and you should allow yourself that peace. So don't be pushing yourself and saying like, oh, like I need to work harder because I don't want to, you know, be the one that like makes a mistake and loses everything. That's kind of the energy that I feel. And spirit saying like, no, like live, revel in the fact that you're successful right now. Because yes, there are going to be highs and lows like always, but let yourself accept this high and be proud of yourself for what you've done. Don't take this as a reason to like, okay, well, I have to work harder so I make sure that there's nothing I regret. Spirit saying like, no, slow down, be in the moment, enjoy this time, love this time, because you know you deserve it. You've done all these amazing, wonderful things, and you deserve to kind of bask in this glory. Like I see this again as like, you know, you started maybe in like this little teeny tiny house, and like now like you have like a good, you know, little foundation that was just you, and you had all this work to do, and look, like you made it over that hill, and now you have this beautiful home, this foundation that you built. And whether this is actual physical house to like a smaller house to a bigger house, which good for you if you did, or it's just metaphorical in the sense of the work you did, like you deserve to be proud of that. You endured, and you don't have anything to regret, because your past makes you, you know, who you are. And like you're, you know, so like this feels like such a beautiful, soft, like, you know, loving energy, and you deserve to, you know, be proud of yourself for that.
Yes, I definitely agree. I think that there's a lot of beauty in that side as far as like the balance and like I think like sometimes even if you feel kind of off balance, I think you're a lot more balanced than you think you are. But I'm going to go on to the other side. So you have the Three of Wands, the Chameleon, abundance, and then is that security?
Yes.
Okay. And then you have security, which is really cute because it's like a little heart in a nest. And I think that this person, like whether this is you or your person, we're going to read it as your person. I think that this person is on a very big journey right now. And I feel like almost like this person is waiting for you, but not in the sense of like they put everything on hold for you. Like I feel very much like they kind of are able to compartmentalize in the sense of I think that they're working on their bag, they're working on their life, they're working on like, you know, making their abundance and in working with their energy. And I think it's somebody that's very, very versatile and is very good at adapting and changing and shifting. But I think they're also someone who's very secure. And I think that they're currently like abundant in a lot of different ways. And I'm not meaning like just financially abundant. I think the most abundance that this person has, like the more that they're focusing on is like their security and like within themselves. And I feel like they have like an abundance of love, an abundance of passion, an abundance of like creativity and like stability. And I think that they've cultivated a lot of stuff and they're able to kind of like shift shift through all of those energies when they need them. So like with the chameleon, it's very adaptable and it's very good at like shifting and changing. And like, you know, I think that wherever this person goes, like they can light up a room and they can make the energy shift and they can, you know, kind of sense how everybody else is doing. And I think that there's somebody who helps others learn how to adapt and how to shift and grow. I wouldn't be surprised if there's somebody who is on a public platform, like maybe they speak to other people, or maybe they're like a therapist. It could be like a counselor. It could be somebody who is maybe higher up in like a company, like something where they're guiding other people by telling them, like, it's almost like they can shift their energy to match the other person's and help them through whatever situations they're in, or help them grow, or help them adapt, or help them change. And I think they have a lot of abundance in their energy in that way. Like they're able to really help other people and shift and grow. And I think that that's where their focus is right now. And I think that on the flip side of that, they also have it where even though that's their focus, they still are waiting for their person and they still are like wanting you to come in. But I think that they know that the more that they focus on like what they love and what they like to do, and you know, their bag and their career and their life and like how to make themselves feel good, like I feel like they're very focused on making themselves feel really great and like doing the things that are good for them, but they really still want their person, but it's not like in the forefront, which is a really soft energy to be in, because I think that it allows them to gracefully accept when you come in. And so I think that you're getting to the point now where you're kind of starting to get ready for this relationship, in the sense of you have your bag, you have your abundance, like you're able to do those little things for yourself. And if you're not, you're getting there. But like you're getting to that point where you're starting to match that energy. You're both at the point now where you have that abundance for yourself, whether that be financially, emotionally, mentally, whatever it is, that you both are at a place where you're understanding that, like, and I say this because I know, like, for me, I was in a place for a long time where money was kind of at the forefront, right? So it was very much like, how do I make more money? How do I, you know, what can I buy? Like, what can I do that would help me? And like, blah, 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 like very materialistic at times. And not in the sense of like you're shallow. It's just more of like I feel like there's a lot more focus for both of you right now on your actual stability, and not in the like, you don't depend on the finances to give that to you anymore. And I think that both of you have learned a lot of lessons in that sense of like understanding that your abundance doesn't come from money. It doesn't come from like what you own or what you know, what you can show to other people. Like, I think both of you are very much in the place of, we know that abundance comes from within us. And now that you're on the same page, I think you guys are actually pretty close to meeting each other, especially with the Empress coming out for both of you, because the Empress is a very like abundant, creative energy. And I think that this person, your person, is going to make you feel very secure, and it's going to allow you both to create this abundance together. And so I think that you'll just continually attract more and more and more abundance. And like I said, your person's like a chameleon. So when you meet them, they can help you with anything that might be, you know, like stressing you out, or that might, maybe you don't have confidence in, like they'll give you that energy. And I think it's fascinating because the panda talks about balancing like the feminine and the masculine. And I feel like you in this group have probably had a lot of times where you've had to accept, like, if you're a male, you've had to accept maybe that you have a lot of emotions, or that you know, have those feminine parts. And if you identify as a female, then you've had to accept like the more tough, like very practical like parts of yourself. And I think that is very interesting because the chameleon talks about like not thinking so practically, and like how being adaptable is important. So I think it's kind of fascinating, because I feel like anything that you haven't, you know, quite fully worked through yet, which you're not going to work through everything before you meet your person, you won't. But like once you meet, I think that you'll see the balance there, and you'll see that this person is able to come in and help you balance things. And I think that you'll also help this person be less like focused on stability and less focused on like the practical matters. And you'll allow them, like help them allow themselves to really open up to like the cup energy, like the emotions and the love. And I think that that's going to be where that big creative Empress energy comes in.
Mm-hmm. I agree with all of that 100%. It's very cute. The other thing I want to really point out before we move on is that the Empress is number 3, and you have 3 here. So with true love, so I get maybe 33 could be important for you guys. Also have 3 of Wands over here, so 3 could just be an important number in general for you guys.
And 3 is a very spiritual number as well. So
I also want to point out that this reminds me so much of Once, this whole card, because of the hearts and the song coming out of the heart, and Twoo Wub. I can never say it now without thinking of how Rumpel would say it to people. He'd be like, Twoo Wub. He'd be like making fun of them. But to me, like, you know, like Bekah was saying, you guys have this genuine true love that is coming in, and it is because both of you have, again, really done that work, and you're continuing to do that work, and I think you're both willing to do that work together, which is such a great energy to be in. And you know, you both, to me, it's kind of like your hearts both sing the same song, if that makes sense. Okay.
mm-hmm. So channel messages while Laina starts on the next cards. You have the song Black and White by Michael Jackson, Lungs, Knitting, No Day But Today from Rent, Satellite by Guster, which I haven't heard that song since I was in like high school. And that song is super cute because it's like, you're my satellite, super soft. Neon Lights, Late Night TV, Game Shows, Poker, Vegas, Forehead Kisses, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and Horses have all come through. There's a very wide variety of messages. So, you know, take what resonates.
Yes.
I think for some of you, you might have a tendency to overthink a lot. And I think something that would be really helpful for you is to kind of allow yourself to check out really late at night. Kind of like doing things that don't require your brain is really important, especially like right before you go to bed. Like a new nighttime routine might be really helpful for you if you find that you think a lot before you're going to bed, or like you keep yourself awake with thoughts. You know, making sure that you're disconnecting and maybe like reading a book or watching a show that doesn't require you to use your brain, or, you know, like winding down with, you know, a warm non-caffeinated tea and who knows, like a Sudoku puzzle or something. Like, I mean, I know that's using your brain, but it's disconnecting from like social media and the internet and all that stuff. And I think that for a lot of you, like detoxing at night before you go to sleep, and I don't mean like detox, I just mean like, you know, not being on social media, not checking your phone every 2 seconds, not, you know, doing things that require you to be connected to other people. Like, I think it's very important that you spend that time with yourself, like whether that be through meditation or just by doing something that that doesn't require you to be in your brain. I think is really, really helpful for you. And I think that could help a lot with your overthinking, because I think that, you know, for most people that overthink, because I do it too, the easiest way to get out of that is to spend some time breathing and doing something completely unrelated to what you're thinking about. And so reading a fantasy novel or a comic book, or, you know, watching a really funny show, like those late night TV shows, like you could really love those. Or maybe, you know, you do like game shows, and those can really get your brain away from like thinking about what you have to do, or like who you're waiting on contacting with, or what your next tasks are tomorrow. Like try to kind of let tomorrow be tomorrow, unless you have to like think about it. But like otherwise allow yourself to kind of disconnect from it until that day, because it's like that whole like 30 minutes to an hour before you go to sleep, it's so important to like clear your energy out so that you can get restful sleep. And I think paying attention to your dreams is also really important for this group. And I don't mean like, oh, what do you want to do with your life? I mean, like the dreams that you get have messages in them for you. Or they could be some way that your brain is trying to tell you what it needs, and not like, and that's like the only way it can get it through. So that might be really important for this group too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, cute. So I realized that I actually did your guys's reading a little different than I did the first one. After I put this back, I was like, oh, oops. So there you guys go. That's you guys have a little bit of a different start this time, which I mean, it's fine because you're still gonna get all the same cards and things. It's just a little different than the last group, which I was like, oh, interesting. I think maybe it's not. Maybe it just feels different. Philippines. Thailand. So these locations, they could be like places you guys might meet. They could be one of your guys' ethnicity. Just take them, you know, as they resonate for you. You guys got an extra one. What I'll put down here. At least I think you did. Okay. All right, so we're gonna get a couple traits for your person and for you. Again, kind of like a vibe check. So if this feels like you, then please, you know, that helps you. I definitely did these first in the last group, so sorry. A little different than group one, but that's okay. You guys are just a little special. Brave, loud. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna say that this one probably goes in the middle because it's its divine counterparts. Oh, we also have one here that's not away from me. We have shy. So again, kind of that duality that you guys seem to have. One more for this side, please. Nope. Okay, they also sent out past life connection, so they want that in the middle. Can I get one more for this side, please? Okay. And then we have dominance, lots of reds. Okay, and so
I feel like with this group, you have so much red because this group is very focused on like stability, which red is the color of the root chakra. And that is the chakra that talks about like stability, survival, like the very basic needs all come down to the root chakra when you're looking at like energy centers. So I think for this group, like you especially are somebody that is very, very focused on that stability, on that like foundation. And I think that if you don't already have a strong foundation, you will, because I feel like, you know, that just seems to be a place where you gravitate towards. And it's great to have a strong foundation, but I think that this other person that you're going to be with is one that tends to spend a lot more time in the upper chakras. So like a lot more time up in like their crown and their third eye and their throat chakra, and is very much like they might be a little more like air energy, like that, more up in the clouds, like able to really connect to like spirituality and connect to like their dreams and connect to like things that maybe aren't so practical, like. And I think they still have that practical side because I think that you guys will find that that's a part of you that's very similar. But I feel like the person that you're meant to be with is someone that has a lot more of that like lighter energy, and you might have more of that, like not heavier, but like more of that very grounded, like you're working on that foundation, you're working on that stability. And like I said, neither of you is going to be in a place where when you come together that you're both like fully healed. Like that's not possible. You can never be fully healed. But I think that you'll find that a lot of your energy as a couple comes from like that root, sacral, solar, like your lower chakras. But I think that together is when you'll start being able to bring in all of your like higher up stuff. So like all of your ideas and creativity and passions and stuff will really be able to be on display once you guys are together, and it'll kind of be like the gates open.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. Okay, whoa. They're trying to send out so many cards at once, and I'm like, no, just one at a time, please. Okay, so we have serendipity. Side, please. Okay, so they want this in the middle because it says chance encounter. And then can I have one for over here? Visionary. Okay, which makes sense to me about your person, just saying. Bottom of the deck says storybook romance, and they asked me to show it to you. So there you go. Okay. So a ton to dive into here. First of all, locations. So we have Philippines, Thailand, Africa, South Africa, and New Zealand. Again, these could be part of their heritage, where they're from, where there's family from. If you're on vacation, it could be a place you could meet. So then we have over here for you, we have the mask. We have love, we have serendipity, brave, loud, shy, and dominant. So if this feels like your energy, that is good, because this is, I hope that it still continues to feel like your energy. I have the book right here, so I am going to read the mask. But just off of intuition alone, I think it goes back to kind of like that same with the panda. You have kind of like those like duality sides of you, and maybe you've been learning to take off your mask and like fully step into who you are and what you like just who you are as a person, and not apologizing for it, because there's so much that we tend to hide from people because we're afraid of being vulnerable. But not only that, but we don't want people to see what's underneath because we're afraid of being rejected. And I feel like you guys have been learning to really love yourselves and to like actually just genuinely and authentically 100% be yourself, which is really soft. I'm trying to find the mask, but I guess maybe they said no, you already know. But I think that that's kind of like where you guys are at. And like Bekah was saying, like when you come together, like you're going to be able to, I think, truly 100% embrace those parts of you and really kind of accept exactly who you are, which is very cute. Here it is. Okay, sorry. Okay, so the mask, it says the persona, performance, the reveal. We often think of a mask as something that conceals our identity, yet contemplate the possibility that the mask permits our true identity to be revealed. It allows the mask, it allows. So it says the mask gives voice to that which was previously rejected. When this card appears, enact the side of you that is seeking expression, yet was never given a role to play on the stage of your life. You're in the realm of theater, so anything is possible. Speak with others, that throat chakra that we mentioned. Voice, speak with others' voice. Embody the other limbs you are taking part in the ritual of expanding the self. There may be mischief and deception around, and others may be trying on you masks too. No one is sure who is who. It's likely you've become so attached to a single mask that you need to fall face forward into this perception, bending time, trust it. So yeah, so for some of you, maybe you've been so good being stable and building your bag that you're a little bit afraid to bend to this new mask of wanting someone. And but the thing is that here, look, you have love here. Spirit sent this out for you. Aphrodite, I called to thee, bring true love to me. So maybe on the surface, you tell people like, oh no, I'm happy being single. I'm totally cool. I've got my bag. I've got this. I don't need no man. I don't need a lady. that's not for me. But Spirit is saying, look again. Underneath the mask, you do want love. You do want a person. You do want someone to spend your life with. And you have to be able to admit that for them to bring it to you. Because if you can't, and you're still saying like, no, I don't really want it, then Spirit's gonna be like, okay, you know, like, but they want to bring you this connection. And I think that like you really do want it. And so you have to be able to say like, yeah, I want love. I actually think it's okay for me to say that I want it. And it doesn't mean you have to like sit, you know, and pine or anything like that, but you can just admit it, even if it's just to yourself or to a close friend or like to your mother or your father or just someone, just to be like, yeah, you know, I've been thinking about it, and I know I've always said that like, oh, I don't want love, but actually I've been thinking about it, and I do really want love. And then with serendipity, I think lots of things are serendipitous in your life. Like you'll notice a lot of signs and synchronicities, and like you have almost a serendipitous like personality to me. Like I feel like things just kind of fall into place and work out for you. And I think because you instinctively follow your own intuition without even realizing it. And I think that that's really cool. Mm-hmm. Okay, now before, I think these are really obvious. This is saying best possible decision. So you being with this person will be the best possible decision for your life. You guys might have a chance encounter your divine counterparts. You've had past lives together. And I'm going to read the siren before I let Bekah take over. So it says, the temptress, the seducer, the femme fatale. The siren calls and the world spins. What we thought we wanted pales in comparison to the sweet allure of her song. We find ourselves lost in a spell of desire and longing, perhaps even lust. Whether the thing calling to us is ultimately good or bad is somewhat irrelevant. It's the journey that matters. And the work of the siren is to take us on a deep psychic descent. Following her song, we go down, down, down to a place where lessons are learned and courage must be rallied. To find our way back to dry land, try as we might, resisting the call may not even be an option. Unless the Odysseus, that's how you say that, right?
Yeah, Odysseus,
we bind our hands to the mast of our ship. It's likely, though, that falling for her call is the only way we will come to live more fully on the surface. So when light, it is awakened sensuality,
Yep.
absorption and arousal. When dark, it is wickedness, adultery, wreckage, betrayal, and instability. So it says, the other iterations of the siren archetype include the nymph, the mermaid, and the fairy. They often come in sets of 3 as a trinity of temptation. And it says, embodying the siren archetypes requires that we explore things that are taboo. The siren laughs at conventions and constraints. She eats rules.
Yeah. So I already have a ton of like insight into your person based on just the cards alone. Because I feel like a lot of the messages that I'm getting about your person really are how they in relation to you. So a lot of the messages you're going to get, yeah, they're kind of about your person, but they're more like about the effect that your person has on you. Because I feel like your person, I mean, we have the chameleon and we have the siren, like someone who's very adaptable, very go with the flow, very much like they have like this energy about them. And it's interesting to me because you got the shy card and you have like the mask and you have like the fear, and your person has this very like feminine energy. And we talked about your feminine energy in the panda. And I think that this person is someone who is very feminine. Like they're very nurturing, very loving, very caring. And I think that's very seductive to you. And I think this person is someone who has a lot of love to give and is someone who will be open with you with that and will want that like depth, that relationship where you have that sensuality, you have that creativity, you have that like, they have a very like sacral chakra energy, especially with the 2 orange cards that they have. And like the sensuality, that all is about like the sacral chakra. And I think that this person is someone who will really draw you into that feminine energy, because I think that that might be like, for most of you, what I'm feeling is that you might be someone who struggles with the feminine energy. Like Laina said, like you might have been in your bag a lot, and like this person's good with like their financial situation, like their stability, all that. Like they know how to work with it. and they're not too like, they're not afraid of like, you know, scarcity or anything like that. Like it's more of a, they're going to draw that like feminine love energy from you, which might be the thing that you're afraid of, is that you don't know how to express that because you never, like, you've been more in that like masculine, how do I make a living, how do I find stability, how do I create a foundation, how do I work, like how do I be alone, like that individualistic side of you, which is very masculine. And I think it's very interesting because your person is very feminine, like very much in the like, I want to show love and I want to be nurturing and I want to be, you know, like that, like motherly, comforting energy. And so it's fascinating to me is that this person is going to be the one that quote unquote seduces you into letting that feminine side of yourself show, because they have so much of that feminine side that they're ready to give to you. And I think that you're going to be the one that helps this person kind of embrace their masculine side. Like I said, I think that they have to a point, but I think that both of you are finding out that like that, just that last bit that you kind of hide from the world, like that you're not necessarily comfortable sitting in, like you're going to in each other draw it out of each other. And I think that that's really cool because it's kind of like you have your person just so like, I don't know, it's like the very deep, like loving energy. Like it's very beautiful. And with the visionary too, like that, it's interesting because they have the blue cards, which is like the throat chakra. And I said that they might be someone who speaks or might be someone that gives people a lot of clarity. Like they might be someone who helps a lot of people. And I think that that's because they're a visionary. There's somebody who's very good at using their sacral energy to help others, like through expressing it in different ways. And I think that you're no exception to that, because I think that that's just how they are. They just naturally exude that like sacral creativity, like helpful, loving, nurturing energy. And I think that's just really beautiful.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. I really like that because you guys create a nice balance. And one thing that I wanted to add is that when Bekah was talking, Spirit was kind of showing me like this scene in my head of like these two people, and like one is, you know, like it's kind of like one is, like we said, more willing to be feminine and playful and like, you know, wants to like bring that out of you, because I think there's again that part of you that like, you know, this person will like maybe want to plan like a really like a surprise romantic date is kind of what they're showing me. And it's like they bring you and like you're kind of like a little blushy and a little like, oh, like I don't know, can I be this like adorable with you, and like, you know, but like they don't have that like that same sense of like, if you hold back, I don't think that'll like deter them. I think that'll make them like kind of like, it's kind of like I saw this person like they're pulling their hands away and the other person like grabs them and is like, no, come on, and like makes them stop being shy, because it's not in a way of like they're pushing you in a sense of like past your boundaries that are uncomfortable. It's like that you need that little nudge, you know what I mean, that they're like, come on, like, and they just kind of like bring you like out into the world, you know what I mean, and I'm talking about into the world of love, because I think in the world of business, I think you know exactly what you're doing, like Bekah was talking about. And I think that they're like, no, come on, like we're gonna go on this little romantic date and it's gonna be fun and you're gonna like it, and like it's gonna be cheesy and gooey and mushy and like you're gonna love it and we're gonna have a lot of fun. And on the same side, your person, you know, like she said, might have some issues with, you know, like maybe even with boundaries, right? Like because the masculine side has a lot to do with boundaries. So you're like, okay, come on, you said you were going to tell that person no, you have to put your foot down, like you're going to help them in that regard. And I think that's really cool.
It's super soft.
Very soft.
I didn't get any channeled messages for you guys, by the way, during that time. They just wanted me to focus on your cards. So just thought I'd throw that out there, that was a very important message for you.
Yes.
Which this group, I've noticed like your guides aren't as vocal as group ones when it comes to channeled messages. And I thought that was really interesting because I think that they're kind of trying to guide your attention to the pictures, if that makes sense. Like they want you to look at the images and to like feel things based on like what you're seeing, and to like listen to those messages more so than like the channeled messages. Now, obviously I already gave you some and like we're still going to keep going with them, but I just thought that was very interesting.
That is very interesting. Yeah, like make sure you pay attention to our messages. or else.
I don't know about the or else.
No, I'm just kidding. Okay. So, yeah, okay. All right. We're moving on to our next section now, which is going to be about the like astrology. Woo! Okay, that came out fast. In a relationship, I said, which was going to give us a little bit more about your relationship and move that up just a little bit more. One more, please. And then underneath, I wanted sun spirit. So this will kind of give us like maybe some timing or maybe just some more like kind of like information. Open up to change. Yes, no, no, okay. Whoa. That card went flying. All right, then we have last quarter moon in Cancer. Take a breather. You also had this one come out, Embrace the Flow of Life, but I just wanted to point it out, but I'm not going to keep that one because we have more cards.
Okay, so while she shuffles out the rest, you have radio, learning a language. So like you or your person might be learning another language, or both of you might be. Mermaids, sailors, headphones, ADHD. So if you have ADHD and you're watching this pile, that, I think that Spirit wants you to know that actually it's really interesting. I'm going to go on just a small spiel while she shuffles. But ADHD, so I have ADHD, and basically ADHD, we heard it called something else recently, and it was like another dimension. I don't even remember, but there's this thing that I kind of believe about ADHD where people who have ADHD are tapped into a higher energy level, like a higher dimension of energy. And I think that they tend to get overwhelmed with that. And that's what causes kind of some of the issues that people have with ADHD, like sensory overload and like not being able to focus and like sometimes having too much focus and things like that. And I think that maybe some sensory deprivation would be nice for you. I know I have these little earplugs that are called loops, and they don't plug out everything, but they lower the volume of everything that's going on around you. And I think that might be helpful, like stuff like that, or like using headphones and like listening to your music and like kind of escaping from like all of the sounds that are going on around you all the time, or like just disconnecting in general could be really good for you, especially if you have ADHD, which if you do like, and you aren't on medication, but you kind of want to look into it, I would highly recommend going and seeing your doctor and talking to them about it and saying like, I have these symptoms that are like, like I tend to be kind of hyperactive. I can't focus very well. Like I tend to kind of like hop from thing to thing. I can get super hyper fixated. Like I tend to get sensory overload a lot. Like if you take all your symptoms in, like I think that you should go meet with like a doctor, like a psychologist, and see what they have to say, because there are things that they can do that can help you if you have ADHD, and not like, obviously not just medication, but like just coping mechanisms that can help you kind of get through your day. But yes, ADHD, it's like another dimension higher. No, it's like something higher dimension. I can't even remember, but it's like attuned. I don't know. if we figure it out, I'll put it in the comments somewhere. But basically, I just thought that was interesting. You have playgrounds, swing sets, child's playhouse, beetle, like the bug, not like the car, HGTV, construction, Amsterdam, springtime, white flowers, and back braces. So be careful with your back. If you're putting too much pressure on your back, make sure that you are resting and that you are using the proper equipment and that you are doing the things you need to do to keep yourself healthy.
I'm gonna have to be right back really quick, but I'm gonna let Bekah go ahead and read this section right here. So we have Aries, new moon, air element communicating, third house messages, Venus, love, Uranus, genius. Then you have lunar eclipse, Pluto, new moon in Aquarius, open up to change, last quarter moon in Cancer, take a breather, look at the bigger picture, full moon in Sagittarius, a new start is coming, new moon, and then the energy is gaining momentum, waxing moon.
Awesome. Okay, so we will go right into it. So just off the bat, like as far as like astrology signs go, you have Aries, you have Libra, Taurus, Sagittarius, Scorpio, Cancer, and Aquarius that are all showing up here. Oh, and Uranus is Aquarius as well. So third house is Gemini. So you might have Gemini in your chart, or you might have important placements in your third house. But basically, I think Spirit is more focusing on just like the relationship in general. Like I think that even if you don't have any of those signs, like this is still for you. And basically what I can say about this is this connection has a lot of love and a lot of communication. And I think you both will have a lot of the same like causes and the same things that you believe in, and you'll have a very similar approach to things. Because when you have that much Aquarius energy, like opening up to change and like the Uranus genius card, like that's very much about like being open to change, but also it's about like social causes, friendship, like the best friends. It's kind of about like allowing for different social groups, and you could even meet like online or through technology in some way, especially with the third house, because that also talks about social media and communication. So there could be a lot here about like potentially meeting each other in that way. But I also feel like a lot of you, it's going to be a chance encounter like we already had. And I feel like it's going to come from you following your passions and allowing for life to shift and flow and ebb and kind of go in whatever ways it wants to go. And I think that the take a breath and like open up to change like is very like communicative of that. And if you have any like water placements in your chart, I would say definitely look into those water placements and kind of allow yourself to go with the flow in those areas of your life, because there is a new start coming. And I think for a lot of you, like it's scary to think about that. Like I think that there might be some fear of change, and it might be like you don't know what's going to happen, and so you kind of have like a fear of the outcome. And I think that this is to show you that like there's a lot of love, a lot of open communication, a lot of passion, a lot of desire. Like there's a lot of beautiful things about this connection. And so while it's okay to be scared, I think your guides want to encourage you to look at the bigger picture and to know that, you know, fear is just false evidence appearing real. So it's not real. Like fear is just, you know, and it's hard because, you know, there's nothing wrong with being afraid and like doing it anyway. Like I get told a lot of the time, like, hey, you know, just do it scared, like do it scared, do it anyway, even if you feel that fear. And I think that you have been, and I think that you've been, you know, letting spirit guide you towards this, even though it does seem scary. And I think that that's kind of that Sagittarian energy of like believing that spirit's going to let you get to this point. And I think this relationship is going to be very transformational for both parties, because you do have that Pluto, you do have that Uranus, you have that open to change, you have like new start, gaining momentum, like you have a ton here about change. And then Aries is like Mars, which is passion and burning really fast. And so I feel like for a lot of you, when you guys are together, you're going to notice that things just like your whole reality just shifts, but in a very beautiful, like loving way. And I think that you'll be able to communicate about your story to other people, and like they'll be like, oh my gosh, that makes me believe in love, like, which is super soft, super beautiful. And I think that that's really important to remember, is that you do have all of this like change and all of these beautiful things that are going to allow you to really open up who you are and to share that love, not only between the two of you, but between your social groups and in your friendships and in, you know, your platforms. If you have one, like I said, your person might be someone that communicates a lot, and they might even be someone that has a lot of air placements in their chart. So they might have like Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini in their chart, or you might. And I feel like either one of you might have a platform where you can communicate about your relationship and communicate about how these things have changed you, and how, you know, however many years ago, how you used to look at relationships versus when you're in a relationship with this person, how different, like night and day that is. And I think that that's a really beautiful thing. And I think it's super exciting for you guys.
Okay. All right. Well, I think all of that sounds super amazing, and I definitely agree. I don't have too much to add because Becky did such a great job covering it. Say hello to my kitty. I'm just letting her kind of do her thing for a moment. She was kind of being a psycho kitty, which is why I had to BRB, but she's okay. I thought something was wrong with her, and that's why she was crying. I was like, but no, she just wanted my attention. Please don't get near the fire, cat. Okay. My sister's home, so I thought she would be good for the reading so that I could do this without her interrupting, but she said no. She said no.
For some reason, the plant cattail, like I know like we can see the cat's tail, but like for some reason the plant is what just popped into my head. I don't know if you live near like a lake or something where those show up, but the plant cattails came up in my head. I'm actually going to look up what those mean too while she's shuffling. Cattail.
So this section here, while she's doing that, sorry, you keep seeing my kitty's head. Okay, Three of Cups. This is going to be kind of like your guys' story, your love story with this person, kind of how things go. We're gonna do some
so a cattail, the most common association with cattails is peace. In fact, you can think of them as an alternative to the olive branch. And this is because the gift of a bulrush flower spike is intended as a symbol of an end to any conflict.
Interesting. Okay.
So I feel like this relationship, if we're looking at it as like a sign for the relationship, I would say that it's saying that this relationship will help you find peace and end like conflicts like within yourself and for your partner as well.
And then your bottom of the deck here is the Chariot. So I'm going to put that right there. Okay. Please excuse my kitty. I'm going to move her. Okay. So what we have here is we have the Three of Cups, the Knight of Coins, the Sun, the Five of Swords, hi baby, and the Wheel of Fortune. And then we have the Chariot. Okay. She said purr. So she agrees with the cards. So for you guys, what I see here with the Three of Cups is that, again, I think Bekah kind of touched on this with the astrology, that you guys might be friends first, which is good. I think that's always a good place to start a relationship, or at least regardless, you guys are going to be best friends. There's going to be a lot to celebrate together. I think you guys coming together will be that new stable foundation for each of you, which is going to lead to a lot of happiness. And again, this is good karma that's coming towards you guys. With the Five of Swords here, the only thing that I really see like that kind of is like that, you know, every relationship is going to have bump in the roads. This could be that, like, you know, that guardedness, because when I see her holding the swords there, I'm not thinking of the traditional meaning of the card, which is about like when you take like low jabs at someone so that you like win the battle, but you kind of like lose the war type situation. Like that's kind of what the Five of Swords generally is. But I'm taking this more as like, to me, those swords are like those person's like secrets, their, you know, like their innermost self, and they're holding it to themselves. And I could see that because, and then you have the lightning in the back, like that's making me think of like change, right? And we talked about how your person is all about change. And again, like this could go for either of you. I'm not saying it's just you, but you know, based on the cards, this could be that like you might have parts of yourself again that are a little bit closed off, or even they do. And if there's an unwillingness to share, I think that could create kind of some bumps in the roads if one of you is not ready to open up. So be patient with one another. If you know things move a little slower, like at first, that's totally okay. Because like, you know, you can see in the chariot here, the sun is behind the clouds. You guys are moving forward in a very positive and good direction.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And I think that, again, it just really harkens back to the astrology, because you had so much about like change and moving forward. And like, I think that it's going to transform both of your lives into being something so like happy and so like carefree, and you're just going to feel so open, and you'll be able to share that with, you know, the world around you too. And then as far as your channel messages, I only had a couple come through. You have Little Bitty Pretty One, which is a song. And then I also have been channeling Matilda for this pile. I just hadn't written it down yet because I wasn't sure. But they said specifically about like the duality between Miss Honey and Miss Trunchbull. Not in like a bad way. What?
I love Miss Honey.
Yes. And I think it's more of like, I think that they're encouraging you to open up to your Miss Honey, like to open up to that like loving, light, soft, like it's very like a warm, but like that Cancerian energy, like that like motherly loving energy, like, but there's still like something like childlike to it. And I think for some of you watching this pile, you might even be like an elementary school teacher, or your person might be like, there might be something in here about you being a teacher or like do something with children. Like that seems to be coming through a little bit right now. You have boba tea, and then I got like this image of like someone like dancing around a shop with their headphones in, like mopping the floor, like a tea shop or something like that.
Cute.
So yeah, so I think just having more fun in like your day-to-day routine could be really good also to get you out of your head, because I know that was something we kind of talked about earlier.
And then I just want to point out too that the chariot is Cancer, so like Bekah's channeled a lot of like Cancerian energy for this group specifically. So if you have a strong Cancer placement, like I think Spirit is asking you to really lean into that and maybe learn more about it. Like that could be, again, like you could be a Cancer sun, you could be a Cancer rising, Cancer Venus. Like, you know, I'm talking about like probably in one of your bigger placements, like maybe even a chart ruler, like we said, which would be kind of like in the rising. Again, or you could have a strong like fourth house, which is Cancerian energy that like really plays a big part in your chart. And I think that maybe there's been a little bit of like fear of like leaning into that. And that's why Spirit is bringing it up so much, is like that the more you can lean into that, I think the more joy you're going to experience in life. All right, guys. Oh, sorry if you heard that little thump. That was my cat's head on the table. Okay, I'm going to get your little chart. Not your, well, yes, it's a chart, it's a grid. And so we are going to move on to our favorite parts, which are the charms and the stickers, and then of course our handwritten oracles. But let's start with your charms and stickers first. Bless you. So this is going to be
the cat sneeze. They say when somebody sneezes that it means that one of the viewers is going to get blessed. So just
there you go.
So I throw that out there.
So meet cute. So this is just kind of going to be like the grid of like what's going on for you guys. So we have the meet cute, the falling in love. This is kind of like following like the arcs of a K-drama. The /the drama, which like Bekah mentioned in group 1, is not really as dramatic as like a, say, a telenovela. Please get away from the candle, baby. And then you have the happily ever after. So we will see how that goes. I hope you guys don't mind kitty cats. Okay. So let me just move her little booty out of the way while I... We have a few. So when the charms kind of fall off the grid, I've been saying that these are just kind of messages directly from your guides. This one is on it, so I will take that one. Okay. That's a birthstone. It's pink, so this could be October. So that could be a hint for your person. Could have Scorpio or Libra, or you could. This was kind of touching, so I'll put that there. Okay. So those are those. Now let me get your stickers, and then we will break this down. Okay. Whoa. Okay, that's plenty. Okay. So this is touching this. Male kitty. That one's kind of in the middle, so I'll leave that there. All you need is love. That's what your guides are telling you. Like, I think you have everything in life that you've been wanting, so this is all you need. You have November. So that could be, again, the time that you guys start falling in love. We have Hello Gorgeous. 2 little cat mugs. Oh, lucky. And then you have February. Okay. So, all right. Bekah, do you have any channel messages left for them before we get into this?
I do not.
All right. So she might get some more as I go through this, and I'll ask again, she can, if she has any before we dive into the rest of it, then she can always say them. All right. So let's start here with your, like, what's around. I'll do what's around each section as we go through it. So right here for what's around from Spirit, you have the globe. So for me, this might be that your person, this could be a long distance connection, like Bekah had, I think she had mentioned about you guys potentially meeting online. Oh, I'm so sorry. My cat hit the tripod. I'm so sorry. Hey, you need to calm down, ma'am. No, if you act crazy, you're going to leave. Be a good girl. Okay. Sorry. So, did the camera move too much, Bekah?
Nah, it's okay still.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. So with the world, what I was going to say is you guys might be in a long distance connection. You guys might, again, meet online. You might be from different places, or if you're not from different places, at least maybe different cultures and backgrounds. And with all you need is love, I kind of touched on that already. And then you have the unicorn over here. So like, it's actually a Pegasus, I believe, because it has wings. So for me, this is, again, like believing in that magic. Potentially even Hercules could be important for you. For some of you, I could see, like, again, like this is believing in that magic, believing that it's possible for you to find love. Then you also have do not look back. That's not where you're going. And then there's dice on this. So like taking a chance, which you had that card of regret. So maybe when you meet this person, you might be thinking about the past kind of a lot, maybe having regrets, and like they might teach you not to. So we have here, this is quite a passionate encounter, if you ask me, but I almost feel like this was an accident. Like maybe this person fell on top of you. That could even be how you guys meet. Like one of you trips and you fall on top of each other and it's like, oh, hello. Like, and it could just even be silly like that. And this looks like them having like a cute little like friendship. They look like they're wearing kind of like summertime clothes. So it could be in the summer that maybe you guys meet and become friends. And then we have here, sorry, again, this is kind of more like fall clothes, and this is like in the middle of the winter. So it feels like in the middle, sorry, between the two. So this is like between meeting and falling in love. Again, looks like they're pretty chummy. So around here, to me, this always makes me think of the hand of fate. I don't know why. So this could be, again, Spirit's hand in this connection for you. We touched on this little pink charm, which I believe is the pink for Libra. for October, sorry, for birthstones. I believe it's the pink for October. Then you have November, so you could start falling in love with them around November, like where you realize that it's more. And then you have See the World, so you guys might even go on a trip together, and that could be how like you start seeing them as more than like just a friend. Over here you also have Hello Gorgeous, which this reminds me of Third Eye, so like again feels like kind of like you'll get nudges from spirit. Two little cat mugs makes me think that like you guys are going to find like that it's that black and white, so that duality, and spirit's kind of pointing out that you guys balance each other out. Over here, for the tea and the drama, I'm not really seeing much. There's a doggy on the outside here. That makes me think like, again, that this just makes me think that like this is protected. There's loyalty. There's like a guardedness here with a bouquet. Okay, so the only other thing that I could be thinking of with this, because of the loyalty, is that maybe someone else makes an offer to one of the two of you because you haven't like solidified your relationship potentially, and you guys like are liking each other, but you haven't made a thing of it, and you still kind of are like, oh, we're just friends, and someone might make an offer, and that could kind of create some tension and some drama. To travel is to live, but I think you'll find that you guys are both really loyal to each other, and spirit wants you to know that you're a good pair. So even if someone does come in and make some type of offer, like they'd rather have your offer. So it might be that like one of you needs to just make that next step. And then your happily ever after, we have the little kitty delivering the message. So for me, this could be like your offer, or like, you know, delivering that message. Maybe someone will spill the beans that one of you likes each other. And look, we have the siren again. We have the mermaid here with her little, she's on the moon, and there's a little star there as well. So I feel like, you know, you're going to get your siren in the end. You have February, and then you have Trip of a Lifetime. So you guys are definitely going to do a lot of traveling. We have a bee, so that makes me think of spring. So like it could take a whole to like next spring for things to fully come around, or summer, because we have the little watermelon, which watermelons make me think of abundance because of all the seeds. Today is going to be a great day, so you guys are going to have lots of great days together. I think this is like, I'm sorry guys, this cat. You guys are going to have lots of, you know, happy days and times together. Like this little door to me is like spirit secret door that you didn't know was there, or that you didn't know that you really wanted. You also have Make Every Day Count. Lucky, so like this is like your lucky, you know, your karma, your lucky fortune. Again, let's go. You have another suitcase travel charm here. Then you have Taurus, which says trustworthy on the back. So I think they want to really prove to you that this person is trustworthy. And then your last sticker here is Happily Ever After, which is perfect because this is the happy ending section.
The only messages that came through are the song Take a Chance on Me by ABBA, and then Grease, like the country Grease.
Ooh, I love the country Grease. Okay, hold up. I have to kick this cat out, excuse me. Go away, kitty cat. Okay, sorry about her, guys. She just, I don't know, you guys had a few cats, so maybe cats are going to be important to your relationship somehow, or you really love cats. But she kept whacking the camera and scratching me, so I was trying to let her have a chance to be in here, but she couldn't handle it, I guess. Okay, and as always, our charms and stickers will be different in every pile. So if you are interested in getting more charms or sticker messages, you can totally pick a different pile and get some that way. Okay, so now we are on to our last section, which is we have our channeled messages here. These are like the messages that I channeled. So you get 2 of these, and then you also get 5 of the little K-drama cards that we have. Okay, you get one of those, one of those Spocky ones. And one more, please, Spirit. Oh, there's the 8. Okay. And you get one of those. And yeah, we'll see. Okay, that one. And then we'll also see which key dramas are like your love story. Okay, so let's start with this one. Okay, you got aquamarine. So I also channeled crystals for each of these. You have destined connection, spiritual upgrades are happening now, divine healer, olives, gingerbread, pumpkin spice latte, honor your duality, might meet in 2022/early 2023, rock with you by 17, daffodils, moon tattoo, let spirit surprise you. Let spirit surprise you, love, and then there's a little heart at the end. And then, sorry. And then you got Moonstone, which says Ramen Dates, Willow by Taylor Swift, The Outsiders by Essie Hinton, Haikyuu, which is an anime convention, Greece, trip to Japan, late night conversations, both the creative type, leopard, hummingbird, laces, snowflakes, cozy nights, Bebe by MX, expand your knowledge, and middle of the night by Monster X by MX as well. Okay, and then here we have some K-dramas. So we'll shuffle you out 5 so you can see which ones are kind of similar to your love story, and hopefully these just give you some more confirmation or things to look forward to. Okay, this one. Level. Actually. And our beloved summer. Okay. All right, guys. So let's hop into these. So I'll read the quotes and then we'll read the backs as well to see some more information. So for Tomorrow with You, this did come out in group 1, kind of like it fell out, but it didn't feel right, except for Spirit just wanted me to read the quote and not the back for them. So if you felt drawn to group 1, you can go ahead and check that out. But if not, I will go ahead and continue. And these will also be different for every pile as far as reading the whole thing. So we have, I've never calculated profit or loss. All I ever wanted is to be the person that is closest to you. I didn't need anything else. All I wanted was you. And it says, your love story is a fated meeting. Okay. Might get married quickly, matching PJs, passionate nights, protecting each other, making memories and taking lots of photos together, sweet dates. One might be more artsy and one might be a CEO. May have to wait for the other or be long distance for a while. Will live long lives together, quality time and physical touch. And the OST is Flower by Seo In-guk. Then we have Love Alarm, which says, the best feeling in the world is knowing there's someone on my side. This is so strange. You make me want to tell you everything, including all the little things. And so it says, your love story, love triangle, which, hey, I picked up on that and like the trouble part. So yeah, you guys might have a situation where someone comes in and offers something to one of you and you're kind of like, there's a love triangle. So just, be wary and trust your person that they want to be with you and make that move. Like if it feels like, this is the one for you. And it says classmates. So you guys could have known each other before as like classmates, or you might know each other now and be in the same friend group. Easy to tell each other things and communicate, leaning on each other through their hardships. May break up but come back together later in life. So for some of you, this could have been someone that you dated in the past. Fall in love hard and fast, will make each other smile, would do anything for each other, wants everyone to know you are each other's, always on each other's side. And the OST is Falling Again by Clang, which is a great song, and that's an earworm and it gets stuck in my head a lot, so I will not sing it. Then you have Extraordinary You, where it says, my every moment is you, even in my last scene I'll remember you. Please stay by my side, even on my last page. Your love story. It says you both share a love of writing, both felt like outcasts but now found home in another. Red string of fate, will always find each other, had many past lives together and will have any future lives together. Gentle connection, can communicate without words, will never give up on one another. Excuse me. And the OST is Feeling by April. Then we have here Weightlifting Fairy Kim Bokju, which we are currently watching this one. We haven't actually finished it, but it's very good so far and very cute. If I don't see you, I get curious. If you're depressed, I get upset. If you smile, it makes me happy. If you're sick, I get worried. It's driving me crazy. Very cute. Which makes sense, because I feel like if you're the person that's, been on this side and you're the one that's been resistant to love, you might not be used to someone making you feel like this. And it's kind of like, why do I care so much about you in this way? It's very cute. Your love story, childhood classmates. So again, with the classmates, some of you guys might have been classmates. Potentially both athletic. One may have an unrequited crush for a while. Cute nicknames. Lots of teasing and laughing. Lucky wishing frog. Oh, and you had that little fortune cookie that said lucky. That's cute. Might meet again in college. Soul family with a group of friends. So yeah, you guys will have a soul family together. Snow kisses, adorable dates like in the movies, first loves, winter season might be important. And OST is You and I by Kim Jong-won. Okay. And then your last one here is Our Beloved Summer. And it says, if we fight or break up again, just come to me like you did today, and then I'll grab onto you and never let go. Which I am in the middle of watching this one, and it's really good and sob. Your love story. Bicker a lot when first meeting. High school sweetheart / classmates. So classmates on 3 of these. You guys definitely might have known each other before, or know each other through someone. You guys might find out that you knew each other who knew someone who knew, you know what I mean? Like kind of know each other through the grapevine. Also could be exes who reconcile for some of you. Winter time is important. Okay, that came through twice. And then it says trigger each other to help one another with healing. Deep and unforgettable connection. Brought light into each other's lives and live in your own world together. Lots of kisses, may share a romantic rain kiss. Tease each other, playful fighting. One may take a long time to say I love you. An unforgettable love. And the OST is Christmas Tree by V. So those were all really, really soft. And I really hope you liked the reading, guys. We had a lot of fun making these. They're always super fun to make. I love doing love readings. I know Bekah loves doing them. Like we said in the intro, we're both Libra Venuses, so we have a great time with these. And yeah, we hope you liked it. And we will catch you guys next time. Make sure you can, sorry, that did not make sense, that sentence. But you can follow us on all social media. It is linked below. We are most active on Instagram currently. Please make sure to leave us comments, likes, hit subscribe, share this with a friend. We love to hear and interact with you guys. And yeah, let us know how you liked it and if anything resonated and made sense. And we will see you all next time. Bye, guys. Hi, guys. Okay, so we are back. This is group 3. I don't know why I started back. Well, we are. We took a little break in between the piles, just being candid. We need to eat dinner and stuff. So we are back. We are on group 3 now. So if you pick this pile topper, then this is for you. I will be reading this here in 1 second. But first, I just want to run through our disclaimers. First and foremost, this is a timeless reading. So if you get this reading in like the year 2027, and you click on it, it's for you. It wasn't just for this particular year that it came out in 2022. If you get this reading, like, 20 years from now, it's somehow still up on YouTube, which would be really cool. It's still for you. So it doesn't matter when or where, it's for you if you found your way here. Next is that with our readings, we really want you guys to take what we say like for confirmation and to make you feel good. You should never leave our readings feeling worse about things than when you got here. Like, yes, sometimes there are some tough love messages, but even still, like, we want to try and deliver them with grace when they do come, and you know what's right for your intuition. So say you've been working really hard on like this certain thing and it comes up in a reading and then you think, oh my gosh, have I not been working hard enough? No, like, spirit, that message could be for someone else in the pile who already is aware that they haven't been working on that thing. Spirit isn't going to, say like something that you've been trying really hard on and then be like, work harder and like kick you. That's not their energy. So just know, use your intuition, use your discretion, and of course, trust that more than anything else, and have fun with the reading, and we hope that you love it. So with all of that being said, we have plenty for you today. And this is the pile topper you chose, which is roses are red, violets are blue. It's not Halloween, but please be my boo. Which is very cute. So we're going to do kind of a little bit of a vibe check here. We're going to do this side as you, this side as your person. That's how we're going to read it. But again, if you feel like the energy is different, then please go ahead and feel free to switch it. And yeah, then we have lots of other fun stuff for you today. So get nice and cozy and we will get started. And then of course, Bekah's doing channel messages, as I said in the intro.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
Yes, okay. Which I have some for you guys now. So I have a lot of songs, and I want to preface some of these songs with like, take them as they resonate, and obviously like some of these are just here for like confirmation. So like if you find that like one of these is a song that you really love, or like maybe it'll be playing like while you're watching this, or like you heard it like earlier in the day or something, I don't know. But we have Pizza, Pretty Handwriting, Everything Is Changed by Ed Sheeran and Taylor Swift, Butterfly, Yellow, the song Yellow by Coldplay, Gold Stars, Shade of Poison Trees by Dashboard Confessional. And then specifically the lyric, Is There Time to Follow Your Heart? You Decide, Faith, Trust, and Pixie Dust, Home Sweet Home by Motley Crue, Goosebumps, Sensations, Feathers, Breezes, Music, Crystal Balls, and Cookies.
Oh, cookies, delicious. So one thing I want to point out right away is that the Knight of Coins came out first and they said it was for your person. And I want to let you know that that was the card for the person who was watching the reading of pile 1. Like, they were the Knight of Coins. So there could be some synchronicities between them. So like if you were thinking of cross-watching, that could be a thing to let you know that you probably should.
Another thing that could be confirmation for you is in pile 2. Pile 2's person had the 3 of Wands come out, because is that the 3 of Wands?
That's right. Yes, it is.
Yeah, so if you were drawn to either of those piles, there might be something in there for you.
Oh, is this? Yeah, okay. Connect. It's gonna go there. And then we have Spirit, they want in the center. So I can already tell you, and then you have Fire, so this is definitely a passionate relationship. But I can tell you that this is definitely a very spiritual connection. So just off of that alone. Okay.
One thing I really want to point out is hands, like, which is funny because I think I said something, maybe I didn't, but sensations. Yeah. So like, I think like touch is very important because you have all this stuff about like hands and like connecting. And then like, I got that message about like sensations and goosebumps. Like, I feel like sensory wise, like you might be very, very sensitive, or like your person, like either one of you or both of you might be very, very sensitive, like touch wise. And I don't know, that's just coming through really strong. Like one or both of you might be really good with your hands. You might work with your hands. Some of you, because you have like the spirit stuff coming out, you might do like palm reading or Reiki, or you might be a masseuse, or your person might be, or you know, you do something where like your hands are very involved. But not only that, but like I think in the relationship, like touch is probably going to be one or both of your love languages. That might be something that's very, very important in your relationship.
Oh, that's way too many. I dropped some cards, so please hold. Oh, I try my best not to hit the stand. Spirit, where? Okay. Okay, I think we made it. I think this came out in pile 1 as well, but I'm hearing that song Almost There from Princess and the Frog. Because I'm almost there.
Okay, something funny. I'm just going to say these since we're not going yet because I'm still getting your messages, but I got Fire by BTS, instrumental music, puzzles, floriography, which is actually the study of the meaning behind flowers, which is kind of fascinating. I'm actually super interested in that lately, so I think it's funny that came through. And then the word bibliotech came through, which means library, and I channeled library in pile 1. I know I did. So just another,
Bekah. Oh,
yeah,
that's
a little thing for you.
That's a lot. Well, if you happen to catch what those words said, those could be some extras for you if they stuck out, but I'm not taking all of those, Spirit.
I think it's super cute. You have good cook on the left and foodie on the right.
Yes, so they'll love to eat your food. Okay. Okay, this could be something for some of you. Curly hair. I heard curly hair, don't care.
That's not surprising with all the fire.
Yep. Okay, I'm hearing Papillon by Jackson Wang. You got me feeling like a papillon.
That's funny because I already said butterfly in your channeled messages, so.
No. Okay. And then, so for some of you, they said to show you the vegan vegetarian because that did pop out, but I didn't keep it because too many came out. So for some of you, you or your partner might be vegan or vegetarian, and that could be a confirmation. Okay. So I am going to be reading this side here, and then Bekah will be taking this side. And then, yeah, and then we have the middle, which is about the two of you, which says spirit and communication. Which could be through a letter, since this is a letter, but I'm also feeling like email, like over instant messenger, things like that, like Instagram DMs, like it might not be. Okay, so for you here, you are in that sweet waiting phase, unfortunately. we all love that. But basically kind of the Three of Wands is like when your ship is almost in and you're watching the horizon for it to come and dock, but it's not quite there yet. And you can kind of see it, but not really. And you're like, oh, is that my ship out there? I think it is, but I don't know. Like, and it's that like you're looking over and you got you're squinting, and you know you're waiting. It is literally another card for divine timing, but it does mean that they're on their way. Like it doesn't, you're not in a place of like things are stuck or whatever. Like they are on their way, just might not be moving on the seas as fast as we might want. And then with make, we have here that like you're very creative. So right now I think you're working a lot with your creations, and like yes, I do think part of this is waiting for your person, but I also think this is just in general, like you're like, I'm hearing that when will my life begin, like now from Tangled, which is already another Disney reference, but like you have that like, like you're kind of like, that's that lyric, I've been wondering and wondering and wondering like when will my life begin. And it's very much like, you have like the passion and the drive for it, and you have all the creativity, and you're tech savvy and you're creative and you're a good cook, and like, you might be athletic, you might like to, and I think Spirit's saying like if you get impatient, a good way would be to like get in the kitchen and start cooking things, or get outside and be athletic, because it'll help you like burn off some of that impatience and that energy. But like they want you to know that like with Spirit at the center here, like they've got your back. Like I see that Spirit's hand and like that little star at the top is you with the little wings, and like they've got you. Like they're gonna make sure that you're taken care of. Like you're, they've heard your manifestations. They know that you're waiting for your person, you're waiting for like things to, roll in that you've manifested, and they're like, don't worry, like the spark is lit, the candle is lit, it's hasn't completely, the stuff hasn't been delivered yet, but it's on the way. So that's definitely something that I think they want you to know. So I think if this sounds like you, then definitely keep on watching, and let Bekah take over to talk about your person here, which they have fun, connect, the Knight of Pentacles, foodie, curly hair, high sex drive, and blunt.
So this person is someone who is very, very grounded, but also very, very good at like having fun. Like you have the fun card come out, and I think it might be somebody that likes to travel. They might like to explore. They might like to try new things. And I think that it'll go really well as far as like, I feel like there's going to be a balance. And I think that while you're the one that's waiting, this is like your person is the one that's probably going to be making the connection. So they're probably the one that's going to reach out to you first. And I think that neither party may know that the other one is their person. Like it might just be like you get some sort of contact. Like let's say you are someone that has like your own business, or you do create stuff. Like let's say you're like an artist or something. This person is probably going to contact you like based around like what you do or what your passions are. And like at first it might just seem like another client or like another person that's interested in what you do, or they might like compliment you on like your work, or maybe you post stuff on like Instagram and like they comment or like message you randomly and are like, hey, I found some of your cool stuff that you do, and I was just kind of interested and I wanted to talk to you about it. Like I feel like it's going to be very like this person's going to reach out, but they're not going to reach out. I don't know that they'll necessarily reach out in like a romantic way, but I feel like they're the ones that are going to make that connection. And then I think that it'll naturally flow super easily from there. And I think a lot of it's going to be based on passion, because I feel like this person likes to do that, like likes to explore and likes to find new things and likes to kind of be like unique and out there. And like, obviously you have like blunt. So I think they're very forward. And I don't think that you'll have to worry about like them not saying what they mean, or like hiding, or like, being sneaky or any of that. Like this is somebody who's very like upfront and tells you like it is, and like isn't going to like, basically they're not going to do something that they aren't interested in, because they're blunt and they're very forward. And like they have that Knight of Pentacles energy, which that Knight of Pentacles energy is someone who's very grounded. They're very good with their boundaries. They're probably pretty strong in like their masculine energy. But I think because they also know how to have fun and how to like, get out there and explore and do all of that, like I think that they might have a pretty good balance between like their more like serious grounded side and their like fun and playful and light side. And also I have to talk about the high sexual drive, because I think that that's something that's going to be very important in this relationship. And I think that both of you probably have that. And maybe you have never experienced having a relationship with someone who matches your drive. But I feel like both of you will, because you have the fire card on your side. So I feel like both of you are going to match each other's needs as far as like that part of your life goes. And I think that only makes sense because you have the creative on your side. And I think that your person is probably also pretty creative and likes to have fun and like express things. So I think that both of you have some high sacral energy. And I think that both of you are going to be able to express that with each other. And I think it's going to be a very nice, like, comforting balance to know that, like, you can balance each other's energy and like help each other with that too.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree with that. All right. So if you're still with us, then we will be moving on to the next section here, where we are going to get a little bit more info about you and your person.
Yes. Your channel messages so far, I didn't get very many because obviously I was reading for your person, but I got sheep, naps, cozy, elephants, sound healing, lanterns, hocus pocus, and specifically like the black flame candle situation, which I know probably has nothing to do with this, but I mean, you did pick the Halloween pile, so I'm not that surprised that that came through. But I feel like basically that was being pointed out because candles might be something that is important to you in some way. Like, you might really love candles, or maybe like, since you have all this stuff about spirituality and like fire, maybe you are good at doing like flame reading, or you like to manifest using like flames or candles. Basically, if you do have candles, make sure you're being safe with those. And being careful. But basically, I think that candles would be really good for you. Some of you might even like make your own candles, or you might be experimenting with that. Like, that might be something that you've been doing to kind of get some of your energy out, is kind of like playing with that kind of stuff. So I think that that's a very important message for somebody. I'm not sure who, but candles are very important for someone.
Just to know. Okay. Bottom of the deck is also the king, which they said to point out. So, oh my. I think you're very creative on this side. Just saying. 33 also be an important number. That's way too many. No. What's wrong with being confident?
Oh, that does not surprise me at all. I told you, you guys both have a lot of that like sacral energy, and your person does have like that bluntness. So
They sure do. Okay, actually, move this up because I have more cards to put in the middle. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Okay, they flipped over 2 cats, and I feel like one's you and one's your person. So let me see which one they want to go where.
I think plants are really important to this group because I channeled floral drawings first, which that's come up a couple times when I've been trying to channel messages like for this group, but I wasn't sure if it was for this group or not, but it is. Floral drawings, flowers for Valentine's Day. So like buying yourself flowers, or if you like are with your person, like getting each other flowers for Valentine's Day. And then the K-drama Boys Over Flowers, which we actually don't have in our K-drama stuff because in the beginning of Boys Over Flowers, the relationship isn't very healthy. But the ending of the story is adorable. But that K-drama came through just, we don't condone the way that he treated the main character in the beginning. Like he treated the girl. So, there's that thing. But it is a very soft love story. And basically, like, it's kind of similar to the Heirs, which is in our cards, but it's kind of like about how like two people that come from different like statuses like come together and like nothing can break them apart, and like they like fall in love and like they end up together even though there were like factors against them. Like it's really soft, but it starts out a little rough.
Okay. All right. So I feel like how you have an extra one that goes there, and then I need one for this person.
Yeah, quality time could be very important. Look, he's got flowers on that card.
Sure do.
Again, plants for this group. Very important.
Okay, that's too much. Too much. There we go. Nope, that's still too much. I said one. Well, okay, I saw this one on top, so if the next one that comes out doesn't feel right, I'm going to take the one that came out on top of the last one. And they're not sending any more, so maybe that's the one they wanted. Let's try. Yeah, I think this is the one. Which is hilarious because all of your cards are Shonu. And I think there's only 3 of each guy. So Gemini energy could be strong.
Mm-hmm.
We miss Nunu. Come back.
I know he's currently in the military, so we haven't gotten to see anything other than his pre-recorded content for like a year now, and he's still got like another year left.
I think he has a little bit longer since he's not doing active duty too, so it's sad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm just gonna get some places. Again, as you guys know, rule with these cards: if you get sorry, it's a surprise. I can't tell you anymore. Okay, you got Thailand. Japan. So these could be in your person's ethnicity. This could be Germany. This could be in your ethnicity. It could just Hong Kong. Okay, and I'm gonna get one more because that's what I did for every group. Is I got 5 if I was allowed to. And Austria. Okay, so those are the places. So that could be in your ethnicity, and then they said to show the Sweden on the bottom of the deck. So that could be in your ethnicity, that could be in their ethnicity, it could be places that you end up traveling and you meet them. Now I have that Lost in Japan song.
I actually just channeled that, so we both heard it.
I'll play it tonight on a couple 100 miles from Japan tonight. Okay.
Might travel for work.
Yes. Okay, so just like the last group, I will take this side, Becky will take the other, and then we'll kind of, both kind of tap into the middle a little bit here. There's not too much else to say about these cards. Like I said, the Thailand, Japan, Austria, they're just places and you could meet there, or again, it could be your person's ethnicity. It could even be that you go to a restaurant of this style of food and you happen to run into them there. Like it could just be like that. Like you just don't know. Okay, so for Mountain, for me, you were a very, very stable person. I think that you probably have Earth somewhere strongly in your chart. Some type of placement that makes you like pretty grounded force. And like I see that, like it's funny because Bekah and I always talk about spirituality as getting to the top of the mountain. And I see this little person here in the mountain, and there's like kind of like fire behind them. So I feel like they have the passion to make it to the top of the mountain, which feels like you. Like you might not feel like it always, but you do have the ability and the drive to make it to the top because you have so much passion and creativity that's actually very, very, very cool. And then you have Searching for You. So you are clearly like someone who wants to find your person. I don't think you're searching for them in like a desperate way, in a way of like you're looking at every person that passes you by, like you're like, is that him? Is that her? Is that them? Like, I don't think that. But I think that if something stumbles into your life, that you give that person a chance. You're like, this could be the person. Like, now I'm hearing that he could be the one from Hannah Montana. That's a throwback. But I think that you have that awareness and that you're open to anything and anyone coming into your life, which is good, because it means that like if your person happens to be very different from you, that you're someone that's going to be open to giving them a chance. And I think that that's really neat. And I also think that in general, like you're not just searching for your person, but you're someone who's also searching like for your opportunities, for your goals. Like your eyes are open, like possibilities are everywhere, and you're like, yes. And then with the let's spend time together, like Bekah already mentioned, I think quality time is very important for you and your person. And then with the prayer, I think that this is again something that you both have prayed for. You both have wanted to manifest this person in your life, even if you've not done it actively. But I think for a lot of you, at least on this side, you have. For your partner, I also think they've asked actively, but more so on the like DL, if that makes sense. Like it's in their private prayers, but I don't know if they go around telling everyone like, oh, I'm looking for my person. Like, but they're like very like, but if someone asked them, I think they'd be honest and be like, oh yeah, like I would, like if I met the right one, I would settle down. But like, I don't know that it doesn't feel like that they're like super like, oh yeah, I really want to settle down and get married, because I almost feel like they're a little bit guarded. And the reason I say this is like, which I'm gonna let Bekah get into, but it's that pearl that's coming out of the self that's kind of blocking the person behind it. I feel like they have like that, and it's not a bad thing. It's because they know how to keep their boundaries. So they're not going to tell every single person that they run into. And again, not that you walk up to someone and go, hi, I'm looking for my soulmate. Like, I'm not saying that at all. I just, like I said, I think that this means that you're very open. And you're very like, wow, like the world is my oyster, and not just about your person, but just about life in general. And then I think that, like I said, your person is a little more reserved about it, but they are open and they are looking. And I think for them, it might come a little bit more of a, like they meet you and then it kind of clicks for them one day, like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. Like, and I think for you, because you're so open, you might still not necessarily know right away that it's your person, because we kind of picked up on that, but you guys will get to know each other. And then when you do know, you'll be like, oh, I finally found what I was looking for. Like it'll be like a victorious day, which is very cute. And you might have a little feeling, because I feel like with all this creativity and stuff, you guys are a little pretty intuitive. So you might be like, like, I wonder if this is the person. I guess we'll see what happens. And then like it turns out to be them when you're like, I knew it kind of feeling. And then friendship card, I feel like it's obvious. I think not only will you guys maybe start out as friends, but I think this relationship will have a very solid friendship. Like even if it does move fast, it doesn't matter, because you're still like, even if you get together quickly, I feel like you'll take your time getting to know one another, if that makes sense. Like it'll still be like, yeah, we're dating and we really like each other, but like we're moving through our relationship kind of slowly, getting to know each other, deepening our bond. That's very much what it feels like. Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Bekah, but I'm going to request that she read the little kitty card for us, please, to get some more information.
Okay, let me do that really quick. And I'll read the Jaguar one too. Okay. Okay, cat. Curiosity, mystery, and independence. Yeah, I think you both are really independent. Cat. Prowling along the edge of prophecy, the cat sinks through dimensions, walking between portals of existence and illusion. Known as an animal of the night, the cat is a symbol for witchcraft and carries the enigmas of the dark arts, imbued with mystery and secrets left untold. The cat guides you to unveil your own magic by following your curiosity, taking back your personal power in the process. What lights you up? What have you been meaning to do but have been waiting for the right time to start? The cat brings patience as it takes its time before pouncing on its prey, just as you will then jump on the right opportunities. The cat offers you fierce independence as you pursue your dreams. granting balance and the ability to hold your own between your home life and social life. This brings you to explore the duality that is within, light and dark, feminine and masculine, soft and strong. There's space for it all.
I feel like that's super accurate and kind of gave confirmation to the things I was just saying about you.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, so Jaguar, which this makes ton of sense. So Jaguar is ferocity, connecting the dots and patterns. And it says, with incredible vision and laser focus, the Jaguar understands the patterns of life, even in the midst of chaos. Like its fur, the Jaguar can connect the dots, tying together seemingly unrelated ideas. Where others see spots, the Jaguar sees opportunities. The Jaguar encourages you to chase your passions with persistence and aggression, and gives you the power to release pure force as you push past blocks and limitations. However, this is not all pure spontaneity. It also involves the ability to plan three steps ahead with innovation and foresight. The Jaguar is methodical. I don't know why that's so hard. The Jaguar is methodical, so when the right movement strikes, it only takes one blow to make an impact. With unmatched ferocity, the Jaguar is unrivaled in its power and drive. When the Jaguar shows up for you, embody your aggressive side and don't be afraid to go after what you want. Step into the role of a leader. It's your time to be first, which I think makes a ton of sense for this side. Sorry if you hear anything in my neighborhood. I already explained. It's loud. But basically, for this side of your person is very confident, very like forward, very blunt. I don't feel like they're very out in the open about it though, because a Jaguar is a very quiet animal for the most part. Like it kind of sneaks around behind the scenes, but it pounces on the things that it wants and it pounces on those opportunities. And it does have a lot of that like electricity and energy. So I think it's very interesting because your person is very confident, but I think that they are not necessarily like in your face about it. Like I feel very much like they have a very strong sense of self, especially with the self card. Like they know very much like a lot about their inner depths, and they know how to keep things balanced. They know what opportunities are for them and which ones are not. And they're very, very confident about their choices. So before they make a choice, they make sure that they're calculating the risks. They make sure that they're looking into it and they're saying like, you know, does this feel right for me? Does this not feel right for me? And then they'll weigh out all the options and they'll look like 3 steps ahead and they'll just already know. And I think they rely a lot on their instincts. Even though like they are always 3 steps ahead, I think that's because it's instinct for them. Like they just kind of know ahead of time, like, oh, that's how that's going to play out. So I'm just going to do X, Y, Z. And I think they're just very confident in that. And I think that, you know, they're probably working through some of that confidence still, because I think that they've worked really hard on it to get to where they are now. And so I think that's a lot of what they've been doing, is really working on their confidence, really working on, you know, knowing themselves and how they can bring that into, you know, reality. And I think both of you are extremely independent people. And I think it's very interesting because when you two come together, you'll still be allowed to be independent, like independent of each other, but you'll also really enjoy being able to be in a relationship. And it's kind of like I talked about in pile 1, where 2 people will walk like side by side and they're on the same path and they're just like hand in hand, like going down this journey together because they're really on like the same page and they understand each other's energy so well. Because I think both of you have this very like sacral chakra creativity, like expression, like you can both exude that confidence. And I think you on the left have like more of an internalized version of that, whereas like the ones on the right, I think like your person is, they tend to put that more out in the open in their decisions, but they're very, very instinctual and very calculating with those decisions. So like it might seem like, you know, it took them a long time where they've really thought it through, and like you'll find out that, oh, they're just really following their gut, and like they didn't actually do like a lot except for listen to their intuition, which is why I think both of you are very spiritual and why this relationship is so spiritual, because both of you have learned how to work with your own design and work with spirit and work with your guides, and like are able to listen and put things into action based on your personal like feelings and vibes and guidance that you get internally. And the other thing about your person, you have the gentleman. And I think that obviously it doesn't matter male or female. I think that one, I already said your person seems to be more masculine because they have the Knight of Pentacles that came out to describe them. But I think that there's someone who's very, very kind and very, very generous and very, very much like they will take you on nice dates and they will do nice things like buy you flowers, and they will, you know, be the person that your parents like love because they, you know, they're just a great person and they take really good care of you and are a total like gentleman or gentle lady, whatever that may be. And I think that that's something that's really beautiful. But I also think that you are the type to give and give and give to other people. And I think that this person's going to show you that you can receive that same amount of love and passion back as you give. And that might be something that you're not used to. And so like this person might come off as a jaguar because you might meet them and be like, oh my God, this is so scary. Like they're just kind of so like blunt and forward, and they just do things, and they buy me stuff and they do nice things for me. And like, I'm not used to this. It's usually the other way around. And I think you're going to find that you really, really love that. And this person is very bright and colorful, and like, they just exude like this energy of like love and like confidence and excitement and fun.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. And I think that that's very soft. I was also going to point out that for you guys, strong chakras for you, just to mention, might be like, because you had a lot of purple, like even though yes, creativity is generally like sacral chakra, like it can also, I think, come from the third eye, but I feel like third eye is pretty strong for you, heart chakra, and then you have a lot of blue, so throat, like your upper chakras seem to be pretty strong for you. And so like you might need someone who is pretty grounding. And I feel like your person, like with the sacral here, and like they seem to kind of have a good balance of colors, but I do see a lot of red. I feel like they're a good grounding force for you, which is really cute.
Yes, super soft. And I think it's just very fascinating because you guys do balance each other out really well, but you also have a lot of like similarities too at the same time. Okay, channeled messages. They gave me a lot while these cards were being shuffled out. So they gave me catnip. I don't know if you have a cat, but if you do, cats love catnip. So if you want to grow some catnip, because you have so many references to plants in this group, that could be something for you. Try a Little Tenderness, the song. Starboy by The Weeknd, Lost in Japan by Shawn Mendes, which we talked about. Traveling, like I said, one of you might travel for work, or both of you might travel for work, or you might just both really enjoy traveling. You might be long distance and have to travel to each other. The song Human by Zico, who is a Korean artist. Boss Energy, Kaleidoscopes, Veggie Gardens and Herb Gardens, and Rose Gardens. Baths, Teapot Whistling, so like the sound of a teapot whistling, like your tea is ready. Wishing Well, Rome. The song I've Got the World on a String, but they made me specifically say I've got the world on a string, I'm sitting on a rainbow, which rainbows came out in group 1 as a channel message. But that is also by Frank Sinatra, if you wanted to know. And then Alice in Wonderland, specifically the Cheshire Cat. And then, of course, the caterpillar says, "Who are you?" And that came out pretty clearly. So, who are you? And then you have Girl Worth Waiting For from Mulan, or Worth Fighting For. Sorry, I don't know why I said waiting. It's not on here, but whatever. Girl, maybe it's a girl worth waiting for you. But otherwise, it's Girl Worth Fighting For from Mulan is the last message.
Love that. Okay, so right away, I'm going to tell you that for Venus, yes. And then communication. So communication is going to be good in this relationship. But right away, I'm going to tell you that as soon as the Saturn return card came out, the thing that they told me is that for a lot of you, not all of you, but that you, the person who's watching this reading, not your person, so it doesn't matter their age, but that you're probably going to meet them after your Saturn return. So if you're like 16 watching this, my loves, you know, and it doesn't feel right, and you feel like you're going to meet your person earlier than that, this is again a little last ditch effort to say you might want to choose another pile. I mean, you don't have to be 16, even if you're younger. If your, you know, Saturn return happens, I think between the ages of 27 to like 31. That's kind of when Saturn comes back to the placement that it was in when you were born. So for a lot of people, like I know I ended my Saturn return last year and Bekah just ended hers. And you're going to know your Saturn return is over and like when it's at its peak by looking at your astrology chart. Not to pimp Bekah out, but she does great astrology readings. So if you want to know about your Saturn return, like when it's coming, what you can expect, where it's probably going to affect you the most, she can probably give you a great reading on that. So for some of you, again, not all of you, because this can do with timing, I am going to point out that the Saturn return is good. So if your Saturn return has just ended, this is great news for you because it probably means your person's not that far off. If it hasn't come yet, it just might mean that like maybe you're going to meet them during your Saturn return, but it won't turn into a relationship until like maybe you're midway through your Saturn return or it's over. Again, intuition, trust that more than anything that we say. But they were very clear on that like, and it's not a bad thing because once you go through your Saturn return, like if you've done your inner work, which for me, this group has, because they're so spiritual, you're going to be like, oh, well, like, great. Now I'm going to get a partner who's also probably done the work. So that's a good thing if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And one other thing about like Saturn returns is the reason why that's such a good thing is because you change as a person when you go through your Saturn return. Like Saturn return is marked by tons of changes, like to you personally. So anything that you learned in the first 27 years of your life, usually it gets like you have to reflect on that during your Saturn return. And it's there to help you heal a lot of wounds and to make a lot of changes that you need to make so that you can go into the next phase of your life. And so it's very, very interesting because you could go into your Saturn return being one way and come out of it with a completely different outlook on life and a completely different set of values. Like if I were to use myself as an example, like my Saturn return just ended like 2 weeks ago, like literally like 2 weeks ago. And so, and I'm still in the shadow period because you're still in the shadow period for a little while after that, where like things are basically like you're through it, but you still might have a few effects here and there. But when I started, I was working a full-time job doing something I didn't really care about, but I was making really good money at it. So it didn't really matter that much. And I used to smoke a lot of hookah. I used to drink a lot of wine. Like I used to spend a lot of time like out with my friends. And like ever since I went through my Saturn return, like I cut out a lot of the things that I thought I needed to make me happy that I didn't. I quit my job. I started like spirituality stuff. Like I started learning how to do astrology and tarot and all of that. And like I went through this huge healing process the last few years of my life that really not really changed who I am, but it let me open up to who I was enough to let it out instead of trying to hide it inside. And I think that that's a really big thing for a lot of people that go through their Saturn return and like are aware that these changes are happening. Like you'll see people quit jobs, start new relationships, end old relationships, have babies, like move across the country, start their own business. Like there's so many different things that people go through when they go through a Saturn return that it's a good thing to go through that and then find your person, because you don't have to go through that like alongside somebody else, which is, it's not bad if you do, but it's a lot easier if you meet each other after, because you don't have to worry about like, pulling all of those masks off and finding out like the person that you're with wasn't the same person that you started dating. Like it's just easier for some people that way. Now that's not to say that like you wouldn't get through it. Like if you're with the right person, you will, and you'll grow together. But I just wanted to point that out there, that it's actually a pretty good thing if you are in your Saturn return or going through your Saturn return and you haven't yet met your person. Like that could be a good thing as well. So it doesn't have to be a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. They wanted me to point out that you got South Node and then you have North Node at the bottom of the deck. So you have destiny and challenges. Then you have gifts and lessons, first quarter, which is making decisions, obstacles, taking actions, and momentum. You have new moon in Aries, go for it. You have first quarter moon in Sagittarius, believe in your good luck. New moon in Pisces, attuned to the divine. The end of a tough cycle approaches, bring love into the situation. And then you have Pisces. And then you also have waning crescent, which is surrender, restore, reflection, intuition, and stillness. Okay, so for me, I already really touched on the node, but the node. Well, no, I meant the Saturn return. But for me, you guys have a very solid connection here. Again, we already talked about how it's going to be pretty stable, and that you see that again with Earth element. And I think you guys are going to have a lot of intellectual, beyond like the same wavelength type of conversations. There's going to be a lot of love in the connection with the 4. Like that again makes me think of stability, but it also makes me think of like that like true like partnership in the sense of like, because it makes me think of the 4 of Wands, which is that house, you know, like where they're getting married and there's a castle in the back because they're moving in together and it's like a serious, so like that makes me, you know, feel really good seeing that 4 with the Venus. I also see with go for it and believe in your good luck and attune to the divine again, like right now, because you guys are going, if you are going through your Saturn return, that can be kind of tough on us. And you see, you know, it might be that spirit saying like, hey, you're coming out of this now, or like, just in general, if you have opportunities, you have to believe that like this is really possible. And I think you do, deep down, but sometimes, you know, everybody has their doubts. And I think really what this is saying is that like also in your connection, you're going to have a lot of good luck with this person. You're going to push each other to go for opportunities that you wouldn't go for. You're going to you're going to both be very attuned to the divine, you know, and have that. And I think that like any tough cycle that shows up, you'll be able to work through it together. You're going to both know how to bring love into the situation to make things peaceful and take care of each other and look out for one another. And yeah, so I really love this. I think it's really soft.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree. And I wanted to touch on, well, I'm going to tell you all of the signs. So as far as like the ones that are coming out now, all earth signs, obviously, but specifically Capricorn has shown up a few times. You also have a lot of Aquarian energy that's showing up. You have Pisces a couple times, Aries, Sagittarius. Did I miss? Oh, and then Venus, which is Libra and Taurus. So those are some signs that could give you some confirmation. Another thing with the Uranus card, like with that Aquarian energy, which we did talk about Aquarian energy, I think in both of the last piles. But obviously when we're doing this, like if you're watching it real time, it is Aquarius season. So, you know, that's a thing. But basically, like, I think it's just hearkening to the fact that there's going to be a lot of change. And I don't think it's bad change. Like, I think that all of these changes that are happening, whether you're going through your Saturn return or you're meeting this person, like, they're all going to be positive changes. And I think that this type of relationship, because you have like the Venus love and like the new moon in Aquarius bringing love into the situation, like, I think that maybe one or both of you hasn't experienced very many relationships that have been, excuse me, they say if you burp, you're right. So, excuse me. But they say, you know, like maybe either of you hasn't been in a relationship or very many where you've had like the actual unconditional love or that reciprocated love. And this is going to be a change for you in the sense of you're actually going to be experiencing a relationship that's mature and that's playful and fun and loving and that you actually deserve. Because I think that when you've been going through this Saturn return, or you're going to, it's going to teach you how to really actually care about yourself. And I think that that's kind of usually the main lesson that people learn when they go through things like their Saturn return, is how to love themselves for who they are and how to care about themselves. And in doing so, that's building your confidence. It's building like your passions. It's building your dreams. And you're actually starting to believe in yourself. And that's what's drawing in someone who's actually worthy of your energy and whose energy you guys will be able to match like to each other, which is really, really soft.
It is very soft. I'm very excited for you guys to meet your person. And if you do, please let us know. It also would be cool. I don't know if this is possible because I know South nodes and North nodes are kind of based on age, but it would be kind of neat if like your South node and their North node was like opposite each other. Something that just kind of popped in there. So maybe for some of you that is the case.
Well, it could be possible if you guys have a different rising sign, because you could have one that's in like the 9th house and your person can have one in like the 3rd house.
That's
and
true.
So they can be opposite each other in the same sign even.
That's very true. That would be pretty neat because you guys would take on those like gifts and lessons, and then like the, you know, rewards, the destiny and stuff like in different ways, but they might actually end up being very complementary ways, which is really neat. Okay.
Yes, astrology is fascinating, and I highly encourage you, like before and after you meet your person at any point, I think you should get an astrology reading, because that's come up a couple times now in this pile. And I think that you might find a lot of beautiful confirmation just from somebody looking at your chart for a little bit. And it doesn't obviously have to be us. I mean, obviously, if you want it to be us, like I can do an astrology reading. But I think just in general, like even you researching your own astrology, like looking at certain placements, like that can be something that can be really healing for you.
Oh. Yes, okay, I thought so. And then they wanted this. Okay. So for you guys in your love story, which I really like this actually, you have the Emperor. So I think Bekah was very right that your person who is over here is probably going to be the one to make the first move, because I feel like this is their energy. And they're probably coming in a lot quicker than you think, because the Knight of Swords is the fastest knight. Now that doesn't, again, for some of you, the relationship might start fast, but then go slow afterwards, because you're going to become like friends and then, you know, like get closer. Like while you're in a relationship and like deepen the connection. But for some of you, they might come into your life quickly, but they might not be in a relationship with you right away. And I say this because like we have here the Ten of Swords, which means that like one or both of you might be like ending some tougher cycles right now. We had that like the end of a tough cycle approaches, but this is a good thing, because I feel like you're going to help each other with these swords. It's not just like, oh, I'm laying there and I'm bleeding out. It's like this person comes to me and like they're helping you, and it's not that you can't help yourself, right? Because we all can help ourselves and all do really well, but sometimes we need other people to help lift us up. And this person is, to me, is going to come and they're going to be like, oh, let me help you, let me pull this sword out of your back, let me bandage your wounds, let me make sure that you have some like, you know, and they're going to give you that genuine care and connection and friendship and communication that you've never had before. And then we have the King of Wands, which makes me think that like that's when for you, like you're gonna think that like, I feel like with the Emperor, you think that like, oh, they're so cool, like they're so awesome, like they have such a good like powerful energy, like, oh, that's really neat. But with the King of Wands, I almost feel like that's when like their playful creative side comes out for you, and you'll kind of like maybe like see them differently. Like I have that like, there may be something there that wasn't there before, like that type of vibe. And then you have Temperance, which again is like, yes, that can be divine timing and about patience, but that's also about, Temperance can also be about the angels giving you something. So to me, this is them saying this is the answer to the thing that you've been waiting for. Like everything's balanced out. Here's the divine timing. We're delivering it to you. And for this, like they're saying like, this is like all the time that you've spent heartbroken, all the time that you've spent lonely, wishing for that person. Like they're saying like, here they are. Like this is the lovers, this is like, here's the person, this is, you know, the yin to your yang, the like it's all going to work out. And like, yes, like some days might feel hopeless, and like for me this is kind of like after you've gotten the swords pulled out of you, like you're, you know, you've been pulling them out yourself, and now you're sitting here kind of naked and vulnerable and kind of just waiting for it to be your turn. And like Spirit saying like, yes, like that turn is coming, and like you're vulnerable and you're there, and like this person is going to like make you feel good. And like, yes, you already have a lot of self-love and make yourself feel good and take care of yourself. So I don't want anyone to mistake this and thinking that like, you know, that like we're saying that like you need this person to live, because you don't, because you're doing great all on your own. But everybody wants connection, and you're ready to have that connection. And Spirit saying like you have stripped yourself down enough to like there are no walls blocking you anymore, and you're able to be vulnerable. Because if you see here these two people, like they're nude, and that is like one of our most vulnerable states. They're nude together and they're both bearing it all to one another, and this is not in a sexual way. Like, yes, we know that you guys are very passionate, but this is also just in an intimate way of like, this is who I am, do you accept me? And they're like, yes. And then the person, you know, you're like, the person is also like, do you accept me? And you're like, yes, completely. And there's no like, oh, I also want to point out that they had curly hair, like it's a dear person might, so that's interesting. But you know, and you're like, it's just that you're both very accepting of each other no matter what. And you've both been stripped down to this place of like, yes, like now I'm ready to be that vulnerable with someone, and you're going to be that vulnerable with someone, and it's going to end really beautifully. And like this time of being lonely and lost and, you know, like wondering if like, you know, is this going to happen for me? Spirit's like, yes, absolutely. Like it's going to come in the most unexpected way, and like divine timing is just going to happen, and you're just going to be like, whoa, like, and you're just going to, but you're ready now to be vulnerable with this person, which is really soft.
It's super soft, and I agree with all of that. And I did get some more channeled messages. So I have zoo dates, ice cream, stickers, the notebook, specifically the phrase, if you're a bird, I'm a bird. Vulnerable by Secondhand Serenade, which is actually a really soft song. Like he says like, I was born to tell you I love you, and like I'm torn to do what I have to make you mine, stay with me tonight. Like it's very soft. You have My All by Mariah Carey, which is also a really soft song and is a huge throwback to like the 90s. You have the song Vienna by The Fray, which is a very like beautiful song. I already mentioned that music was big for this group, and you've gotten a ton of songs. And then Popcorn and Late Night Movies are also other things.
Soft. What is that Secondhand Serenade song where they're like, I was born to tell you I love you? Isn't that a song already? Like it'd be an originality. And it's true, I can't go on without you. Your smile makes me see clearer. Only thing in the mirror that I see. And your slow shaking fingertips show that you scared me so to know. And I know you may be scared, and I know we're unprepared, but I don't care.
Yeah, that's the same song. Vulnerable.
Oh, okay. I thought so. I was like, because there's an original song in Secondhand Serenade where they originally said that line, and I think that's why, like, because it's like he can't express it any other way except I was born to tell you I love you, and then he's like, I know I said that already, but it's still the truth. Like, and I think that's really cute.
Actually, I think I did channel two different songs. So Vulnerable was the one that I did channel, which is the one that you were just singing. But the other one, let me figure out which song that was. Hold on. And
well, while she does that, I'm gonna throw some, when I get the little charm board out. So we have here your little charm board, and so this is like kind of going in the line of like how K-drama goes. So usually there's like a meet cute, how they meet, and like the portion where they're falling in love, then the tea/the drama, which, you know, again is not as dramatic as most soap operas, but you know, usually in any relationship there's bumps in the road, there's hiccups, and then the happy ending. So we're gonna get some charms and some stickers and kind of see where you guys are at.
So the song that I channeled lyrics from is Your Call, and then but the name of the song that I channeled was Vulnerable by Secondhand Serenade, which is funny because in Vulnerable, like Laina said, he mentions that I was born to tell you I love you. Isn't that a song already? So he actually harkens back to Your Call in the song Vulnerable. So it's funny that you have both of those songs.
Yes, it's such a good song. Waiting for you. Call, I'm sick. Call, I'm angry. Call, I'm desperate for your voice. It's such a good song, which actually to me, Your Call is almost like this person, and Vulnerable is the other person who's like, tell me what makes you think that you're invincible. Like, tell me what makes you vulnerable, because they want to know all about you. And like, you're over here like, I'm waiting for you. Call, I'm sick. Call, I'm angry. Call, I'm desperate for your voice. Which is really cute. Like, I think you guys are kind of waiting to talk and stuff and like get to know each other. charms there. I dropped one. Okay, I do not know where that charm went, so I may have to find it after the reading. Please don't be lost forever. It shouldn't be. Can't have gone far. I'm sorry to tell you that I don't know what that charm was because I cannot see it. But if I do find it, maybe I'll tell Bekah to tell you in the comments.
Also, Blame Me by Monsta X is playing in my head right now, which I love that song, but I just thought I'd throw that out there. That's a very sacral energy song, in my opinion.
It is. It's very cute, though. Okay, you guys have a lot of stuff in your happy ending over here. Okay, no. Let's try again. Hold on. That's way too much. It's not happening. Spirit. Okay. I'm gonna try and get you guys one more little handful, but if they drop a big pile out like that again, that's it. Okay, that feels good. That feels like plenty. Okay. So, over here you have fiance. So you guys, so spoiler, Spirit. Night. So I think Spirit is telling you that you dream about this person, because I take the things that fall outside of the grid as like messages just from your guides and not so much about the story. This one was touching, so I will keep that one. You have a mermaid here, which does harken to Kyle 4. So if you feel drawn to that one, that could be for you. For me, because she's like holding the star and she has a little pearl, this makes me think of like a gift, or like even like making a wish of some kind. So Spirit could say, like, again, like they've heard your wishes and they're going to grant it. You also have, I believe this is Cancer. Yes, and it says imaginative. So what you've conjured up, what you've dreamt of, they've heard. Yeah, you guys definitely dream of each other, in my opinion. Like this looks like two people like long distance from each other that are dreaming of one another. There is a coin here, which is Mount Hood in Oregon. So Oregon could be a location potentially that you meet. Or they could be from there. Love happens every day. So again, this is out here. So they want you to know that love happens every single day. Butterfly, which you got that channeled message a lot. So again, that could be a synchronicity for you guys. Okay. So now getting onto the chart here, you see some people here that are taking photos, making memories. It looks like they're pretty good friends. They could even be classmates with the backpacks. You have some keys. I love that because look, this is like the meet cute. So it's like you meet them and like either they get the keys to you or you get the keys, or both, because there's two keys to each other. And then in falling in love, you have the lock. So you're able to open that lock, which is really cute. I also have Snow White. So that could be something for you. Oh, look at that. Another one where they're getting cute and cozy. Then we have, okay, this is more on the happily ever after, so I'll go there. So now next you have March. So that could be an important month for you guys. We have the two hearts connected. So you could have two hearts that are joined, that become joined as one. And then you have the Eiffel Tower. So for some of you, this could be, you meet in Paris, or again, they're from Paris. So that could be something to note. Maybe you go to a trip in Paris and that's where you guys really like fall in love. The angel key, again, you have another huge key, which is in the T/the drama. So I don't, but it was kind of on both. So I feel like Spirit's gonna give you guys the key to each other. That could also be scary for you guys. So let's see what else is in here. You have an electric guitar, so some more about music. You have this one, which says 4-leaf clover for good luck. So honestly, you guys don't really have an ET, which is great to know. And then, oh, Christmas time. So yeah, they all like in there, they're really cute. The only thing I could think of here, because you have this one, which is drink tea, make shit, pet animals, die. Like that's your to-do list. Is like maybe you guys are really busy and you guys might not see each other until like Christmas, from March to Christmas, because it's long distance. And like, so then when you do see each other, it's really hard. And that can be really hard in a relationship, but it doesn't feel like this like heavy drama, right? Of like, oh, like we have all these problems. Like anything, you guys are like, whew, we're lucky because we don't have a lot to worry about, except for the fact that maybe we're long distance, and like, you know, maybe you go to different colleges if you guys are students, or like, you know, you just live long distance. That could be something. But then when you guys are together, like, look, it's very happy. There's a lot of love. I don't know why, but I've been taking these as like little boys. So maybe you guys will have a son, like with these little BTS stickers, which is really cute. Son that plays baseball, maybe. Ancestors to me have approved this relationship. It's like ancestral karma coming to fruition. You guys deserve. And also, this is like your own family tree. I think you're going to grow your own family tree, and you had so much about plants. So maybe you guys will even have a garden in your own home. You have January, and then you have this precious little ring charm. So you guys are definitely going to be getting married or engaged if that's something you want. Zero. So for me, this makes me think of From Zero by Monsta X, which is a great song. But it also makes me think like zero is to me, zero is another way of infinity. Like I know that's the 8, like, you know, on the side, but I think zero also has that like infinite potential, like so much, you know, like you guys are building your life together, and it's new and it's different and it's not what either of you are used to, but it's beautiful. Yeah, and you guys are definitely going to have a soul family of some kind, or like, you know, classmates, friends that like cheer you on together. This could even be like your 3 kids. You guys might have 3 children together. This little another boy. So you guys could have 2 sons potentially. But I also see like one son maybe more athletic, one might be more like jumpy and like a little bit eccentric, which is kind of cute. I like that. This is not even a children reading, but you're getting some info about your potential children. And then you have this one too, like this like winter time. So winter could be an important time. Like this is January, so that's winter. So that could be like, you know, kind of like full circle. Like you might meet in the spring and, you know, be really like, you know, have to go through this long distance for a while, but then be really loved up by March. And I mean, not by March, by January. And like that could be really soft, which is very cute.
Mm-hmm. Super cute. You had a couple more songs come through. I said, your guides really like to use songs. You might be someone who has really good clairaudience, meaning like you can hear messages really well. And I think one of the best ways that you can use clairaudience is to put like a really big like selection of music on shuffle and let your guides pick your songs for you. I do that a lot with my Spotify playlist, like my liked songs from Spotify, because I have like over 3,000 in there. And so like what I usually do is like if I want some messages from my guides or like a little pick me up, I will like ask my guides to send me songs, and then I will just like hit the shuffle and then click play and go like 1, 2, 3, and then whatever plays after I do that, I know are messages from my guides, which usually it's very accurate. So it's really cool. That might be something that's good for you to try. You have Dream a Little Dream of Me. You have I've Got a Crush on You by Frank Sinatra, which you've had a couple Frank Sinatra songs, so jazz music might be important to you. And then the last song that you got is Falling in Love at the Coffee Shop by Landon Pig.
Oh, okay, this is completely random, but maybe jazz music is important for you, because today when my mom and I were having dinner and my cat was being kind of like a psycho kitty, I told Alexa to play calming music for cats, and she played calming jazz music for cats.
Well, actually, in pile 1, I think I channeled the Aristocats, which in the Aristocats, the cats, like Thomas O'Malley, the alley cat, is part of a group of cats that like to play jazz music. So just thought I'd throw that out there. That might be another connection.
There you go. I think that's funny. All right, I tried to get up and look for that charm while Bekah was talking, but I still can't find it. So sorry, guys. If I do, after I clean up, maybe I'll let you know what it was if it feels relevant. Okay, so now moving on to our final section of the reading, we have our cards, and then our channel messages. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's right. I was like, I thought I was missing one. Okay, so we'll start with those. You have channel messages on them for you guys. And then we have the K-drama oracles, which are some K-dramas that have some quote from the K-drama on it, and then kind of like what your relationship might be like. So we will shuffle those out too. You get 5. But let's start with these and see if we can get some more confirmation from these. Before I start, or while I'm shuffling, any more channeled messages? Any last ones besides the songs?
Nope.
All right. So let's get you guys your messages. Okay. Okay. Is that right? Okay. Tiger's Eye. So you have Rome. Didn't you mention Rome, Bekah?
I sure did.
Balloons, pandas, unexpected message, rainy day, spring, mussels, snakes, tide, a tie, hair ribbons, dice, pineapple, tequila, tequila sunrise, sorry, baby's breath, flamingo, keep the faith, and yes. So if you asked Spirit a question, or you had a question that you were asking Spirit, they answered it with a yes. And then you have Jade, which says apples, cherry blossoms, flower field, springtime, wish on a star, jet ski, cabin in the woods, bees, compatible Venus signs, we'll travel together, hope, parachute, moving to a new or big city, we'll meet them there, they love art and culture, and then the song Into You by JB, which is a really cute song, and I highly recommend you listen to it. Okay, so let's do these. Okay. All right, we got these 2 that flipped. Okay. This one. We need one more. Come on, Spirit. All right, and then the last one we got is 100 Days, My Prince. Okay, so I'm gonna read these, and then we will read the quotes and see what else you have here for you guys. Okay, so first one you have here is When the Camellia Blooms, and the quote reads, when things feel easy with someone, you get comfortable, your heart starts to pound, then comes the romance. So it makes a lot of sense, because we talked about how you guys might have that slow kind of build at first, and then like you get really comfortable with each other, and then like boom, romance. So your love story, single parent, so one of you could be a single parent. It says partner will be good with your kid. Kids play a huge part in the relationship. One may be a runner and the other a chaser, very protective of each other, can withstand anything that is thrown at each other, fated connection, May have met when young, but neither remembers, tied together throughout life. Will help each other see their worth and value, patient with each other, healing relationship, and slow pace. And the song is Loser by Owen. Then we have Strongest Delivery Man. All I need is for you to be by my side. And your love story says, may not like each other at first, co-workers, then friends, then lovers. May start a small business together. Food is important to the relationship. Make each other laugh and smile. Inspirational leaders and a power couple will find home and safety in each other and will support each other's dreams. OST is Must Have by Jane Jane. Very soft. Then we have Her Private Life, which is more than anyone in this world, I wish to paint your happiness by your side. Will you marry me? Yes. Will you be my great love as well? And then he said forever, which is really soft, which you guys had that engagement and marriage. So definitely a proposal. May meet in a different city, state, or country, have similar jobs, or may meet because of work. Will love each other despite any weird hobbies or interests, faithful and devoted to each other. Will enjoy doing the little things together. Your parents will love them. May have met as kids. One or both is very creative and the other partner is the muse. May not get along at first. Very loving and healing relationship. And OST is Help Me by Idol. Then you have The King, which says, hang in there just a little longer. I'm coming for you. I will find you no matter what. Please just be there no matter where you may be, which is really soft considering that we talked about how this group sometimes might feel, like because everybody struggles with doubt, but I feel like this group, like it was probably really important for you to hear that your person is coming to you no matter what, no matter where you are, they are. Your love story may come from two different worlds, states, or countries. And when I say two different worlds, I don't mean like two different planets, literally. I mean, that'd be really cool and like awesome. But I mean, like, it might be like that you're from, the upper class and they're from lower class or vice versa. Or like they're, in a very conservative country, you're in a more like, America. And you guys come from two completely different worlds. And there will be a learning curve of like having to, balance each other's cultures. 5D connection, which we saw that you guys connect in like dreams and stuff like that, may have unknowingly saved each other. Long distance, but will make time for each other often. Enjoy traveling together. Fated connection, both very headstrong and independent. Will both fight for their love. Will grow a strong life together. And plant parents. Oh my gosh, I forgot that I wrote that. OST is Gravity by Kim Jang-won.
Yes, it's actually really soft because the plant parent thing, basically she gets a seed for a plant that is grown, like, I think it's in his world, and like she tries to grow the seed. It's really soft. You have to watch it. It's a cute show.
Yes. A little bit violent, so if you're not good with violence, just a little warning, but it's very good. 100 Days, My Prince. Until I come to an end, you are my lady and I am your husband. And then we have Your Love Story, maybe from completely different backgrounds or cultures. Will help each other discover who they truly are. One may hide true identity at first. May bicker a lot at first. Both or one is the cornerstone of their family. One may have their own company or prestigious job. May get together quickly but move very slowly. May be a period of separation or long distance. Will always make their way back to each other. And the OST is Cherry Blossom Love Song by Chen.
From EXO.
Yeah.
Which I think so like When the Camellia Blooms, 100 Days, My Prince, and The King all have references to plants. So I thought I would just point that out because in 100 Days, My Prince, cherry blossom trees are really, really important. Obviously, the camellia is a type of flower, and then in The King, they have that plant that they try to grow together.
Yes, you guys had lots of synchronicities just within these cards alone, but then that also went all throughout your reading, so that was really cool. A lot about potentially having the long distance, which is, like I told you, the only thing I saw as your potential, like, quote unquote tea or trouble. which is, you know, pretty pretty nice. Doesn't seem like there's any big drama, which is good. And yeah, this is what we have for you. This was such a beautiful reading, very soft connection, and I really loved reading for you guys, and I'm sure that Bekah did as well. I want to thank your guides and my guides and Becky's guides for letting us read for you, because it's always an honor and a privilege for us. You can follow us on any social media. We pretty much have them all, but we're most active on Instagram. Yeah, so please like, comment, subscribe, share this with a friend if you feel called to. And oh, I didn't mention this in pile 2, my bad, but we are going to be starting a podcast soon, so look out for that announcement, so you can get a listen to our podcast. And yeah, that is what we have for you. So have a happy Valentine's Day, and we will see you guys next time. Bye bye.
Bye, guys.
Hi guys, if you picked pile 4, then this is your reading. Before we get started, I just want to do a couple quick disclaimers first. Is that this is a timeless reading, so no matter when you find this reading, it applies to you. If you clicked on it and you felt drawn to it, there was a reason, so please listen. Doesn't matter if we posted this 10 years ago, okay? Then it's still relevant. If it feels like it's good for you. Second is that, of course, take everything, you know, on your own discretion, trust your own intuition. You're going to know what is best for you and your energy more than anyone else. So if you hear something that is potentially like triggering or doesn't sound right, you know, feel free to pick another pile or else try another reading from us. Yes, but that is basically it. So yes, just, you know, again, be careful, because we never want you to leave our readings feeling sad. We want you to feel uplifted and good and feel like you have good confirmation. Now, of course, like, we know sometimes there are going to be tough love messages, but, you know, you shouldn't be, you know, like, distraught. Your intuition's going to know, like, what is right and what is not. So please pay attention to that. Now, after all of that, if you pick this pile, then you pick this cute little pile topper that says, "We were mermaid for each other. Happy Valentine's Day," which is super cute. It's my personal favorite because I love mermaids, but I loved all the toppers that I made. Okay, so we're gonna do a vibe check for you and your person. So just kind of in this section, if this sounds like you and your person and it sounds good, then that is awesome. And then we will continue on through the reading. And if it doesn't, then you can go ahead and pick another pile. So the way we're going to be reading this is like, this is you, and that side is your person. So Bekah will be reading this side in this pile, and I will be reading that side. And yeah, so let's go ahead and get started and kind of get some current energies about where you guys are
at. So I'm going to give you some of the channeled messages. So we have blue lights, fish tank, glasses, computer screen, hot chocolate, rom-com quotes, run on, like the K-drama Run On, which we don't actually have that in the K-dramas, but it was a contender. It's a great K-drama. Highly recommend you watch it. It's very cute. Glue, Chocolate by the 1975, Nightlight, Bubbles, Poetry Book, Puppies, Golden Retrievers, Stewardess, like on a plane. I don't know why, but Havarti, which is a type of Danish cheese, came through. And then grilled cheese, the show Glee, and then specifically the grilled cheeses episode where they find an image of Jesus in the cheese, in the grilled cheese. I don't know. I don't know why that came through, but there you go.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I dropped the cards here, so give me 1 second. I'm having butterfingers in these last 2 piles, man. I don't know, maybe you guys are clumsy these days. I'm also clumsy, so it's probably just me, but, you know. Okay, we have communication, and then on this side, oh, sorry, confusion. But then on this side, we do have communication. I was like, there's 2 communication cards in this deck. Okay. That. And then I also almost get from this side, just to mention too, is like this almost looks like someone's head who's like up in the clouds and like really open, like maybe very connected. Okay, this is the same energy as the last group a little bit with the make card anyway. Birth. Okay, they said to take both of these, so I'll put them there. The other side, please. Oh. Okay. And we have move on over here.
That makes me think like the phrase "get a move on," like, like especially with the chariot, like, get a move on.
Get your butt in gear, sir or ma'am. Okay, so we'll get a couple traits for each of you. Okay, since it kind of went that way, I'm gonna guess that they want that here. Okay. Okay. Doing your person first. Okay, and one more for them, please. Okay, curious. Okay, that is about your person, and then let's do some for you over here. Okay. Is this the right one? Yes, okay. Something about these isn't feel right. Hold on, let me clear the deck. Let's cut the deck in half. All right, let's try it again. I have Loser Lover by TXT in my head. I'm a loser. I'm a lover. Sunshine, light brown eyes. Wants a family with you. Okay. And then we have piercings. Okay. So those are some informations for you guys. Okay. Let me see if they want any cards for the center here. Ooh, okay, they do. Movement. I was like, something feels like missing, an abundance of over. So we'll leave those there for the center. Just to show you, the bottom of the deck says change. So that is, let me get one of these. Oh. Just one, please. Okay, they want this one. They want me to take the bottom of the deck, which says romance. And this is number 8. Okay. Okay. So there we go. Here you go, Bekah. On this side, you have confusion, make, birth, the magician, sunshine, light brown eyes, wants a family with you, and piercings.
All right. So we've been doing it so that the left side is about you and the right side is about your person, which I know we already explained, but I just wanted to put that out there again. Obviously, if this doesn't sound like you, then this could be your person, if you pick this pile. So just keep that in mind, that you can take what resonates and however it resonates. But I think for you on this side, like, you have this very strong ability to manifest whatever you want because you have the Magician. And it's kind of like you are at a place in your life where you understand things like manifestation. You understand how to attract opportunities to yourself. You're very much like sitting in a position where you're able to kind of make things happen for yourself, and not in the sense of like forcing it, but just like you're following like your passion, your dreams, and what makes you feel good. And I think that that's bringing in a lot of like opportunities to you. With the sunshine, that makes me think that you're probably someone who's pretty bubbly and like cheerful, probably someone that a lot of the time is pretty positive for the most part. And then I think you are someone that's very, very family oriented. Now, obviously, you don't have to be like, it could be like a pet family, but I'm just saying that like you might have a want or a desire to have a family of your own, or you might be someone who's very, very big on family, and like your family may be very, very important to you, to you. You are probably someone who makes things by hand, whether that be as a hobby or as like a thing that you do for your business. And then of course, like with birth, like I feel like that's more about like birthing ideas into the world. And so I feel like you get a lot of ideas and a lot of downloads and a lot of information. And I think like you have a tendency to be able to take that stuff that you get and turn it into something that's here in the 3D, which is part of manifestation. So I feel like those two cards go really well together because you birth things into the world. Now, for some of you, this is literally like birth, like babies. And so for some of you, like your desire is to have a family with your person, whether you know them now or not, which you might. Some of you probably do know who your person is, or you're with your person already. And then for a lot of you, I feel like because you have like this get a move on, like chariot energy on the other side, you might not know them yet. And they might be on their way. But for some of you, I do think that you're already together. And if that's the case, you have the movement and abundance in the middle. You have make and birth on your side, and like the wanting a family. Like I feel like in the cards, especially with the fact that this is a year 6 for numerology, like 2022 is a 6 year, which means that like there's new additions to like soul families and like friendships and love and romance, and babies are something that is predicted a lot by a lot of astrologers this year. It's a very fertile year. And so if you are someone that's with your partner already, this could be a sign that that may be something that happens for you this year. So if you are wanting a family, this could be a good omen for you and your partner. Now, if you're not with your person, be careful, because if you're not ready for a family yet, but you want one someday, it might come faster than you think it will. But yes, but I think birth could be important in multiple ways in your life, depending on if you want those children or not, which I think if it says you want a family, then you probably are a person that likes that. Now, as far as the confusion card goes, I feel like Laina's correct in saying like you might have, it's not even a bad thing, because if you have your head in the clouds sometimes, like, yes, that can be seen as like you need to ground, which you do, because obviously like you can't be up there 24/7, because you have to like still be able to live your life here on earth. But I think that it's just showing that like you're someone who's very like dreaming, and you have a lot of like visions for the future, and a lot of dreams, and a lot of passions and things that you think about a lot, which is a beautiful thing, because the more that you visualize and the more that you are, thinking about all of the good things that you want to bring into the world, the more you're going to manifest that stuff. And so even though I think like sometimes if you have your head in the cloud, like that can cause some confusion sometimes, because you might not know 100% how to ground them into reality. And I think that's when you kind of have to listen to yourself, ground yourself back down, do some like breathing, meditation, whatever it is that you do, get out in nature, get some fresh air. When you do that, that's when you'll get like these downloads to, like, how do I make this happen for me? And I think that it's just all about balance with that, because as long as you're balancing out that time that you're spending in the clouds with being grounded, I think that that's when you bring all of those beautiful ideas in. So even though you might have a tendency sometimes to like get confused because you're in your head, or like you're above your head sometimes, I think that you have a good balance on knowing that once you get to that point, there are ways that you can bring yourself back down so that you can kind of get that like away from that for a little bit if you need to, which I think is really, really a great energy to be in.
One thing I want to point out is that while Bekah was talking, and I got this song "Just Haven't Met You Yet" by Michael Bublé, so that could be something for you guys. So for your person is, I think, with the communication and the move on and the Chariot, and like what Bekah already said, the get a move on, it's most likely that your person is going to be the one to reach out to you first. They're going to be the one to start the communication, which to me makes sense, because I think right now you're really focused on yourself, and not in a selfish way, but I feel like in a very, good, like, I need to take care of myself way. And so, like they're going to be the ones that reach out to you. So you have, and if you do have your own business, maybe if they are a YouTuber / influencer, they might be wanting to collab. It could be that like you have a product and they're like, oh, hey, like, can I feature your product like on my video? Or like, would you like to be a guest on my channel and talk about your product? Like, it could be something as simple as that. It could even be that you reach out to them in a brand way and be like, hey, like, you want to try my brand? And then they reach out to you in a personal way. So again, like, take this as it resonates, for you guys. But their communication feels like it's definitely coming from them, and they're on their way to you with the Chariot. Like, they're moving forward towards you, whether they know it or not. They're confident. They, again, could be a YouTuber or an influencer or some type of job in, media. And then they could potentially be Asian, and they have a very curious mind. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if you have something that they're very curious about and they want to know about it. And they want to know more about you because they're interested in what you do. Especially if you're someone that like manifests maybe, and like you post about the fact that you've manifested things, they might be curious enough. You're like, oh, like, how do you manifest? Like, I'm really curious about that. Like, I want to try. And like, then you guys get to talking, and then it's nerve. But as you can see, like with the middle, you have movement and abundance. So I think like that's not only going to be like an abundance of coin, because if you guys do end up working together, I think it'll work well. But it's also, I think, going to be, because those are cups, like an emotional abundance. Like, you guys will be overflowing with love and contentment, like a deep friendship, a deep love, a deep understanding for each other. And I think you guys will, like, movement, like, get each other out there, like, moving and shaking and, like, doing lots of fun stuff. So I think that that's really cool energy. Very, like, this energy is very light, very playful, very airy, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I think it's a very, like a very, I want to keep saying the word buoyant, so maybe watery, but like it's a very like lighthearted, like floaty kind of an energy, and it's very like sunshiny and bright, and like there's a lot about, I have a lot of messages to read, but there's a lot about like childlike stuff in your messages, like kind of like a playful, like kids fun, like innocence, like there's a lot of really like cutesy stuff like that, which I think is really soft. You have kebab fondue for two, which I cannot remember what show that is from. I cannot for the life of me, but there's this show that's a kid show where they're like fondue for two, and I don't remember what it is. I'll look it up in a second. There's a show, All That was on, I mean, I think it came back for a while, but the version that I'm thinking of is way back in like the 90s. I say way back like I'm super old, but like the show All That was on Nickelodeon, which I then channeled Nickelodeon 90s shows, Saturday morning cartoons, stuffed animals, Peeps, like the like little like bird shaped like sugar treats that are really not good for you, but like people like them. Everybody Loves Somebody, which is the one I was hearing is by Dean Martin. Cornerstone by King of Leon. Bridges, infinity symbols, slinkies, colorful bins. Like I was seeing like I would say like a kid's classroom or like a daycare or something like that, where they have like all these different like colorful bins and like these cute little tables and chairs and stuff. There's crafts, art teacher, yarn, and pom-poms. There's a lot of stuff about like kids crafts, like using like different things to make like fun little kids crafts. Like I was seeing like using like cotton balls as clouds, and like using like finger paints, and like I don't know, it's just really cute, like a lot of like childlike energy.
You have the mother, and then here's the father. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yes, and then you have the starborn, which has an egg on it too.
Sure do. Oh, okay, hold on. Spirit wants me to put that there. Okay, so I shall.
I have a feeling that they're not going to have you take that father card literally.
No. I don't think so. Oop. Okay, so we have study. And then your person has prosperity. Nice. And then let's get one for the relationship. Harmony. That's nice. Okay. Oh. No, thanks. No. Okay.
Yes, and then I can read these animal cards for you guys while she shuffles too.
Oh, okay. That's too many.
Okay, so we'll start with the dragonfly, which I already know just based off of what I know, because the dragonfly is actually one of my totems, so I know a lot about them. But the dragonfly is about like spiritual connection. So that's something already right off the bat before I even get into what the actual card says, that I thought I would point out. And then you have zebra too on the other side. So we'll start with dragonfly, which dragonfly is evolution, adaptation, and growth. When the dragonfly flies into your life, you're being asked to adapt to the circumstances at hand. Change is coming whether you like it or not, and how you react will be a test of your character. The dragonfly aids you in upholding your integrity, perseverance, and flexibility, testing your faith in the process. The dragonfly appears to remind you of your higher power, that even though you are being thrown into the hands of fate, you have everything at your disposal to handle whatever comes your way. The dragonfly can change direction with ease, creating flight patterns that often appear effortless. Once you get the hang of these cycles, you too will be generating your own flight patterns and will be able to navigate these curveballs with ease. The dragonfly invites you to look at the silver lining. Ask yourself, why is this showing up for me and what can I learn from it? Only then will you grow. So that's the dragonfly. And then let me go to the back of the book for the zebra. The zebra. Let's look. Whenever I see zebras, it makes me think of Trevor Noah, because he did a skit, because he's a comedian, but a lot of you, like if you're watching this and you know who he is, you might know him from The Daily Show. But before he did The Daily Show, he was a stand-up comic, and he used to have this joke about like Americans and like their language and like learning English and stuff, because he's from South Africa, and he would say that he never understood because people call like zebras, they call them zebras, but it's actually zebra. And he said it's not, you don't call like a Debra, like it's Deborah. So why do you call a zebra when it should be zebra? And like that's all I can think of whenever I see zebras now. Zebra. But zebra is individuality, bold, and rule maker. And it says, zigging while others zag, the zebra is an advocate for making up your own rules as you go. No stranger to hard work, much like the horse, the zebra has impeccable focus. Prioritizing alignment over hustle, the zebra urges you to remain balanced in the face of your responsibilities. Look at where you can have some fun and lighten the load. The zebra, with the distinctive pattern it wears on its skin, aids those who are individualists. Artists, inventors, and pioneers call on the zebra when you need that surge of inspiration to feed your restless spirit, and the zebra will charge you forward on your next venture. With its defining black and white stripes, the zebra is clear on its boundaries, willing to speak up and voice its opinion, even if it provokes conflict. Do not be afraid of deterring others. The zebra encourages you to be loud and proud. Fortune favors the bold, after all.
Okay, so So you guys did get an extra one of these cards, but only because these two popped out together. So I just took both. So places that you like guys could meet, or places that your person could be from, or like their ethnicity, your ethnicity. United States, Switzerland, South Korea, Canada, New Zealand, and Puerto Rico. Okay, so I'll read these so then Bekah can like actually decipher them for you. So you have the Mother, Study, Old Soul, Dragonfly, and then you have Storybook Romance, the Father, Stay With Me in Harmony at the top. And then I'll get to this side, but I'll read them anyway right now, which the Starborn, Zebra, Loyal, and Prosperity.
Okay, so about you over here on the left. So I already, read the Dragonfly card, but I think for you guys, like on this side, you have a very like mothering, nurturing, loving energy, and you do have an old soul. You're probably someone who likes to like, dive deep into topics that you're interested in. You like to study, you like to learn, you like to try new things. And I think that sometimes you may have a tendency, like I said, to kind of get in your own head. And I think that that's kind of what the Dragonfly card was talking about, is that I think that you have learned a lot about how to trust the universe and how to trust spirit and trust having faith. And I think that because you're an old soul, you're able to really connect to that. And right now that might be kind of where you're at, is like you are really focused on like yourself, and like Laina said, not in like a selfish way, but you're learning a lot about who you are and how like reality is for you, and what you believe in and what you're passionate about, what you care about. And I feel like you're doing a lot of nurturing like internally of yourself right now, and of really like letting yourself be who you are, and learning how to express yourself and how to make yourself feel heard and cared for and loved. And that's really, really important, especially when you're coming into a relationship. And the reason why I said I don't think that they're going to have us take the Father card literally is because the Father card is usually about like the father, the masculine, and like you have the Mother already as your descriptor. And I think the Father, I think what they want us to do is pay more attention to the actual like images on the Father card, because I feel like it is very much like a black and white, like one of you is one way and the other person is the other way. And I think that you balance each other really well, and both of you are coming into this relationship with your knowledge and with the things that you have learned, and you're going to help each other kind of experience the other side of things, if that makes sense. And I think that that's what's going to build like that strong foundation. When I think of the Father, I think of like Capricorn energy, which I kind of talked about that in one of the other groups. But Capricorn energy, when you're talking about a relationship, is actually a really beautiful thing. A lot of people think about like Saturn, Capricorn, like if they know anything about astrology, and they're like, oh, that's really tough energy because it talks about like hard work. And it's like, yes and no. Because when you have Capricorn energy in like a synastry reading, basically what that means is there's potential there for a long-term commitment, because both parties are willing to put in the work and to grow the relationship and to build a foundation. And so I think that both parts of you coming together is what's going to build that. And that's why the Father card is so important, because it's saying like, this has a strong foundation. You're going to be big and strong like a tree. Like you're going to be very, very like big and tall, and like a great relationship, a very stable foundation, a big tree trunk with lots of roots. Like, and I kind of see that growing out and creating a family because you have the tree, and the tree makes me think of the family tree. And so we already kind of talked about the fact that I think that this group really wants children. And you have all of these references in both of these again about children, because you have the Mother on your side, which you are somebody that probably wants to be a mother if you're a feminine, or a father if you're a masculine, whatever you identify with. And I think that either way, you're a very loving, nurturing soul. And I think that you are very, very comfortable with that feminine energy, and you want to share that and give that love to not only your partner, but to also creating new life and creating new, beautiful, like people that you can, raise and be like, a good parent. That's a big dream, I think, for a lot of people in this group. And then you have on the other side, I just want to touch on it, I'm not going to go into it, but you have the egg on the other side. And I think that that's kind of like the two coming together is what's going to create that tree. because you need one to have, you know, you need both parties in order to have that creation and that beautiful thing. And I think that the two of you coming together is going to create that perfect balance that is required for you to create that ultimate thing that you've wanted to make probably for most of your life. And I feel like because you're such an old soul, you've been waiting a really, really long time for this. And I think that, you know, you might have put in a lot of hard work your entire life to make sure that you're doing the things that are the best for you. And, you know, some of you may not have ever been in a situation where like you've been in like a serious committed relationship, or you've been married for a while and like you're ready now for like that addition to the family or to expand your tree. Like I feel like this is kind of a wide variety in this group, but no matter the cost, I think like all of you are really good at spotting the signs, spotting the synchronicities. You're all old souls, like you're all really, really into researching how you can get, you know, how can I make these things happen that I want to make happen, and you're achieving them. And I think that's really important. And I think for those of you that are trying to have a baby right now, it's very important for you to pay attention to like the signs and the messages that you get in everyday life, because I think that you'll find that you get a lot of comfort and a lot of confirmation from those. And I think that that's something is like you can, it can help you keep the faith and help you keep moving forward and knowing that like you're okay, you're taken care of, and like everything is going exactly the way that it's meant to. And I think that that's a really important message for this group.
Yes, I definitely agree with that 100%. And I want to, before I do the next one, I want to read the Starborn from the book, just because I thought it was really fascinating when I was kind of reading it. And it says, the divine child, the star child, the destined. So it's like you are very spiritual and old soul, yes, and so is your person. That's the first thing I want to say. And it says, an elusive yet radiant aspect of the self, the starborn archetype points to the cosmic spark of light that arrives with each being at birth. The moment the newborn crowns, whether vaginally or surgically, the royal stars above are said to constellate in a unique shape that maps our path in the world. The idea of destiny is controversial, yet the starborn naturally feels a sense of destination and purpose, aiming itself towards a future that is beyond the mundane. When this card appears, travel back to your birth story for clues and insight. What did you desire when you were young? Practicing your life from a mythic point of view rather than as a series of logistics. Read the story of the three fates and envision yourself born under the stars with a unique destiny. When light, it's all light, trusting, vibrant, and aimed. When dark, it is feelings of misalignment, loss, and of longing. And then it says, have your chart read, study your constellation shape, ask questions. What does this process conjure in you? Faith or mistrust? What would happen to you if you saw the galaxy as your ally? And then last thing it says is, when this card appears, don't be surprised if you receive a surge of desire for a long lost dream, one you haven't visited since childhood. Let this desire shake you up. So what I get from this is that your person may be like, I see the egg because they might be going through a rebirth process right now, or they might be having this situation be presented to them because maybe for a long time they were in the energy of like, you know, just in the case of like, say like this relationship, right? They're like, oh, I don't know, like I'm not really necessarily looking for one right now, because we had that like the zebra card, which I feel is kind of fitting to this energy, or the zebra. But you know, of like maybe when they were a little kid, they were like, mommy, daddy, I want to be a mommy and daddy like you. I'm going to get married. And then they grew up and the world, you know, happened, and, you know, they got busy and they were focused on other things. And now, like, I think they're being pulled back to that kind of original dream of theirs. And like, not only that, but I think they want to do things, you know, with the mother and the father and the starborn child all together. Like, to me, this is about creation as a whole. Like, I think they want to create a world with their partner, like where they make the world a better place. And that's their, like, so there's a calling that this card talks about. And I think they feel it and they know that, like, okay, my calling probably does involve me finding my person. But I think for a while they might not have been on that path. And then you have loyal, but when they are on the path, they're going to be very loyal, and they have that ability to be very loyal. And then prosperity. So this is what's telling you that like they've probably got their bag like worked out. You also have a 3 there, and then this is a 3 too. So that could be another important number, or 33. So I think it's just very interesting, because I think that your person, like I said, I feel like prosperity wise, like they've gotten a lot together, like as far as work and stuff goes. And now like they're kind of settling with that. I think that original calling is kind of nagging at them. And they're, you know, so which is why like you're going to see that movement, and you had that like get a move on, because Spirit's like, come on, you know what you're hearing. Listen up. You know what you want. Like, and they're trying to get them, you know, on the move while you're, you know, working on your stuff. And then, you know, you guys will eventually come together and be this, you know, yin and yang duo that Bekah was speaking of.
Yes, I agree. And I figured out what Fondue for Two is from. It is also from Glee. So Glee might be important for this group. But Fondue for Two was a segment where Brittany was with her cat, and she used to make fondue, have guests on the show.
I remember now, yes.
Yeah, I could not remember where that was from. But again, it's another channel message from Glee about food, which I thought was really funny. You have Letter Jackets, Love Story by Taylor Swift, When We Were Young by Adele, Kinetic Sand. So like if you're somebody who has issues with like focusing, or like you need to have something in your hands, like having maybe some kinetic sand around would be really good for you. I saw like blue sand, so like I don't know, maybe that's one of your favorite colors or something, but kinetic sand could be really nice for you to just kind of have to play with sometimes. Oysters, seafood, seashells, tongue twisters. The song You're Enough by Sleeping at Last came through, which that song is gorgeous, but I mean, the main lyrics of that song are you are enough. So I think that's really soft. And I think that if you have times where like things feel a little heavy or a little hard, like listening to a song like that can be really healing. And that might be something that if you are struggling, you know, with where you're at, or like, you know, maybe sometimes like you're kind of like, oh my gosh, like, is this person coming? Like, are they just, you know, like it's taking a long time and I don't know when they're going to come. Like, either that, or like if you are struggling with the whole like I don't know when we're going to have a baby and like we've been trying, or like I don't know when things are going to happen, or I'm a little bit like, you know, confused. Like when that happens, you can put on some music or something with affirmations, or maybe even like sound bowls, or like those Reiki videos on like YouTube. Like when you get into that energy, it might be really helpful for you to listen to something like that.
All right, so I'm gonna read these cards, and I know Bekah is really good with like some of these like more placements that I'm not as familiar with, like Black Moon Lilith and stuff. So I will read these here for her. So they have Black Moon Lilith, Mystery, Lunar Eclipse, Change, Water, Sensing, Libra, I Balance, and then the 4th house of Roots.
Okay, yeah. So I think for a lot of you, like there's some stuff that's kind of unspoken still, and it may even be like just within like you've never been offered the opportunity to share, or like you've never been in a position where you've been able to share. And I think that that's very interesting, because Black Moon Lilith is all about like the hidden, like it's about like mystery. It can be about like preferences as far as like, you know, those hidden desires go. But really Black Moon Lilith is kind of like anything that you kind of keep under the surface, like she is what tells you all about it. And so like you might find that some of your healing comes in the form of like being able to release those things into like communication or the public. And with that, you also have the lunar eclipse, and you have the water element. So that's like Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, which makes sense because Pisces is also all about the hidden. So one or both of you might have Pisces in your chart very strongly. Obviously, everybody has it in their chart, but I just mean in like one of your major placements. Libra is very much about like partnership. It is about balance. And then the 4th house is generally ruled by Cancer. It is about your roots. Now, obviously, everybody's 4th house is going to differ based on their own astrology. But the fourth house is all about like that mothering energy, that like home, family, the family tree right there in the picture. One thing I wanted to point out is you have a lot about like the female body in the upper cards. And I wanted to point out that like there might be some things that are still being a little bit like, yeah, Lilith. I feel like there's some stuff that hasn't been expressed. And I think that when you come into this relationship, if you're already in it, like obviously it's a little bit different, but when you come into this relationship, you'll be able to express like your deepest desires and fears and wants and needs with whoever this person is that you're coming into this relationship with. And I think it's really important because I think that you've never been given that opportunity to explore that side of yourself and to really dig into those and see like where that, where are those deeper hidden things and what is it that you truly desire, like on a very deep level. And I think a lot of people don't necessarily dive into that, unless they're like definitely ready. And for some of you, it could just be that like you have fears or desire to have a family with fears around that for some reason. And part of that, like with fertility, for example, because I feel like that's a very important message for this group. Like with like fertility, sometimes when you repress like your desires for a long time, or you feel like it's not safe to express yourself in certain ways, that can kind of put a hindrance on your body. And you have to be able to like love your body in order for it to be a place that is conductive to having children or to carrying and creation and all of that. And that's whether you want kids or not. Like you have to have a way of loving your body in order to nurture new things. So if you are trying to create stuff, then like, and you do have like that desire and you've never been able to express it, like you might block part of yourself off, or you might have a view of yourself that's not fully complete because you have these things that you're not acknowledging. And I feel like that's really important. Like that's really important for this group, is to acknowledge all of yourself, because even those like hidden desires, like they might seem weird at first because you're like, oh no, like that's taboo, or like that's not something that I should desire. Like, and it's like, no, you can desire whatever you want. And the true healing, like the true like expression of yourself, the true happiness, that comes when you're allowing yourself to accept every single part of you, especially those parts of you that you've been keeping hidden away.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. Okay, so we have a couple more that I'm a little unfamiliar with, so I'm gonna just let Bekah keep going here. We have Gemini, which I do know these basic ones, but I'm just gonna read them all. You have new moon in Scorpio, go deeper. We have first quarter moon in Virgo, assess the situation. New moon in Libra, know you are loved. It's time to take action, new moon in Aries. And then you also have a fiery climax approaches, full moon in Aries. With those Lilith references. You're very close to achieving your goal, gibbous moon. Then you have Sagittarius, and then this one which says inner wisdom, Pallas Athene, I believe.
Pallas Athene. So basically, I feel like there's going to be a lot of exploration in this relationship of things that are not necessarily out in the open for you. And it might be stuff that like is attached to some harder things that maybe haven't come up yet, or that you just haven't been able to acknowledge. And I think that your partner is going to be someone that shows you with love that you're able to accept these things, because they're going to be able to accept these things. Now, the other thing is if you're someone who's not as experienced with like sensuality and like the, like exploration of like sex and stuff, which I'm going to talk about it. And if you're, not of age, I'm sorry, but this is something that's coming out and I have to talk about it. But basically, like, there's a lot here about like repressed sexual desire, because Lilith talks a lot about that. And so when you have two Aries cards coming out, one of them even says like a fiery climax approaches. Like Aries is Mars energy, which is that passion. And when you look at synastry, that Mars energy is what you look at for like sensuality and sex and like stuff like that. So it's very important, I think, to this group that you feel safe expressing yourself in that way specifically. And I think that, you have that know you're loved, go deeper, like assess the situation, I think that you're going to be opened up to a world that you've never experienced before if you haven't met this person yet. Like, I think they're going to open you up to a world where they do love all those parts of you and you are able to explore things safely with them. And I think that, they're going to respect your boundaries. So like, if you say to them, I'm not comfortable with XYZ, they're going to respect that. But they're also going to be someone who you want to open up with, and who's very encouraging and loving and caring. And like, I think that there's a lot of depth that you're going to find, and there's a lot of healing that's going to happen in this relationship. Now, if you're together already, I feel like this is another omen saying like the time is fertile. like
Yeah.
allow yourself to open up to that, and know that, if you are in a relationship already, it may be that you guys are reaching a new depth in your relationship where you are able to start opening up as to like, okay, well, I want to start a family, and this person wants to start a family, but maybe we've been having problems with that. And you're starting to kind of like dive into that a little bit and figure out like, okay, is there something in there that I'm not acknowledging, or is there some reason why it's not happening yet, or whatever. And for a lot of you, I think it's just divine timing. But for some of you, it might be that you find out that there's some sort of like blockage that you've put on yourself. And I think you're going to find a lot of release and a lot of relief from that in this partnership, especially for those of you that are already in it. Like, I feel like change is coming very quickly for a lot of you. And then for those of you that aren't in a relationship yet, I think as soon as you meet this person, a lot of change will happen very, very quickly.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I want to point out that something I heard from Spirit that, like, because I do think there are those of you in this pile who are not very sexually experienced at all, and you're going to explore that side of yourself with this person. But for those of you that, like we talked about with Lilith and the repressed desires, maybe have had an interest in like BDSM and feel shame in that, you might have a partner who is okay with exploring that with you, and like Bekah said, will respect those boundaries, and like if you have a safe word, like they'll utilize it. And obviously don't walk up to them on the first date and be like, yeah, I want to do BDSM. But like if you've been in a relationship for a while, especially, and you've been wanting to try it, and it's something that's you feel dirty or gross about, like it's worth talking to your partner about, because for all like they might be really open to it, and it could be something that you guys can really enjoy. Like BDSM doesn't have to be this like taboo, like scary thing, because it's just between you and your partner, and like no one else needs to know about it, and it's what you guys do. And if it's going to make you feel more comfortable, like, or let you express and really open up like to who you are, then like you should go for it. And it's the same thing of like I'm hearing like not only that, but there are some of you that might even, like Bekah was talking about, like body shame, have shame of your own body. Like maybe you've always wanted to wear crop tops, but you think like, oh, like I have too much of a belly for that, or things like that. And Spirit saying like, no, like if you feel insecure, let your partner reassure you, or even before they get here, if you're not in a relationship, start wearing those crop tops, because you might not know this, but it could be even what attracts your partner to you, not because like you're wearing a crop top or anything, but because they're like, wow, this person, I can feel their confidence. I can feel like that they're, able to express themselves and open themselves up. Like you might be a mystery to them. And I'll be like, wow, I want to know more about them. Like, like that type of thing. Like, and it doesn't have to be as simple as a crop top, but that's just what came to mind. It could be, like a knowledge of some kind, because you guys have the study card that, like, some people might be like, oh, like that's kind of weird to learn about, but you love it and like you're fascinated by it and you share that, and then the person's like, wow, that's so cool, I want to know more about that. And you should just really not be afraid to embrace the change that you are.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I feel like for a lot of you, part of it is that you feel this very strong pull between the two sides of yourself. Like you have a very strong duality of like that childlike, innocent, like very like playful, fun, light, free. But then I think you probably also have a part of yourself that isn't so childlike, that is very like into things like depth and like, seriousness. And you do have the old soul card that came out too. Like I feel like there's a very distinct duality for a lot of you. And I think that a lot of you have repressed part of that duality, thinking that it's like taboo or too much, or that it doesn't, you know, like it's not how you're supposed to be, quote unquote. Like, but I think that, you know, you've been finding out for a while and are still finding out, and like will continue to find out that that part of you is just as beautiful and able to be loved as the, you know, the childlike innocent part of you.
I agree with that. Oh, okay. No, too many cards. All right, let's try again. Soft, Ace of Cups. The Eight of Cups. So this section of the tarot is kind of going to be like your story, like what's going on in the relationship. Okay, the star right there. We have the Queen of Wands and the Nine of Cups. Beautiful. And then here we go. We have the star. So I will take that. Your bottom of the deck is the Three of Swords, but I didn't really feel called to it, but I decided to show you anyway, just in case, because I almost feel like this is like past energy. And they're saying like this side of things for you guys is over. Like the not worrying about betrayal, worrying about, you know, someone not being good to you, like that's all over. I think that's why specifically they flipped over the star in the middle of the deck, because it's time to have hope. But for you guys here, look at the little, like your little star-born person here. Look at the little lamb that they're holding. It's so cute. But for you guys here, something with this card specifically, Spirit is saying, like, you can see the roses growing around this person as they're like suspended upside down. This is about a different perspective. Like the Hanged Man, yes, can be about like being stuck, but it's also about changing your perspective. That's why the Hanged Man is upside down, because they're inside, they're introspecting, they're going deeper, they're getting to know themselves better, and they're changing their perspective. And I feel like this is where you guys are right now. What we saw a lot in your astrology is that, like, yes, you're going to explore that side of yourself with your person, but right now you're exploring that side of yourself within yourself. And the more comfortable you get with yourself, I think not only one, the like, because your relationship's always going to come to divine timing, so you're not doing anything wrong, but the more you accept yourself, I think, and put yourself out there and like love yourself and are really passionate in yourself, the more that like you're going to feel more confident that it won't even feel like a long time that your person is there. You're just, it's going to be like in the blink of an eye. You're gonna be like, whoa, they're here already. I didn't think, wow, like that went by fast. And then you have like Ace of Cups here, which again is that gentle, beautiful, emotional offer from Spirit. Like they're bringing you that person. And I don't see this Eight of Cups as you like going off on a journey by yourself. I feel like, because usually that card is about walking away from what no longer serves you and you're leaving those cups behind. But I almost feel like you are walking away from the old cups in your life, but it's like they're giving you this offer, and this person, you know, like I almost feel like a lot of this energy is mostly about you, which is really cool, because I think that your journey is how you get to your starborn person. So like, this has almost been like your whole journey here is what they're laying out for me. So it's kind of like the hero's journey, and like we're seeing like your story, and it's almost like they want to keep your partner side of it kind of hidden because they want you to be surprised. So they just want you to have hope that they're coming. But it's like you've introspected, you've done all the work. Spirit's offered you this new start, this self-love, this like beautiful like new chapter. And like, yes, you're walking away from things, but at the same time, I almost feel like you're walking, like I said, I'm not seeing this as a traditional Eight of Cups, because I almost feel like these cups in the background are just like blessings that Spirit is also setting up behind you while you're on your introspective journey, and you don't see them yet. But it's a good thing, because they want you to be focused on yourself, and then you're just going to turn around and be like, oh my goodness, when did all this get here? And then you have the Queen of Wands, which is again stepping into that confidence, into that power, into that like what we've been talking about. And then you have Nine of Cups here, which is really about like that wish fulfillment, like getting the person, getting the things that you want, getting the life that you want. You're going to feel so fulfilled. It's when you turn around and see those cups that spirit was filling up for you. And then you have here the Star. Like I said, you're going to meet your starborn. You're going to have hope. You're going to like feel so good and so clear and so calm and so in love with yourself that when this person shows up, you're just going to be like, whoa, like that felt like it happened in a blink of an eye. And it's such a beautiful energy to have. And like, I know this doesn't give you a lot about your guys' story together. And so like, I know that can be a little disappointing, but I actually find this to be really encouraging because this is about you and about your self-love and about how far you've come on this damn journey and how proud you should be of yourself. And that just like, I don't feel like this is saying like, oh, your person's along the way, you still have so much work to do. Like they're saying like, look at how far you've come. And all we're asking right now is that you're going to have hope and just keep going and keep loving yourself and keep standing in that power that you've built. And then we're going to grant that wish. Like that person's going to be here like faster than you could even like think about it. And that's just so cool. Like, I really like that this story is really about you. Like I said, it's like your hero's journey. And I think, you know, with like the mystery card that you got, they want to keep like your person's journey a little bit a secret because you guys are going to go deeper together. So it would be no fun if you kind of learned about them from us. Like you want to get to know them, you know, on a one-on-one deep basis together. And I think you would really enjoy that.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree. I did get a few more channeled messages for you. So I got Here in Your Arms by Hello Goodbye, which really makes me go back to high school. I have Whiteout, Chips, Coloring, Cinnamon, Slippers, Spider Webs, Dewdrops, and 3D printers, which I have no idea. I don't know, maybe that's something you do for work. You use a 3D printer. I have no idea. But there's been a lot about crafting in this group anyway, so that kind of makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, guys, so we're gonna get on to our favorite like parts here, kind of wrapping up towards the end. So we have this little like grid which has the meet cute, kind of follows the story of a, you know, an arc, the arcs of the K-drama, where you, excuse me, meet, fall in love, the T/the drama, because you know there's always a plot point, and then the happy ending. So you know, don't worry too much about the T and the drama. Like, you know, I don't think there's going to be anything crazy, toxic, or wild because this is, you know, supposed to be about like your person. It's supposed to be a good thing. But you know, there might be little bumps in the roads here or there. We've seen a couple things for people, and we will see what you guys get. So we'll do some charms, and then we're also going to do some stickers. Okay, that's plenty of charms. Oh, let me get the number 5 over there. Okay. And then let's get some stickers. So any charms or stickers that kind of fall on the outside, we've been taking them as like messages just from spirit themselves. And then obviously what comes on the grid and like where it falls, you know, lands in alignment with, you know, with this. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, no, no. This is like the last group. Way too many stickies. If you caught any of what they say, those could be some confirmations for you, but we're not doing that, spirit. No, no, no. Okay, that's plenty. That's more than enough. Okay. So let's start what's over here on the outside. So we have this cute little, like, I think like spirit saying, like they look a little bit shy, kind of like you guys, but it's cute because it looks like they're kind of friends. You have the number 5, so that could be significant. It could be May, it could be someone born on the 5th, just could be 5, could be important for some reason. You could end up becoming a family of 5. You have this beautiful little flower here, which kind of reminds me of a cherry blossom, so that could be significant synchronicity. You have a little turtle, which makes me think of that slow and steady moves the race. So you might have been waiting a long time for this partnership to come in, but spirit is definitely saying that it's worth it. We also have a swan here. So for some of you, like we talked about body image and stuff, you could have always kind of felt like, you know, sort of like an ugly duckling, a fish out of water, and haha, mermaid joke. And now like you're really diving into like who you are and accepting who you are. Oh, the song I meant to say earlier, but Dive In by Gravity was stuck in my head earlier, so that could be important. Angels are definitely guiding you in this connection here. We also have this C. So that could be an initial for some of you guys. This is actually a moon. I don't know why I read it as a C. It's a moon. It's a crescent moon. Well, because crescent moons kind of look like a C. So, but anyway, for some of you, it's a C. For the rest of you, it's a crown. It's a crown. Well, yes, there's a crown on it, and angel wings, and a crescent moon. So I feel like the moon could be very important for you guys. We also have Santa, so a little cute, cool Santa. So Christmas could be an important time for you guys. We have this. This is another pink gemstone, which we had one in one of the other piles, which I thought I put all of them in different ones, but here's another pink one. I don't know if another one has pink besides October. If it does, I don't remember, but I'm going to say October again for you guys. Okay, so now let's do your little sections here. So I have this like little bath time. Now I don't think in your meet cute you're going to be taking a bath together, but maybe. I mean, maybe some of you are going to start off hot and heavy. We have the cute, again, another little bed thing, but I do almost feel like a comfortableness right away for you guys, like when you meet each other. This has like, it's on both lines, so I'm actually going to push these ones over here. This actually feels more accurate for when you guys first meet. Very soft, very cute, very blushy, like opening up to each other. We also have the seal, which this was something that Bekah mentioned in group 2, the what do you call it, the wax seal. Mm-hmm. So this could make you go back to group 2. You have that letter communication, so maybe they will communicate to you with letters or wax seals, which is really cool. You have peace, so you guys will have like a peaceful connection, it looks like. What is this? It's very small. Oh, it's a kitty cat. So there could be something about cats. Maybe you'll volunteer in an animal shelter. There's also a cactus, so maybe you'll meet in the summer or in a place where it's warm. And then you have a whole new world, so you guys will explore a new world together, which we kind of touched on already. Then we have here a horse. So horses could be a synchronicity when it comes to falling in love. Maybe you'll go on a horse riding date. You have music here, music notes, so it could have to do with music. Maybe you guys have similar music tastes. You guys have a second turtle. So again, it might be kind of a little bit, that's a turtle, right? Yep. It might be another like kind of like slow type of moving energy, but you might fall in love slowly, but it could be like a really good thing at the end of the day, which is really cute. You have Snow White here with some more animals. You have look like where they're play fighting, I feel like, so there could be some like fun, cute play fighting. Then you also have these two with like little couple outfits. I don't know why, but to me it always looks like they're going fishing, so maybe that's something. And over here in the T, you have Snow White looking a little sassy. So then you have lips, a kiss. Then you have angel wings here as well. Okay, I want to see. And the heart. Okay. Love you to the moon and back. I almost get that maybe one of you falls faster than the other. And that could kind of like, this is cute. Like one of you might not be ready to say or do certain things in the relationship. And that could kind of create a little bit of tension. So you guys might get a little bit sassy on another, but Spirit just wants you to know, like, it's okay to speak your truth and speak up with this person and tell them how you feel, because this connection is divinely guided. And I think like they'll be trying to work with you halfway, or if you're, and that goes either way. Like if they say something that's too fast for you, you can let them know that like you're not ready for that yet. Or if, you're expressing your love and they're not expressing it back, you can let them know that like that hurts you and that bothers you. And then you have here, but it seems like there's a lot of love in this connection. And it might even be that like the T is that there could be some miscommunication in the sense of like, they show their love in a different way than you're used to. And so you might not get that they're expressing love in their own way. And that could be why something you guys need to talk about. Again, kind of like the last group, it doesn't feel like any like big heavy like drama. Like jokingly I want to say that like, oh, that bitch Snow White, she's interrupting your connection, like, you know, like because she's over here and then she's over here looking all sassy, so she's like trying to intrude. But I don't really think that's what it is. Like, I'm saying that more as a joke. I mean, maybe for a few of you, but I kind of doubt it. Like I said, it feels more like a miscommunication than anything else. Okay, there's a lot of stuff on this one, so I'm going to do it one at a time. So you have a feather, so those could be a synchronicity for you and your happy ending. Maybe there will be feathers, like in your wedding, or cute little lovey-doveys. Then we have the number 4. We have this one. You have the sticker that says love you to the moon and back, and this says I love you to the moon and back. So that could be a saying that ends up being for you guys. Then we had the Eiffel Tower. So we had Paris, but the Eiffel Tower. So you guys could end up getting married in Paris, or traveling to Paris, or end up living in Paris. You and me. So it'll be all about you guys. Another kitty cat. So you guys could get a cat. Also have when words fail, music speaks. So yeah, it could even be that like your person speaks a lot through songs. They make you playlists, but you want them to actually verbalize how they feel, and they can't. Like, it's not easy for them. So you just might have to learn to communicate in ways that work for you. A little thing called love. Again, here, look at they're traveling together. So I feel like you guys will definitely see the sights together. Inspire. So you guys will inspire each other. Then we have, oh, okay, they could be from the UK, or you guys could end up having a child potentially that is a little bunny boy. But I feel like this is more about like them, like they might be from the UK, because we had that thing of Yoongi with the dog, so that could be like them and their dog. Here we have another little couple. They're very cute. That could even be a son and a daughter, I feel. And then you have September, so that could be a significant month for you guys. So that is what we see in the charms and the stickers for you guys.
Mm-hmm. And they only gave me one channeled message through all of that, which was the song "You and Me" by Lifehouse.
That's a good song.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hearing the song "All About Us" by, I can't remember the name of the group, but All About Us. I can't remember the name of the group. It's a really like not very known group. They're kind of old, and I don't even think they're together anymore as a group, but very cute, like soft song.
Is it by Tattoo?
No, it's the lyric is like lovers dance when they're feeling in love, spotlight shining, it's all about us. If you look it up that way, you might find it.
He is we.
Yes, thank you. I was never gonna remember that. So that's a song for you guys. All right, and now we're getting to wrapping time. We're going to get your channeled messages here and see if there's any confirmations for you guys. You guys get 2 of these. Lovers dance when they're feeling in love, spotlight shining, it's all about us. It's all about us. It's so hard when there's very little lift. Nope, that's too many. Okay, that one. Okay. So let's start with this one because it came out first. Okay, you got Opal. So it says bathtub, which was one of your stickers. So maybe you guys will take baths together when you know each other better. Like I said, I think that sticker just kind of fell in a weird place, but I don't think you guys are going to meet each other in the bath unless it's like a spa, which is possible. Bathtub, ocean, hot tub, spend more time in water, jump rope, dance, fireworks, dolphins, starfish, pine cones, scarves, deer, summer through winter equals important. Trivia Love by BTSRM. Be your adorable self. You were allowed to shine. Rings, Rubber Ducks, and Yellow Umbrella. Rose Quartz. Here is the crystal that I channeled. Sorry, let me move this. Okay. Rose Quartz says, tap dancing, belly dance, gentle eyes, dreams, roses, put yourself out there more, angel wings, subscriber count rising, watch more K-dramas, pay attention to and flow with the moon, tulips, treasure your heart, live your life for you, and then Archangel Michael. Okay, and last but not least, you guys get 5 of these, so we will see which 5 come out. Okay, my Venus. Okay, A Love So Beautiful. Whoa. These 2? Okay. No, I'm gonna try again. Okay, W2 Worlds. Heart. Okay, and then 2 more, please. Okay, Strong Woman Do Bong Soon. And 1 more, please, Spirit. Okay, is that the right one? And then Romance is a bonus book. Okay, so those are your K-dramas that you got. Just as a last note for anyone who's still, watching these, I'm not gonna read these because you guys didn't get them. But just, if you're interested in K-dramas because you got watch more K-dramas, here's some more. 30 but 17 and Cinderella and the 4 Nights. They're both really good. Highly recommend if you've never seen them. Okay. So I'm gonna read these and then we will go through. Okay, so we have Oh My Venus, which it says, you who must have cried for me every day, you were the strength that pulled me back up, and you are the best cure in my life, my reason to live, my miracle. That's really soft. In this one, they both kind of deal with different health challenges, and they kind of help each other through them and support each other. There's a lot more that goes into the drama. It's really good. I highly recommend it. I think she starts off in a position that you guys do with like not a great body image, and he really helps her to kind of like not only help her own body, but to help her mind and like how she actually feels about herself. It's really soft. Your love story, maybe on a plane, one might really be into health and help the other get into shape. You wished for this person. If you have a dimple, the partner will be weak for them. Will shelter each other from the storm of life. Couple workouts motivated by kisses. May have twins plus get married. Will cook together. Maybe the parents of the friend group. Partner and you make personal gifts for each other. See each other everywhere. So like by seeing each other everywhere, in the drama, they kind of like sometimes like when they're doing something like they know they're not supposed to or like whatever, like they'll see the other and like kind of scolding them. So it's kind of like what I mean by like, but it could also be like you see a lot of synchronicities of this person. Beautiful Lady by Jung Hyun is the OST. And we have A Love So Beautiful. And the quote says, can we stay like this for a while? I need to get recharged. And it says, very slow burn to sundry partner who slowly opens up to you. Which we talked a little bit about how your partner might be a little resistant to love and then like they'll open up to you eventually. So, you guys might be friends and it may be a slow burn for a bit. Protective of you in their own way, likes you more than you like them according to them. Recharge each other, accept each other for who you are. Very sweet and tender romance. You simp over them hard. They secretly take care of you, and the OST is Lovable by Cindy. Then we have W, Two Worlds Apart, which is I'm someone who wants you to have a happy ending. And then it says she is the key to my life. So it says your love story is might meet unexpectedly. Partner is very attractive, may kiss them on a whim. Come from two different places, fluster each other easily, feels like time stops when you are together. May awaken each other, will have a very sweet romance. Connection that transcends time and space, will spoil each other, hold the key to each other's lives, will have a happy ending. OST, Where Are You by Jung Jun Young. Then we have Strong Woman Do Bang Soon, which is, you know what is different about a soulmate? I can see myself in that person's eyes and I look so, so happy. So then we have your love story, strong feminine energy, may meet because of work, protective of one another and take care of each other, cherry blossoms and rose petals, friends to lovers, amusement park dates, playful wrestling, true soulmates, maybe an adorable height difference, lots of hand holding and forehead kisses, beach heart in the sand. That's something that's in the drama, so you'd have to watch it to know what I mean. May have twins, so that came up twice for you guys. OST, You Were My Garden by Jung Yunji. Sorry, my writing, I was running out of room. And then last one is Romance, is a bonus book. And it says, the moon is beautiful and I'm your home. You can always come to me. Your love story says, the moon is beautiful equals I love you, which again is a thing from the drama. So please watch. Friends to lovers, which again feels very apparent for this group, co-workers, roommates, unrequited love at first, Nuna romance, which means that if you are the feminine in the relationship, no matter gender, you probably might be older than them. Secret dating, bookworm couple, childhood friends, empathize and feel each other's emotions deeply, always miss each other, everyone knows you're in love before you two do, one another is your home and the most important person. OST is Rainbow by Rothy. So there you guys go. Those were your dramas. And of course, this was your reading. We hope that you guys loved it. I want to thank all of our guides for letting us read for you guys. It was a lot of fun. We had a great time. And yeah, thank you so much. Have a happy Valentine's Day. Please don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, share our video. Look out for our podcast that is coming soon. I meant to mention on our social media, you can follow us and we are most active currently on Instagram. And yeah, that is all we have for you. So we will talk to you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.